Chapter 909. With the protection of the Chaos Domain, this time everyone did not have to worry about being moved to some place after taking 2 steps. Although the naturally formed Chaos Domain was formed because of the Chaos elements, the Chaos Domain of the Yun-Nuo planet was controlled by him at all times with his consciousness. It would not be affected by the Chaos elements here that no one was controlling. The chaotic space here could actually be broken through very easily. He just chose the most convenient and fast method. According to Little Purple Soul's guidance, the closest chaos realm to them was right in front of them. In front of them was no longer the entrance to a small secret realm. What appeared in front of them was a series of palaces. There was an astonishing amount of energy flowing in the palaces. Very few people come to the chaos realm. The space here is very chaotic. If you want to move around here smoothly, you have to break through the space here. Very few people come here. Most people choose to go to other places where they can recover their strength easily. Very few people come here. If they can't find anything valuable in a short period of time, they will leave, said Xian. She had been in the Jiesu secret realm for the past 1.5 months. Naturally, she was more familiar with the current situation in the secret realm. Little Purple Soul crawled around in Ming's arms. Its purple gold eyes shook. Finally, it nodded its little head and said, "Brother, brother, it's inside. The red marks around here have all shrunk to this place." Yin Nuoxing nodded. He spread out his soul energy. When he sensed that there was no one around, he rushed down. The group quickly followed behind him. Bang! As Yin Nuoxing and the others approached the palace quickly, the Chaos Realm collided with the palace. It was a loud bang. The group squinted their eyes. Before they could do anything, Yin Nuoxing's 2 cloud-like demonic wings flapped gently behind him. The door of the palace opened abruptly. Then a group of people filed in. The interior of the palace was very big. It was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Obviously, the space here was not fixed. There were many forks in the path. After rushing in, Yin Nuoxing did not hurry to leave. He turned around and looked at Little Purple Soul. The latter was blinking his little eyes hard. There was a faint hint of anxiety on his young face. After a while, he pointed at the path in the middle and said, "That way." Yin Nuoxing turned around and flicked his long hair. His cloud-like demonic wings flapped, and he led the group in that direction. They passed by many doors and side halls without stopping. Everyone could feel that there was some kind of strong energy inside, but they did not stop. They followed Little Purple Soul's directions and turned left, right, and around. This palace was so big that it was like walking in a maze. If they did not have a way to resist the chaotic energy here, they might get lost. Little Star, although it's not very appropriate to ask in this situation, "Ahem, were those 2 ribbons behind you?" Yuanshi coughed and stared at the 2 long, black demonic wings on Yin Nuoxing's back. He could not help but ask. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She said calmly, "They are the materialization of the element of chaos. It's a manifestation of power. If these 2, you said they are ribbons, then let's treat them as ribbons. If these 2 ribbons disappear, the power of the element of chaos will be used up." The group heard her and sighed. Although they did not really understand, they felt that it was very powerful. Halfway through the journey, Yin Nuoxing suddenly stopped. The group also came to a halt in the realm of chaos. Yin Nuoxing turned around and looked at a tightly shut door. Little Purple Soul shook his head and said, "Brother, it's not that way." I know. There's something inside." Yin Nuoxing nodded. She pondered for a while and took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. What could it be that could pique your interest? Yuan Shi and the others were also very curious. With Yin Nuoxing's current wealth, she would not pay too much attention to ordinary things. "Perhaps it's what I'm looking for." Yin Nuoxing smiled and didn't waste any more time. He swung the Nethervoid sword and slashed apart the 6 m tall door before him. With a bang, the 2 doors shot inside like blades, and the space behind them also appeared in the eyes of Yin Nuoxing and the others. This was a very ordinary stone room. There were no special decorations, and it was not as luxurious as the palace outside. It was just a relatively large stone room, and it looked like it was used to store something. And in the middle of this stone room, there was only one thing placed. It was a huge black stone that was about 10 feet tall and half a foot wide. The color on the irregular surface of the stone was like flowing ink, and outside the stone, there was a thin layer of white swirling air. There was an inexplicable atmosphere circulating in the stone chamber, causing everyone to feel a little oppressed. This feeling was very similar to the feeling when facing the chaotic elements that had just been released by Yin Nuo, but the latter was even more berserk. This broken stone? Yuanshi was slightly stunned. He thought that something special would attract Yin Nuoxing's attention. He did not expect it to be this unremarkable broken stone. Although there should be something special about this broken stone that could be placed alone in a spacious stone room, at least something that he could not see. Broken stone? As expected, Yin Nuoxing's disdainful gaze immediately turned towards him. Yuanshi shrunk his neck and asked, "What is this stone?" Yin Nuoxing walked forward and knocked on the surrounding floor with the Netherworld Ruin Sword. With each knock, a circle of energy ripples dissipated on the floor. Those were all hidden magic arrays or restrictions. However, when faced with the Netherworld Ruin Sword, which was being held by Yin Nuoxing, who was brimming with elements of chaos, these powerful magic arrays and restrictions were useless. They were removed with a light touch. Chaos Immortal Stone, a level 12 material exclusive to gods. Yin Nuoxing's palm gently caressed the irregular broken stone. The primal chaos elements flowed faster, not only in his body, but also in the energy within the stone. This primal chaos Immortal Stone must weigh at least 100,000 jin. Don't underestimate it because it's small. It's very heavy. All right, it is to be expected. Yuanshi smiled bitterly. This result was not very unexpected. If something could make Yin Nuoxing stop, it would not be something of this level that would make him feel surprised. Is it also the elements of chaos? Ming asked. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, "In nature, the probability of primal chaos being born is almost zero. The Chaos Immortal Stone contains dark elemental energy. Naturally, dark elemental energy can still be seen in the house. The elements of chaos are mutated from dark elemental energy, so I can sense it a little." Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment, then patted the Chaos Immortal Stone and put it into the pendant. You can take it away so easily? Nightmare was a little surprised. A level 12 material exclusive to gods should have many layers of protection, right? How could it be taken away so easily? I have just removed the magic formations and restrictions. Those magic formations are quite high level, and there are no traces of time. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him indifferently. No traces of time? Everyone frowned when they heard this. This Jie Su realm had existed dozens of years ago. It was destroyed by Yin Nuoxing's Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight. It was very strange that it still existed in this place. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing even said that there were no traces of time here. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment, but she could not find a clue. She shook her head and walked out of the door. There was only one Chaos Immortal Stone in this stone room. After taking it away, the oppressive atmosphere in the stone room gradually disappeared. Yin Nuoxing could also feel that the concentration of dark elemental energy in the stone room was rapidly decreasing. It disappeared somewhere along with the flow of space. The Chaos Immortal Stone was just a small interlude. After a while, the group hurried along the corridor outside. Under Little Purple Soul's guidance, they kept changing directions. Even with Little Purple Soul's quick guidance, it still took them half an hour to reach the center of the palace. This was also the place they were looking for. The main palace? After passing through a thick door, a relatively new palace appeared in front of them. The palace was white, a very clean white. The passage of time had not left any traces on this place. The entire palace looked very clean, as if it had been built not long ago. The hall was extremely spacious. Standing at the entrance of the hall, one would be as inconspicuous as a speck of dust. In the center of the hall, there were 5 balls of light floating in the air. Within the dazzling light, there was a majestic energy, and there seemed to be a considerable amount of spiritual energy. One could faintly see that there was something similar to a scroll inside. Below the balls of light, there was a square stone platform. For sharp spikes protruded from the four corners of the stone platform. It looked like an altar. Yin Nuoxing's gaze was fixed on the stone platform. The serrated greatsword showed a faint reaction. Are those Xian skills or something like that? Yuan Shi and the others looked at the balls of light and narrowed their eyes. They could feel a vast amount of energy from them. It was even more powerful than the saint-level Xian skills they had seen before. The only ones that were more powerful than the saint-level Xian skills were the absolute level and the divine level. Yin Nuoxing quickly walked towards the stone platform. The others did not have time to look and quickly follow behind her. When they arrived at the stone platform, Yin Nuoxing waved the Netherworld ruins sword around and removed the magic arrays and restrictions. She stood on the stone platform and took out the serrated greatsword. She took a deep breath and stabbed it into the stone platform. Thump! A sound that sounded like the beating of a heart reverberated throughout the palace. A scarlet pillar of light suddenly shot out from the stone platform. It shot high into the sky and exploded with a bang. Then, a part of the scarlet net turned azure in an instant. The huge energy node also appeared. Buzz! It was also when the energy nodes completed the reversal that the energy circulating in the palace weakened in a few breaths. Not long after, it was so low that it was almost undetectable. It was as if all the defense mechanisms here had come to a standstill. The energy flowing in the palace has stopped. Yin Nuoxing also noticed this. She looked up and said, "It has all returned to the energy network." The others quickly sensed it. Indeed, they realized that the energy that filled the surroundings and even the walls had stopped moving at the same time. Is it related to the energy node? Chu Yingxian asked. It is obvious. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, something suddenly hit his head, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He reached out and caught the thing that fell from his head. When he focused his eyes, he saw that it was a scroll. As the energy in the palace weakened, the 5 balls of light also slowly disappeared. The 5 scrolls fell from them. Everyone reached out to catch them. They swallowed their saliva with curiosity and nervousness. Then, they slowly opened the scrolls. Then, these are all ancient characters. I can't understand them. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and opened the scroll to everyone. The characters written on it were different from the current common language in the realm of the gods. Everyone was confused when they saw it. They could only look at Yin Nuoxing hopefully. Yin Nuoxing saw that everyone was looking at her. She also slowly opened the scroll in her hand. After glancing at it, she looked up at everyone. These are characters from the primordial era. Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. As expected, according to these supreme-grade mystic arts, the primal chaos immortal stone just now, and the energy in the palace, the owner of this palace should have been an emperor god expert when he was alive. Yin Nuoxing looked at the characters on the scroll absent-mindedly. It could also be an expert who touched the post-god level, but it's not too far off. A moment later, he finished rolling up the scroll and tossed it in his hand before tossing it over to Chu Yingxian. Chu Yingxian stared blankly at the brown scroll as it flew over, but she quickly reacted and caught it with her jade-like hands. She suspiciously looked at him and asked, "For me?" Elemental mystic arts from the primordial era. It's earth elemental. Who else can I give it to if not you? Yin Nuoxing nodded. She took the other scroll from Ming's hand. After looking at it, she threw it to Yuan Shi. For you. It's wind elemental. What grade is it? Yuan Shi received it happily. Although the language barrier did not affect his cultivation, he could not tell what grade it was. It's all supreme grade. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Then, he threw the other scroll to Nightmare and Yuer. When he opened the last scroll, his eyes widened. Dark elemental? What? Everyone quickly raised their heads and looked at Yin Nuoxing. They could not help but ask, "That scroll is dark elemental?" Yin Nuoxing nodded stiffly. Then, she could not help but laugh bitterly. It seems that the owner of this palace also has dark elemental powers, and his achievements are not low. Not considered low. Everyone's cheeks started to twitch. God Emperor stage experts were legendary to them. At this moment, he actually said that they were not considered low. It looked like after Little Star had retrieved his memories, his standards had increased by a few levels. Ignoring everyone's strange looks, Yin Nuoxing's scarlet eyes scanned the scroll a few times. She narrowed her eyes and paused for a moment. Then, she said, "Although I don't lack these things now, well, let's keep them. They might be useful in the future." Everyone's gazes became even stranger. Cough, cough. Don't stare at me like that. If you want, I can even take out divine grade. Saint grade to divine grade. God grade mystic techniques for you. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, pointed at his head and said, "What's in here are all the profound techniques and secret techniques that I've collected in the world. Some of them were even created by me. Any one of them would be enough to make the major forces fight to the death." Everyone's eyes turned red. Showing off. This was blatant showing off. However, she really had the right to show off. They could not do anything about it. After all, she was once a god. Cough, cough. "Little Star, this is the Nine-Deity Palace. Do you hear me?" A voice suddenly sounded from her soul. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She could tell that it was Yao Hua's voice. She was also stunned. After finding Yao Hua's soul seed, Yin Nuoxing asked, "What's wrong? Where are you now?" "Oh, let's not talk about this first. There's an area at the top, near the Five Elements area, in the chaotic area. There's a God's relic," Yao Hua said in a serious voice. "Huh?" Everyone was also listening. At this moment, they were all stunned. "Huh, a God's relic that appeared here. Who can go there?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but sneer. Not many people can even enter the small secret realms, palaces, and relics left behind by high-level gods. Moreover, it is useless no matter how many people go. They will only die. Hearing this, Yao Hua also laughed dryly. After a light cough, he said, "But it is said that there's an energy node inside." "Oh." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. "This is also expected. Okay, where is it?" "It's in the center of the chaotic area. The news is already spread. The aura of the god spirit is very unique and powerful. Those who recognized it spread the news. I think that this time, everyone in the Arcana land is gathering there. Anyway, they can't go, and even if they go, even I'm not very confident that I can open the god's restriction. What can they do? The power of 100 million people? What a joke." Yin Nuoxing could not help but shake her head. If the power of the god could be overcome by a large number of people, then there would not be so many people chasing after it, and there would not be so many people who could not achieve it for so many years. Yao Hua was also silent. Indeed, the power of the god was so strong that it was not something that could be resisted by humans. Perhaps in the whole secret realm, only Yin Nuoxing had some ways to solve it. But once this matter was solved, he might enter a weakened state. Then it would be easy for others. He did not need to say such a thing. No one would do such a thing. Yin Nuoxing was silent for a while. Then, she sighed and scratched her head. "But let's go and have a look. After all, there is an energy node inside. We have to go." Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and could not help but grin. Now, there was something fun to do. Chapter 9-10. The news about the god's relic had spread throughout the entire Jie-Su secret realm long before Yin Nuoxing received the news. They weren't the last to know about it, nor were they the first to know about it. However, they were definitely the first to act. In the chaotic area, perhaps because of the corrosion of the primal chaos element, the flow of time and space in this area was very chaotic. Even if someone could withstand the energy barrier and enter this area without being transported too far away by the chaotic space, there was no way for them to walk quickly in this area. Most of them could only walk 10 meters forward and 5 meters backward. Only those who were lucky enough to control the power of space would be able to walk at a higher speed. However, Yin Nuoxing's group of people were unique in terms of speed. In the entire realm of the gods, only he had the primal chaos element. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Ever since the god's relic in the center of the chaotic area was discovered, there had been countless people squatting there. This time was no exception. Moreover, there were even more people rushing towards this place. However, the main reason was that no one dared to stray too far away from the place they were guarding. Even with the barrier, the space here could still throw them to strange places. Moreover, if they weren't careful, they could be thrown very far away. With the speed of Yin Nuoxing's group, they were unimpeded all the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the chaotic area. The god's relic also appeared in front of them. The distorted space suddenly occupied their entire line of sight. There was also a powerful energy erupting from the distorted space, as if the space was collapsing. This was a plane that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This plane was very clean, and there were no scars on the ground that were everywhere in the Jiesu's secret realm. At this moment, there were already many figures standing in the sky above the plane. Many extremely hot gazes were anxiously looking at the center of the distorted space. The moment the seal of the distorted space dissipated, countless people would pour in endlessly like a tidal wave. Yin Nuoxing raised his gaze. His red and black eyes saw behind the distorted space. What was locked inside was a magnificent and huge golden palace. On the palace, there was an abnormally ancient aura that seemed to have passed through time, from the ancient era to the present. That aura also had an aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. Under the awe of that aura, no one could breathe. Even Yin Nuoxing, who was wrapped in the primal chaos element, felt that the flow of his aura was somewhat stagnant. On the ground, there were countless people who couldn't bear this aura and trembled in fear. That aura was enough to collapse the void. The name of the god's relic is enough to tempt people. Aren't these demigods and demonic beasts courting death by coming here? Yin Nuoxing faintly sighed. The primal chaos element rolling over and over on his body surged even more. The two pairs of demonic wings on his back fluttered, even though there was no wind. Among the countless people here, perhaps less than 1 in 10,000 would be able to enter safely and return with what they wished for. He felt that this god's relic was a trap left behind to kill the people in the secret realm. A gargantuan pit. Now, countless people in the Jiesu's secret realm were risking their lives to rush here. How many people would be left alive in the end was a problem. However, what did this have to do with him? If they died, then they died. In any case, they were just some people he didn't know. Under his indifferent gaze, there are also people who noticed this group of people who had just appeared. All of them turned their gazes and were startled when they saw the group of people who were wrapped in black energy. They instinctively felt an extremely dangerous feeling coming from this group of people. Quite a number of people retreated slightly and maintained some distance from them. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Yin Nuoxing put his hands in his pockets. His gaze swept across the crowd without any emotion. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There were many scarlet lines converging here. They were very faint and blurry. However, it was undeniable that there should be an energy node here. Moreover, it was very likely that it was inside the god's relic. Buzz. While countless people were waiting patiently, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space. Not far in front of the extremely distorted space, there was a sudden squirming, and the space distorted. Then, a brilliant golden light burst out from the distorted space, and a powerful aura quietly spread out. This aura had reached a certain level of strength, and it attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Yin Nuoxing and the others also looked over casually. Under the gazes of countless people, a crack appeared in the space where the golden light had come from. Then, one figure after another slowly appeared. Many people's eyes narrowed. That's the celestial godly college's holy son? This one is even more disgusting than Yuan Guang's holy son. Some time ago, he joined forces with many forces that were not part of the academy to carry out a great purge in the Jiesu's secret realm. He killed many people. Later, more than a dozen forces joined forces to fight against him. In the end, they were all wiped out one by one. The whispers in the surroundings caused Yin Nuoxing and the others to turn their eyes slightly. Xian also whispered, "Half a month ago, most of the people here were around the 4th or 5th seal of the devil rank. At that time, more than 104th seal of the devil rank joined forces to resist their purge. In the end, all of them were defeated. Later on, no one dared to provoke them. Another reason is that although their purge caused a huge commotion, the area it affected was still very small in the Jiesu's secret realm. Many people were too lazy to care about these things and were too busy looking for their own opportunities. Therefore, although their purge caused many people to complain, not everyone rose up to resist. After all, they were not threatened. While Yin Oshing and the others were staring at the Holy Son of Celestial Divinity Academy, the latter seemed to have noticed them from time to time. He slowly turned his head to the side, and his tranquil eyes immediately stopped on Yin Nuoshing, who was within the black energy barrier. He sized Yin Nuoshing up, and then he laughed with slight disdain. Devil rank, second seal of the devil rank. How could such a person become the #1 expert in the Divine Institute exchange? This meaningless activity should stop in the future. Holy Son, this fellow is very strange. He's sometimes strong and sometimes weak. We've looked through the information about him during the Divine Institute exchange, and it's very strange. He and that violet-clothed girl by his side have a combination technique that can cause a large area of space to tremble. It's sufficient to knock out even a demigod realm expert. A figure spoke softly from behind the Holy Son. He raised his head slightly to glance at Yin Nuoshing, and the latter recognized his face. He was one of the 7 people who'd stopped him and Chu Yingxian that day. However, he thought that he'd mistaken Yin Nuoshing for someone else. Huh. The Holy Son didn't respond to him, but a slightly solemn expression had surged into his eyes. No matter how much he looked down upon this mere second seal of the devil rank, he'd heard a little about Yin Nuoshing. However, he merely took her seriously. No matter how formidable the second seal of the devil rank was, or how capable he was at surmounting a realm of cultivation to do battle, it was impossible for the second seal of the devil rank to compare to him, who was at the 9th cycle of the demigod realm. However, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Yin Nuoshing. What was more important right now was the Divine Institute's ruins. Yin Nuoshing glanced at him indifferently before looking away. The Holy Son's expression changed from one of disdain to one of shock, to one of solemnity, and finally to one of calmness. He didn't pay any attention to this person who'd stirred up a storm in the Jiesu secret realm. Even though he knew that the so-called Holy Son of the Celestial Godly Academy was targeting him, he didn't pay any attention to him. It wasn't that he looked down on him, it was as if he didn't exist. Yin Nuoshing's cold gaze fell upon Xian and the others. They glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. Yin Nuoshing's current state was rather callous. Apart from those who were close to him, he seemed to treat everyone with a cold gaze. Perhaps this was also due to the primal chaos essence. Whoosh! In the distance, many figures were moving forward and backward. They struggled to cross over to this place and slowly came to a stop. They stopped 1,000 meters away from the distorted space. The palace on the plains extended all the way to the sky. The people below couldn't see the top of the palace. It was as if it reached the clouds. However, there was only the starry sky. Perhaps it was better to call it the star field? In the distance, there were still many people flying toward that place, but they stopped far away. Not many people could withstand the God Spirit presence that came from the hall. The people who stopped would use their eyes to size up the people who appeared in that place. Their eyes would be filled with mockery or seriousness. When everyone saw the group of people from Yin Nuo planet, who occupied the largest area, they were slightly shocked. They took a step back without leaving a trace. Hey, why are you retreating? I don't know. I have a feeling that this group of people is very scary. It's like if you get even a centimeter closer, you'll be haunted by bad luck and attacked by meteorites and magma. In the end, you'll die unjustly in a corner without anyone knowing. That aura is too scary. It's better to stay away from them. Yin Nuoshing and the others overheard this conversation by accident. Yin Nuoshing didn't show any expression, but Xian and the others' mouths twitched. What the hell was this? Did the primal chaos essence have the ability to curse? In any case, there were all sorts of strange reasons. The area within a radius of 100 meters around Yin Nuoshing and his group was empty. No one dared to approach them. If someone accidentally approached them, they would run the risk of being thrown out by the chaotic space. Little Star, is it okay to expose the dark and primal chaos essence? Xian asked quietly in her soul. Yin Nuoshing pursed her lips and shook her head. It's okay. The information about the dark element has been erased from the laws by a group of heavenly gods and above. Unless it's mentioned by someone who has a powerful law, no one will know. I can't guarantee that outside, but in this secret realm, no one will know that I'm using the dark and primal chaos essence. Don't worry. Hearing this, Ziyin nodded her head in relief. Her beautiful eyes quietly observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she felt an ice-cold gaze shoot towards her side, causing her eyebrows to knit together. Her gaze quietly turned around, and after searching for a while, she easily found the place where the ice-cold gaze was cast from. That person did not seem to have any intention of hiding himself. Within the strong hostility, there was also some hatred. The owner of the cold gaze was a man in a gray robe. He had sword-like eyebrows, shoulder-length black hair, and a rather handsome face. Yuan Shi and the others also saw this person. This somewhat familiar face hadn't appeared in front of them for a long time. Of course, it was also because they were running around and weren't in the Divine Land. In a long time they were away from the Divine Land, a lot of big things must have happened in the Divine Land. Perhaps some of them had this person as the main character. Hey, Chi Haoyu was crippled by the boss. I didn't expect him to have the strength of a demigod now. I think the Chi family must have spent a lot of money to restore him, right? Nightmare couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he's the divine son of the Chi family. How could he not have some backup resurrection measures? Well, I haven't been in contact with this for a long time. The Yuan family probably forgot about me. Yuanqi scratched his head. How long had it been since they left the Divine Land? That person was Chi Haoyu, the divine son of the Chi family who had some conflicts with Yin Nuashing. There were many people of the Chi family around him, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so the former had almost forgotten about him. At this time, when he heard Yuan Shi and the others' voices, he remembered the idiotic divine son who was crippled by him in anger at the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. He always talked about divine weapons and divine weapons. Didn't he know that only the strong had the right to speak? However, with his current state of mind, he was too lazy to calculate anything with this kind of little brat. He didn't even look at him for a second before passing by. He could feel the killing intent from them, but he didn't care. Chi Haoyu had already experienced being beaten once. Although he was a demigod now, things like realms had never been a particularly big obstacle for him. Whether it was hatred or schemes, it was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. Once they provoked him, he didn't mind completely imprinting fear in their souls this time. However, they weren't the only ones with this kind of strange gaze. Yin Nuashing frowned with a puzzled expression. Yuan Shi and the others also turned around and scanned their surroundings. After looking around, they were all stunned. Everyone looked at each other with a somewhat interesting expression. There, the constellation palace of the 12 constellations palaces. Yuan Shi pointed at a group of people dressed in black robes with a bright comet as their emblem, and said strangely, "They're from the Hall of 10,000 Origins." Nightmare also stretched out his large hand and pointed at a place. The people clustered together wore the same clothes, and behind them was a starry sky with thousands of twinkling stars. 7 Stars Palace. Qinyan also stretched out her jade-like finger and pointed at a place. 7 stars twinkled around them, shielding them from the spatial interference of this chaotic place. Everyone's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. They hadn't seen these old friends for a long, long time. They thought that they would never return to the Divine Prefecture in their lives, or that they might not see them again even if they went to the small Divine Prefecture. Unexpectedly, the first dispute was when they were in Lihuan City. At that time, the unsolved case had already passed for several years, and there was still no conclusion. Putting this aside, that time in the ghostly forest, Yin Nuashing really entangled with them. The Celestial Pavilion, 10,000 Source Hall, and Chi family's eternal divine weapons were all shattered in that chaos. Such a glorious battle record had thoroughly stirred up their conflict, but they had never really dealt with them. And Sacred Weapon Palace. Wow, what an ancient name. Mingming also cried out in surprise. She had also recognized a group of people that she had not seen for a very, very long time. They were dressed in gray robes and had long swords pointing to the sky at their chests. It had also been a very, very long time since she had seen them. Celestial Pavilion, 10,000 Source Hall, 7 Stars Palace, Constellation Palace, Chi Family, Sacred Weapon Palace, and Celestial Godly Academy. Chu Yingxian counted with her slender fingers. She couldn't help but click her tongue when she saw the hostile and cold gazes of these people. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing strangely and said, "These are all big shots in the realm of the gods. Even I've asked around in detail. How did you manage to offend all of them?" Yin Nuoxing's gaze didn't waver. He swept his gaze across these people. These old rivals, the 12-star palaces. Back then, Celestial Reflection had painstakingly built up their organization, and it wasn't long before the Nine Gods Temple. Who would have thought that after 70 eras, they would fall to such a state? Yin Nuoxing chuckled coldly. "That's fine. I'm sure Celestial Reflection wouldn't want to see them fall to such a state. It's one thing for them to break away from their protectors, but to think that they still have such a style. When I have the time, I'll purge them." Everyone shuddered at his words. Ming blinked and asked, "Big brother, the 12-star palaces are the organization of an old friend of mine. After the Nine Gods Temple was established, he also established the 12-star palaces. His astral theology was divided into 12 parts, and that's how the 12-star palaces came to be. Originally, we had discussed that the 12-star palaces would secretly take care of the Nine Gods Temple, and the Nine Gods Temple would also pull the 12-star palaces along, just like how Zero and I are now. But Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He sounded a little sad. Did something go wrong with the passage of time? The 5th era after Celestial Reflection's passing. I was still the Shadow Emperor at the time, and I already knew that the 12-star palaces and the Nine Gods Temple were gradually drifting apart. I didn't think that they would become strangers now. Although they still have some interactions, it's definitely not the same as before. I was the one who created the astral art. It was the first gift I gave to Celestial Reflection, and I asked him to give it to the 12-star palaces. It's a forbidden technique of the 12-star palaces." Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. In this state, he completely regarded Quarter Moon's past as his own. Everyone's expression was complicated. They didn't expect that there was such a relationship between the 12-star palaces and the Nine Gods Temple. So, Yin Nuoxing and the 12-star palaces actually had some relationship? When Yin Nuoxing looked at this large group of people, the latter and the others obviously noticed his unusual gaze. Immediately, their gazes turned away strangely. This guy's gaze was so scary. Demon rank. Second seal. Some hoarse syllables came from Chi Haoyu's throat, and his eyes flashed with resentment and cold light. This was the Jie Su secret realm. Countless people gathered here. What happened in the Jie Su secret realm was unknown to the outside world, and they wouldn't bring their memories out. Death here was real death. He knew all this. The Nine Gods Temple wouldn't know what happened here. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing was only the second seal of the demon rank, but he was already a demigod. Kill, kill, kill. The resentment in Chi Haoyu's heart swelled incomparably. If it weren't for Yin Nuoxing, he wouldn't have suffered such pain. It was as if he had been skinned alive. That pain, he wanted to return to that person 10 times over. The Holy Son of the Celestial Divine Academy also noticed this strange movement. His eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked up in an interesting arc. It's not bad to have some fun. Chapter 9:11. It seems that you are quite hateful. Under the silent, distorted sky, a voice suddenly came out, causing many people to tremble. They all turned their heads and looked at the speaker. It was the Holy Son of the Celestial Academy. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked down at the black sphere from midair. He said in an inexplicable tone, "Before I came out, the dean told me to take care of you, but someone was like a mouse, hiding in this secret realm for 2 months. It was really hard to find you. Every day, I dreamed that one day I would personally dig out your heart and lungs and sculpt them into a work of art in my hands." The Holy Son laughed in a low voice, his eyes filled with a strong, murderous intent, but it was only for a moment. Then he looked calmly at Chi Haoyu and the others and smiled faintly. "I believe you all are the same." Chi Haoyu and the others were also stunned by the sudden mention of them. Chi Haoyu sneered. As the holy son of the Chi family, he had his own pride. How could he not know what the holy son was thinking? He glanced at the holy son and said coldly, "You don't have to care about what happens between us. You have no right to care." The holy son was not annoyed by the cold shoulder. He just smiled faintly. "You can't say that. Now that the god's relic is about to open, one less person means one less competitor. What is stored inside is the work of the gods. Moreover, I believe you all don't want to see someone you hate appear here. Those who are lucky enough to appear in front of the god's relic are all chosen by the gods. It is a sacred place, a holy land. How can it tolerate the appearance of someone you hate? If he successfully obtains some opportunity inside and becomes stronger again, it will be very difficult to clean it up, won't it?" At this point, the holy son was stunned, but he couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. "Oh, I forgot. No matter how much a bug jumps, it is still a bug." There was a hint of disdain in his clear voice, but there was a sense of conviction in it. His handsome face and smile could make many people have a good impression of him, and some were even moved. A faint hostility spread in the crowd, pointing in all directions. Of course, this was referring to those who didn't know that he was doing some cruel things in the Jiesu's secret realm. As for those who knew, they couldn't help but smack their lips and sneer. The people from the Qi family and the 12-star palaces who appeared here were naturally not simple-minded people. They knew very well what he was planning. However, what he said was actually not wrong. Yin Nuoxing's physique, talent, and even background made them very wary. Although he was only a second seal of the demon rank, he had a pile of divine tools on him. However, in this secret realm, no divine tools could be used no matter what. In this case, could it be said that he was only a second seal of the demon rank? As if they had figured something out, the expressions of Chi Haoyu and the others suddenly became gloomy, and the surrounding atmosphere became even more strange. When the Holy Son saw this, he still smiled faintly. "It seems that you have also figured it out. Why don't you let me be the vanguard? They also have a few demigods there." Yin Nuoxing and the others had been listening to the Holy Son's words. Yin Nuoxing was still cold, and there was no change in his expression. On the other hand, Ming and the others' eyes became colder and colder as his words fell. Until now, when they felt a lot of hostility coming from these groups of people and pointing at them, their faces finally became calm. They looked at the Holy Son as if they were looking at a dead person. They didn't expect this guy to be so active, releasing such strong hostility at them at this juncture, and even inciting others who already had grudges against them. They might even have a fierce fight before entering the ruins. Xian and the others looked at Yin Nuoxing. He had been expressionless all this time, and his gaze didn't even change in the slightest because of the Holy Son's words. He still looked straight behind the distorted space, as if he really treated the Holy Son's words as fart and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, the current situation, bang, a low muffled sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. A powerful figure appeared at the edge of the primal chaos domain, and with a slap, a powerful force shook the black fog, causing some cracks to appear on the back of the primal chaos domain, as if its defensive power had weakened. Yin Nuoxing's emotionless red and black eyes finally showed some movement. He raised his eyes and looked at the Holy Son who was directly colliding with his domain. The latter's face contained a faint trace of mockery, and his eyes were erupting with murderous intent. Yin Nuoxing had never provoked this person before, but the Celestial Godly Academy's principal had tried to poach him over, but failed and even lost a divine grade 8th level weapon. That was the reason for their enmity. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't care about the cause and effect. He only needed to know that the person who appeared in front of him showed a strong murderous intent towards him, and that was enough. The primal chaos domain collided violently with the Holy Son's power, erupting with a powerful energy that caused the sky to change color. The latter laughed coldly. "Jumping clown, if you had continued to hide in the secret realm, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now that you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, you can't blame anyone else." A light flashed in his eyes. Then he glanced at Chi Haoyu and the others who were ready to make a move. Yin Nuashing closed his eyes and sighed softly. A moment later, he opened them again, and the last trace of warmth in his eyes completely dissipated. You're courting death, I understand. Yin Nuashing crossed his palms in front of him, his voice without any warmth. He swept his gaze across the others before settling on the holy son of the celestial godly academy. With a thought, the primal chaos domain was easily restored. I originally couldn't be bothered with you, but I just calculated, it seems that letting you live will bring me some unpleasant trouble. Since that's the case, you can all die. The holy son was taken aback when he heard this. A moment later, he laughed out of anger. Before he could increase the power in his hands and strike through the primal chaos domain, an extremely violent and terrifying force suddenly erupted in front of him. Like a volcanic eruption, the holy sun covered the sky and covered the earth, causing him to tremble and retreat. Boom! A black halo suddenly exploded from the primal chaos domain, containing terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, it violently slammed into the holy sun. Immediately, a violent explosion accompanied by a burst of black mist resounded through the world. When the black halo came into contact with the holy sun, a burst of bright light erupted. The holy sun, who was about to retreat, was immediately sent flying backwards in an extremely miserable posture, like an arrow, shooting hundreds of meters away in an instant. Along the way, he spat out mouthfuls of blood as if it was free of charge. He didn't stop until a few people from the Celestial Godly Academy hurriedly caught him. The person who caught the holy sun looked at the person inside the black sphere with a face full of horror. He then lowered his head to look at the holy sun. The latter's body was covered in blood, and the black fog stuck to his body like maggots, devouring the latter's life force. That handsome face suddenly became incomparably pale, and there was even a hint of a deathly gray. Seeing the holy sun defeated in a single blow, countless people's eyes widened. Those who knew how strong he was instantly turned pale. They never would have thought that the person who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the void secret territory would be defeated so miserably. The defeat of the holy son of the Celestial Godly Academy made Chi Haoyu and the others fall silent for a moment. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Nobody saw how Yin Nuashing attacked. It was just like that day, a matter of an instant. All his enemies were cut down in an instant, all because of the light element. Isn't it a little too late to retreat now? Yin Nuashing looked at them, his eyes releasing a solid red light. The evil smile on his face widened a lot. Your existence makes me feel very troublesome, just like ants, ignorant and fearless trouble. From the moment you showed the first trace of hostility, your lives were already frozen. Now, as you wish, that demonic laughter descended from the sky, landing directly in their ears. The instant his voice sounded, several types of elemental energies suddenly surged out from the sky, transforming into solid energy attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded him. Metal elemental spikes with elemental vines, water snakes condensed from water elemental energies, as if they had all been arranged beforehand. They suddenly erupted. Roar! 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 Chi Haoyu roared, clenching a slender golden sword in his hand. Black energy burst out from his body, condensing on the sword and piercing straight towards the domain of chaos. The roar from his mouth didn't sound like a human's. Rumble! Chi Haoyu alone passed through the waves of energy, landing in the sight of Yuan Shi and the others like a wild beast. They couldn't help but glance at Yin Nuashing, laughing dryly. This child is also provoked by Little Star. What does it have to do with me? Yin Nuashing turned back and rolled her eyes at him. No matter how crazy an incompetent person is, there is a limit. Absolute madness also needs to have the qualifications to be crazy. Chi Haoyu suddenly roared, flipping his hand seals, and the earth suddenly squirmed violently. Thousands of hands condensed from earth, and stones stretched out from the ground, fiercely grasping at Yin Nuashing and the others. Boom! The palm of earth and stone instantly gathered the group of people from Yin Nua planet, and there were also pairs of even larger palms stacked on top of each other. In the sky, bursts of lightning power rapidly surged and brewed, and even the whistling speed of the air became much faster at this moment. There were also streaks of starlight coming from the sky. Chi Hao Yu and the others seemed to have thrown caution to the wind at this moment. Their attacks were all killing moves, and they were all the most powerful, profound skills they could master. Countless attacks landed on the primal chaos domain, but Yun Nuoxing remained expressionless. The primal chaos domain had already endured countless attacks, but at this time, there was still a rich primal chaos element violently churning, blocking the powerful energy surging from all directions. Yun Nuoxing was indifferent to this invincible defense, and it didn't seem to consume much of his energy. However, Xian and the others still carefully noticed that the pair of cloud-like demonic wings behind him seemed to be slightly shorter. It seemed that it wasn't as free as they thought. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sound of energy explosions resounded nonstop all around. Yuanshi even took the time to count, and it seemed that there were already 8 types of elemental energy howling. The ones who launched these attacks were mostly demigods, and there seemed to be the power of stars surging outside. The people from the Constellations Palace and the other 12 Constellations Palaces seemed to be holding back a ruthless move, wanting to penetrate their defenses in one move. Little star, if you need help, just say the word. Yuanshi couldn't help but say as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Even for him, it would be difficult for him to completely block such an attack. And right now, he wasn't even using a divine artifact. No need. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent reply left him speechless. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Then, he sighed and said, all right. Do your best. We'll be watching. Yun Nuoxing raised his head, and the cloud-like demonic wings behind him suddenly fluttered violently. At this moment, they looked more like a scarf wrapped around his neck, dancing wildly in the wind. The black cloud-like energy surged out from his body like a tidal wave, and the violent energy that caused everyone's hearts to palpitate was once again awakened. This time, he no longer concealed the destructive power of this energy and let it spread out without restraint like a storm. Yuan Shi and the others didn't know if it was just their imagination, but they felt as if the world around them had gone silent for a moment. In their senses, the space around them seemed to be melting and collapsing. They didn't know what was happening outside. They were still enveloped by the stone fist, but the pressure coming from all directions was telling them that something terrible was happening. Puffed! Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to be shocked. Xian and Ming were about to walk over, but they saw him wave his hand. The black demonic patterns on his arm emitted a substantial light, and the demonic patterns on his entire body resonated at this moment, emitting an extremely powerful energy. The energy is too strong. This world is resisting me? Yun Nuoxing laughed coldly. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his voice suddenly turned cold. I am a primal chaos element. So what if it's the rules of the world? I want to devour the rules of this world. Boom! An incomparably tyrannical energy burst out from Yun Nuoxing's body, and the black mist was like a snake as it gushed out from his body. It was like a twisted black light pillar, and rings of tyrannical energy burst out from the light pillar, shattering the stone fists that were binding them. The scene outside once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yuanshi was stunned. No wonder the world suddenly went silent. The many energy impacts had stopped at some point. The primal chaos domain spread out a lot of black energy like a big tree, entangling many people like chains. When he looked closely, he found that those entangled by the primal chaos element and constantly devouring their vitality were Chi Hao Yu and the others who had just focused fire on them. However, the latter was standing in the distance at this time, staring at them with blood-red eyes. They could feel his hatred and resentment through the distant space. But now he was stunned by the scene in front of him and couldn't come over. I'm actually scared. Chi Hao Yu took a deep breath. His eyes stared fiercely at Yun Nuoxing, who was emitting a brilliant light all over. A faint sense of fear sprouted from his heart. Could he actually feel fear? Could it be that the shadow brought to him by Yun Nuashing really couldn't be removed? Rumble. The intense trembling of space caused everyone to be startled. An energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate was brewing in this world. Moreover, its source seemed to be countless people raised their heads and looked at Yin Nuashing in horror. At this time, the latter still had that evil smile on his face. His long black hair fluttered, and the cloud-like demonic wings behind him danced wildly in the sky behind him like silk. The power on his body roared into the sky, causing the world to tremble. His blood-red eyes looked down at Chi Haoyu without any emotion, like a god overlooking the world, but more like a demon. The death you seek, I now grant you. Yin Nuashing raised his right hand high, as if guiding something. Everyone trembled fiercely. His opponents had almost all fallen. Was he still not going to stop? Bang! High up in the sky, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The red and black light penetrated the star field and shone down like the sun. That was the sound of the sky collapsing. Yin Nuashing directly smashed the rules and restrictions of this world. The rules from the secret realm and the seal of the mausoleum world were ineffective at this moment. In the chaotic area, there was also a group of people who were hurrying on their way. They were advancing and retreating in the space, slowly moving towards their destination. At this moment, they suddenly stopped. The feeling of space shaking spread throughout the chaotic area and even spread to other areas. Countless people who were still rushing over stopped and looked around in shock. Then they saw that in the sky, there was a touch of red and black sunlight. Primal chaos elements. Primal chaos elements at full power. Yao Hua suddenly took a deep breath. His hands were trembling. When he looked up and saw something approaching like the sun crashing into the ground, his body could not help but tremble. He murmured in a daze, God, little star is crazy. Who provoked him? Everyone's eyes were dull and solemn. They hadn't even arrived in front of the god relic, so they didn't know what had happened. They only saw that above their heads, there was a reddish-black energy that contained the infinite power of nirvanic annihilation brewing in the sky. That was basically a sun. Sun. Even though he had seen that scene in the Five Elements realm, Lin Sheng could not help but take a deep breath when he saw it again at this moment. Let's retreat quickly. You'll be dragged into this. Jining shouted and hurriedly led her people in the direction they had come from. Yao Hua's mouth was dry. He nodded and hurriedly pulled Lin Sheng, who was beside him. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, we will die here. Go to hell with your petty wishes. Ants. A crazy and evil laughter spread everywhere that the red and black sun could reach. Then, countless people could only see that the huge sun suddenly trembled and fell toward the ground with a rumble. That violent and terrifying energy made countless people feel a chill from head to toe. They had long forgotten to sweat. At that moment, they no longer cared about the god's relic and gave up on resisting the chaotic space here. They desperately fled into the distance. At this moment, they only wanted to run as far as possible. That guy did not care about the lives of others at all. Rumble, the boundless red and black sun, descended from the sky with a destructive pressure, as if it was going to swallow the entire Jesu's secret realm in one breath. That kind of destructive scene made countless people's blood flow backward. Little star. Oh, don't be rash. There are still many people here. Xian and Ming ignored the backlash and grabbed Yin Nuashing's arm. However, when they saw his evil side profile, half of their hearts went cold. It was also in this second that the sun, which was like the judgment of the star field, finally completely descended. Chi Haoyu's heart had long been numb. He just stared blankly at the red and black sun falling. The chaotic light shone on his body, depriving him of all his strength and tearing his body apart. He could no longer move. Perhaps from the very beginning, he should have listened to Chi Yu and the others and not provoked this guy anymore. However, it seemed that everything was too late. Under countless gazes, the red and black sun was like a comet, bringing with it an aura that could destroy everything. It destroyed the sky and then fell to the ground. Yin Nuashing, who had his right hand raised high, still had a wicked smile on his face. His open right hand suddenly clenched hard. The red-black sun suddenly shrunk to the size of a small dot. Then, a bright light burst out along with a destructive aura. It was as if the heaven and earth had been created at the beginning of the world, echoing through the entire Jiasu's secret realm. Chapter 9:12. A loud roar that sounded like the beginning of the world resounded through the world. From every corner of the Jiasu's secret realm, one could see a huge ball of light rising from the distant horizon like a sun. The destructive shockwave shattered the space inch by inch. At this moment, the entire Jiasu's secret realm began to tremble violently. Those huge cracks that originally existed showed signs of continuing to spread. Countless mountains collapsed. Those palaces and ruins that contained a huge amount of energy released a powerful light to resist the destructive shockwave. The towering ball of light swept out for an unknown distance. It seemed to have covered 2 whole regions and was still expanding. Under the bright ball of light, there was a terrifying energy that made everyone feel agitated and uneasy. In the secret realm, countless people looked at the extreme energy erupting from the horizon. Their legs and stomachs went soft, and they couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Their hands and feet were cold and trembling slightly. When a shockwave swept past, many people groaned and flew out. They flew far away and didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage. At a place some distance away from the chaotic region, Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, and the others appeared. Dozens of people supported the energy barrier that blocked the shockwave that had turned into a violent gale. Looking at the huge ball of light that appeared in front of them, and feeling the endless destructive power that filled the ball of light, they all felt their mouths go dry and their hands tremble slightly. This power was too abnormal. Little Star still held back a little. Looking at the people around him who were only blown away by the shockwave and didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood, Yao Huan knew that Yin Nuoxing was still holding back. The shockwave caused by the explosion of energy was enough to affect half of the Jiasu's secret realm. If the shockwave spread out at full force, no one would be able to survive. Buzz. Just as he sighed, a buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. It made everyone turn their heads. They saw that the huge ball of light suddenly trembled and stopped spreading in this area. Then, a violent roar sounded again and spread throughout the Jiasu's secret realm. Boom! Along with the loud roar, a huge beam of light burst out from the center of the energy light cluster, shooting straight into the starry sky. The chaotic and violent energy contained in it couldn't be restrained even by the power of rules. He directed the excess energy into the starry sky, which can be considered to have averted a disaster. Jining said softly. There was a complicated look in her golden eyes. Then she smiled bitterly. Little Star's energy control. Yes, he's very proficient and skilled. Yao Hua nodded. After all, he's caused quite a few big explosions. Everyone, can't you say something else? Yao Hua thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Then let's set off fireworks. Jining and the other girls looked at each other and rolled up their sleeves. Hua Sheng and the others didn't want to watch at all. They shook their heads and looked at the 2 balls of light that were gradually dissipating in the distance. Their faces were a little bitter. It seems that today's trouble is a little serious. I don't know what they've been doing while we were away. This kind of energy would be enough to deal with some weaker high-level gods. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the secret realm who could pose such a big threat to him. Gods, ruins. Shui Xiao blinked her big blue eyes and said softly. Everyone was stunned and suddenly understood. But just now, they saw a lot of people running out of the secret realm. Were they sure it wasn't meant to be used against enemies? More than half of the energy in the ball of light had been directed towards the starry sky. At this time, the ball of light was also gradually dissipating. The shockwave had also spread to an extremely far place, destroying more than half of the Jiasu's secret realm. Those who could still stand looked at that place with fear in their eyes. Even though the ball of light was dissipating, they didn't have much courage to go in. Those who were at the scene knew very well that it was a problem how many people could escape from that place. At the very least, those who had provoked that madman should no longer exist. As time slowly passed, the two clusters of light that enveloped 2 to 3 regions finally completely dissipated. The energy within the clusters of light was also completely directed into the starry sky. Not even the slightest bit was left behind. The power that made everyone feel oppressed and fearful did not remain in the land or space. Only the scene that appeared in front of them caused many to suck in a breath of cold air. There was no smoke or dust floating in the air. On the ground, there was only a huge hole. Many floating islands and other things were floating above this huge hole, wrapped in balls of light. Looking carefully, those balls of light were actually some palaces in ruins. Those were the ruins left behind by the newly emerged high gods. They contained powerful energy that allowed them to avoid the destructive shockwaves. However, the hole that was left behind in the ground could no longer be repaired. This was probably the biggest damage in the Jiesu's secret realm. If Yin Nuashing hadn't held back her energy, the degree of destruction might have been even worse. In the center of this huge hole, there was a piece of land that remained intact. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles wasn't destroyed. What appeared, there was a mysterious palace that was wrapped in a circle of chaotic space. The huge amount of energy didn't cause any substantial damage to it. When the balls of light dissipated, Yin Nuashing and the others also appeared in the sky, not far away. At this time, the chaotic domain was slightly thinner. Yin Nuashing's cloud-like, demonic wings were obviously shorter. Obviously, the attack just now had consumed most of her energy. In the end, she even directed the explosive energy towards the sky steadily. This action wasn't as easy as condensing energy. It was like directing an exploding bomb to release all its power in one direction. If one's control of energy wasn't good enough, they wouldn't be able to do this. However, this action had consumed some of her energy. At this time, her breathing was slightly hurried. Her pretty face was still calm, but when she saw the intact god's ruins in front of her, she couldn't help but smack her lips. "Tis, did you fail?" Hearing this, everyone also turned their gazes. When they saw that the spatial seal of the ruins hadn't moved at all, they instantly understood what she was talking about. Their expressions suddenly became a little surprised and strange. Yuan, she couldn't help but ask, "You're trying to break the seal of the ruins?" "Yes, there's an energy node inside. I have to go in." Yin Nuashing nodded matter-of-factly. "But," Yuan, she was stunned. He scratched his head and said with some confusion, "But aren't you going to deal with Qi Haoyu and that so-and-so?" "Yes, there's nothing wrong with that." A trace of doubt flashed across her scarlet eyes. "What's wrong with breaking the ruins and dealing with a group of ants?" Conveniently, Chu Yingxian seemed to understand something. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. "That's right." Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. So, dealing with those people was just a matter of convenience. Her purpose was only to break the ruins. This state was slightly cold, but Yin Nuashing's brain was still quite fast. After thinking for a while, she understood what everyone was struggling with. Her gaze was a little strange, and her voice was a little strange. "You don't think I need to use so much power to deal with those ants, do you?" Xian nodded with a wry smile. Her right hand rubbed her left arm. "I actually think so, too." Yin Nuashing tilted his head, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Then, he stretched out his hand and lifted Xian and Ming's right hands. After seeing that there was no problem, he breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes at them. "You too, didn't I say not to touch me for the time being? Fortunately, I just mobilized the elements of chaos to release outside, so there's not much left on my body. It's fine if you touch me. What do you think?" Everyone laughed bitterly when they heard this. He said this as if he was a huge source of pollution that they couldn't even touch. "Well, I don't know, unconsciously." Ming lowered his head and muttered, hugging little purple soul tightly in his arms. "Well, unconsciously." Xian also smiled foolishly, making Yin Nuashing feel very speechless. Even in his current state, he couldn't harden his heart to teach them a lesson. He could only sigh helplessly, seeing that he didn't know what to say. Chu Yingzhan took a step forward and pointed at the area covered by the distorted space. What do we do with this thing now? Speaking of serious matters, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and looked around. At this time, it was quiet and there was no one around. However, there were many people standing in the distance, as if they didn't dare to come over. However, Yin Nuoxing sensed that a large group of people was rapidly approaching. As the rules and seal of this place were broken, the overlapping space here seemed to have lost its effect. However, this was only temporary. Yin Nuoxing could feel that the rules were slowly being restored. Soon, the Jiesu secret realm would return to its original state. He wasn't crazy enough to destroy this secret realm. Turning their gazes, they saw a group of familiar auras rapidly approaching. Yuan Shi and the others also turned their gazes. They had also sensed that familiar people were approaching. They had rushed over from the horizon, and not long after, they all appeared in front of them in unison. The cluster of light condensed by the light elements dissipated, and Yao Hua and the others emerged from it. When they saw the people wrapped in the black fog, they were stunned, especially when they saw Yin Nuoxing's devil-like figure. Their expressions became more dignified. "Oh, you're all here. I just thought a good idea. Come and help me. Maybe you can unlock the spatial seal here." Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly at them and pointed at the distorted space. Only then did Yao Hua and the others see the full appearance of the god's relic. It was just a blurry appearance. The space there was full of spatial vortexes, and it was extremely distorted. Yao Hua and the others were stunned. First, they turned their heads to look at Yin Nuoxing. Although the latter had become a little strange, Xian and the others were still standing next to him. It seemed that there was no problem, and they didn't suffer any injuries. This made them all breathe a sigh of relief. Nodding, Yao Hua and the others stepped forward and asked, "How can we help?" "Oh, it's very simple. I need the power of your elements." Yin Nuoxing laughed and removed the chaotic domain. Taking a light breath, he moved his mind. In the surrounding space, with him as the center, 9 huge arrays appeared. There was a faint divine power flowing in them. Looking at the color, it was the corresponding elemental energy. The 9 elemental arrays were like halos, slowly rotating with Yin Nuoxing as the center. The heart of the 9 arrays pointed straight ahead. When Yin Nuoxing used the elemental divine technique, the 10 elements on his body had already surged out violently. The pair of cloud-like demonic wings on his back fluttered like silk behind him. The last array appeared in front of him. It was pure black. It was not a forbidden array, but an elemental array. It contained the most mysterious and violent element. After the elemental array appeared, everyone knew what he wanted to do. Without hesitation, they nodded and formed a few seals with their palms. Then they exhaled lightly. The elemental power in their bodies surged out continuously and finally drilled into the corresponding elemental array. Yin Nuoxing shook his shoulders. The 6 demonic wings sprang out and expanded to a size of 10 feet. The feathers trembled gently. At this time, the colorful wings turned into a deep black color. At this moment, it really looked like a demon. However, the flowing black color looked even more terrifying than a demon. Just a glance was enough to make one's mind sink into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A ring of energy suddenly appeared in the 9 arrays, connecting them into one. Then, all the elemental energy within was kneaded and condensed into the black array in the center. Yin Nuoxing shouted softly. His hand seals changed. Following the change of his hand seals, the black array suddenly trembled violently. A large part of the heart of the array remained pure black, while the other parts were dyed with the colors of the 9 elements. It looked incomparably gorgeous. The energy of the 10 elements also fused violently at this moment. A wave of energy that was not very large but very mysterious appeared in this world, causing everyone to be stunned. "Is this the result of the fusion of the 10 elements?" Yao Hua murmured sluggishly. He looked at the black array. He often did elemental fusion because he was the son of God of the light shrine of this generation. When others cooperated with him to release mixed elemental attacks, The energy produced by the fusion of the 9 elements was very large and violent. However, the fusion of the 10 elements displayed by Yun Nuoxing at this time made him feel a kind of peace that he had never felt before. Originally, the process of elemental fusion was very dangerous. Even if it wasn't the fusion of 2 elements that mutually reinforced and repelled each other, it was still very dangerous. When 2 elements of different natures were forcefully fused together, it would produce a very powerful energy. The source of this energy was the 2 elements that repelled each other and stimulated each other to form a chaotic energy. The more elements that were fused, the more chaotic and violent the energy would be. However, the fusion of 10 elements that appeared in front of everyone's eyes today made them feel an unprecedented calmness. That was the obedient fusion of the 10 elements. They originally thought that this energy would be very violent. The fusion of the 9 elements displayed by Yao Hua was already very violent. At this time, with the addition of the chaotic and violent elements, who knew what would happen? However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why such a peaceful situation would occur. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have sensed that the group behind her was dumbfounded. She shrugged helplessly, turned around, shook the black array in front of her, and said to Yao Hua with a smile, "Look carefully. This is the true essence of the fusion of the elements. Previously, your crude method of casually kneading them into a ball was a very crude method. It was far from being as profound as this. Looking directly at the energy that was born from the fusion of the 10 elements in the center of the array, Yao Hua seemed to have understood something in an instant. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked at him in puzzlement. They did not understand what he was shouting about. Yao Hua, however, did not pay attention to the others. He stared excitedly at that ball of energy and immediately understood it. The mixed elemental storm that he displayed previously relied on the mutual promotion and repulsion of the 9 elements. The key point was that the repulsion stimulated that kind of violent energy. However, Yun Nuoxing's elemental fusion allowed the 10 elements to link up and fuse together. Although it looked calm, it did not mean that its power was weak. He could clearly feel how enormous the energy inside was. If he were to use his own method to display it, the power would definitely not be 1% of Yun Nuoxing's. Seeing that he had suddenly understood, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. She knew that he had understood and did not wait any longer. She waved her hands and made the array in front of her rotate and expand continuously. Then, balls of elemental energy, condensed into substance, appeared on the array. The 8 elements solidified on the periphery of the array. In the center, there was a ball of black and a ball of dazzling golden energy that was constantly rotating. That was the chaos element and the light element. Yun Nuoxing was very clear about how powerful the seal left behind by the god's relic was. She had only thought of this move with the help of the chaos origin. Chaos mixed elemental impact. With a soft shout, Yun Nuoxing snapped her right hand. The light of the 9 arrays dimmed as all the energy was injected into the colorful array. The black array core trembled slightly. Then a huge colorful energy beam that was thousands of feet long suddenly burst out from it. Boom! At the center of the colorful energy beam was a deep black luster. It carried with it a strange energy that no one had ever felt before. It surged out with the force of a thunderbolt, and in just an instant, it collided with a layer of distorted space. Ka-ka-ka, the violent trembling sound was like thunder to the people far away in the outer realm. The entire barrier began to tremble violently. Where the colorful energy beam touched, the distorted space vortex stopped rotating. A transparent barrier slowly appeared. The place where the energy beam collided was as brilliant as the sun. No one knew what was happening at the place where the energy beam collided. They only saw colorful patterns gradually appearing on the barrier. Not enough. Yun Nuoxing murmured and took a deep breath. The cloud-like demonic wings fell off from his back. They landed on the periphery of the colorful array and stuck close to it. Divine artifacts appeared beside him and quickly rushed into the array. adding an even more terrifying energy to the terrifying elemental impact. Under the impact of that terrifying energy, the entire world trembled violently. Everyone could only feel that the space was about to collapse again. Bang! Before this thought could settle in his mind, a spatial fragment in the distance collapsed and fell down. Not enough. Yin Nuashing shook his head. The aura on his body began to change. Scarlet runes slowly climbed up his face. A canine tooth appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bright moon suddenly appeared above his head. The black and pink wings on top of his head curved slightly, as if they were protecting the bright moon. At the same time, the aura on his body began to change rapidly. It became even more violent and chaotic. There was also a holy aura emerging. Not enough. Yin Nuashing frowned deeply. He reached out and took off the soul-stabilizing bracelet from his hair. He crushed it fiercely. The energy that had been stored for an unknown number of days was released once again, causing the energy reaction in his body to become even greater. Under his control, the color of the multicolored elemental light pillar gradually darkened, turning into a reddish-black color. The violent energy became even more dangerous and terrifying. Ka-ka. The scarlet demonic patterns climbed up the transparent barrier outside the divine relic and spread out extremely quickly. Under the corrosion of the demonic patterns, the barrier actually showed signs of disintegration. Cubal-like marks appeared in a corner, and these marks continued to spread out. When everyone realized this, half of the barrier had already started to disintegrate. They immediately became excited. Soon, Yin Nuashing widened his eyes. A moment later, the aura of stars appeared on his body. Transparent starlight appeared on the reddish-black light beam. Everyone seemed to see the sun, moon, and stars appear in front of them. Kacha, the moment that starlight appeared, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The indestructible divine barrier suddenly blossomed with an incomparably bright light. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, it suddenly shattered. Chapter 9:13. Behind the shattered, distorted barrier, the sacred golden palace was completely exposed to everyone's line of sight. A wild and ancient aura flashed out of the glorious palace, instantly affecting the whole world. Under such a fluctuation, even the people who were carefully watching from afar felt their chests tighten, as if they had been hit by a heavy blow and fell from the sky. Those who had not reached the demigod level, because they had not awakened their divinity, were blasted tens of thousands of feet away by the powerful divine aura. "Be careful," Yuan Shi and the others shouted as the primordial aura surged forward like a shockwave. They subconsciously raised an energy barrier, but their barrier was clearly too weak. The divine aura directly passed through their barrier and passed through their bodies like lightning. It made their chests tighten and even their auras stagnate for a moment. Ding-ling. Just as everyone's energy was not circulating smoothly, a crisp sound of a zither suddenly drifted out. The azure notes turned into substance and floated around their bodies. Waves of decadent music flowed, causing everyone to be stunned. The discomfort in their bodies also disappeared. Everyone cast their gazes to the front and saw Yin Nuashing hugging a 6-foot-long zither. The azure river of energy was flowing out of the zither in his arms. The waves of immortal music were incomparably beautiful and blocked the primordial aura that was constantly spreading. Don't leave the swirling zither's range. The divine aura outside is not something you can withstand. Yin Nuashing softly reminded everyone as he turned around and glanced at everyone. The 2 demonic wings on his back had already shrunk by 90%, leaving only about 10 feet long. The 6 demonic wings were also pulled back behind him like a screen. Everyone nodded solemnly. They also knew that they could not touch a ruin of this scale. If it were not for Yin Nuashing, no one would have been able to open this place. Even if he had a way to open it, it would be as they had expected. He was already very weak after opening the seal of the divine ruin. His aura was somewhat weak, and even the demonic wings formed by the elements of primal chaos had shrunk from more than 10 feet long to only about 10 feet long. While everyone was thinking, a wave of energy suddenly came from the Golden Palace's door. A primordial aura that had transcended countless time and eras suddenly erupted. It impacted the land and shattered the sky. The swirling Zither's barrier was also on the verge of collapse under the impact. However, it still managed to hold on when the impact was over. Above the golden door, layers of ripples appeared in the space, and a strange energy fluctuation spread out. The space twisted like a whirlpool and gradually formed an azure spatial door. The enormous spatial energy caused everyone to fiercely swallow their saliva. The spatial door that they had seen in the past did not have such an enormous spatial energy. Would they be completely destroyed if they jumped in? I should have less than 2 hours left. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand and looked at the demonic runes on her body. She lowered her eyes and said indifferently, "So, there is no time to test anything. Everything will be left to the swirling Zither. Let's go." Everyone nodded. Yin Nuoxing rushed into the spatial door like she was chasing the stars and the moon. She resisted the power of the divine ruin outside and crashed into the spatial door. After they left, only the land slowly became heavy under the influence of the divine ruin. In the distance, there were many onlookers. However, they did not know what was going on. Not many people dared to come close. This was a very strange space. It was just an ordinary palace, but everyone felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if they had stayed here for a long time. Inside the Golden Palace, the walls and floor were made of star domain. It was a real, solid starry sky. When the divine ruin built this palace, he had condensed a real starry sky and fixed it here. However, this was only a shadow of the real starry sky. He had not really moved the star domain here. The surrounding scenery was somewhat strange. The starry sky was very deep and mysterious. Walking on such a starry sky corridor, one might find it refreshing at first, but after a while, one would feel a little depressed. This was because the starry sky was everywhere, and because it was a real silhouette copied from the real starry sky. If one's eyesight was good enough, they could even see the situation in the deep space through these starry walls. Since ancient times, no one had ever visited this place. Now that a group of guests had arrived, the silence and loneliness that had lasted for tens of thousands of years slowly faded away. The starry sky lit up once more, and the suns became abnormally bright and dazzling, making people want to poke at them. Then Lin Sheng really reached out and poked the extremely bright sun on the wall. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the world, causing the Golden Palace to tremble violently. A shockingly powerful super energy suddenly erupted from a star on the wall. The extremely brilliant blue energy blasted outside the wall at the speed of light. Before anyone could see anything, they realized that space had shattered. Then, their faces turned pitch black. Cough, cough. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? Or is it a trap? Nightmare roared crazily and pointed his weapon around. In the end, he saw a group of people looking at his charcoal black face with inexplicable expressions. He could only stop acting crazy resentfully. Lin Sheng, who was closest to the wall, was blasted until his entire body turned black. It was as if he had just been fished out of ink. Even now, he was still in the posture of extending his finger with a blank expression. Clap, clap. The sudden crisp applause made everyone even more confused. When they turned their heads, they saw Yuan Nuoxing clapping expressionlessly. They were all stunned. Lin Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. Did I get into trouble? If it wasn't for the barrier of the swirling Zither, you would have gotten into trouble. Congratulations on your trip to the Underworld. However, Old Master Yin didn't want to talk to you, so you came back, Yin Nuoxing said with a faint smile. Everyone was confused. They didn't know what had happened. Yin Nuoxing sighed in annoyance and pointed at the wall with her chin. You just poked a star with your finger. A real star exploded. Moreover, it was a star from the Eight Elements realm. Just now, you guys took on a torrent of energy that had the power to split heaven and earth. Isn't that great? Everyone was shocked. That thing can at least kill a row of countless Underworld Emperors. It could take on a God Emperor expert head-on. Without the barrier, you guys might have disappeared into thin air. Yin Nuoxing said expressionlessly. Lin Sheng retracted his finger. He trembled for a long time and didn't dare to speak. This is the field of vision condensed by divine right. It's a little toy used by gods. It's useless except for destruction. Moreover, it's a destructive skill used by high divinity life forms against low divinity life forms. It has no practical use. Yin Nuoxing looked at the wall of the star field and said, a place imprinted by the field of vision. The starry sky you see is real. However, if it's imprinted, any movement of objects in this place will be affected to the same extent in reality. For example, the sun on the wall. Although it is only the size of a ball, its volume in the star field is unimaginably huge. However, in reality, the true volume of this sun in this field of vision is only this big. When Lin Sheng used a finger to poke it just now, it was equivalent to using a finger to poke such a big sun. Yin Nuoxing explained, this is why you were able to blow it up with just one finger. If the sun really withstood the same degree of amplification of your power in reality, then it would have been enough to blow the sun up. Everyone looked at each other. Cold sweat drenched their clothes. They suddenly felt that there were bombs all around them. They didn't dare to move their feet. Little Star knows this field of vision too? Xian asked from his side. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sighed. I do, but it's useless. I just treat it as if I'm looking at the scenery. I imprinted a piece of the starry sky and watch the mortals on the living stars develop leisurely. When I'm bored, I can even use the field of vision to directly travel to that piece of starry sky and run to other places to play. Everyone's cheeks twitched. So, which god had created such a boring technique? However, for mortals, such a boring technique could easily destroy the world if they weren't careful. Sir God was indeed Sir God. They had to be careful with their every move. After this small episode, no one dared to casually touch the walls here. They even had to avoid the sparkling balls of light when they walked. They were afraid that they would step on an earth-shattering explosion and blow up the sun. Although it sounded very satisfying, it was not fun to be covered in dust. Boom! Just as they were talking, one of them accidentally stepped and was sent flying into the sky with a boom. Although the barrier of the whirlpool zither could help them block the energy shockwave that was powerful enough to blast an underworld emperor expert to smithereens, it did not prevent the shockwave from blasting them into the sky and sending them flying. Smack! A very pleasant sound was heard. Everyone calmly turned their heads and patted the dust off their bodies. They saw Nightmare sprawled on the floor. Twitching, Nightmare stood up from the ground. She tidied her messy hair and sighed strangely. Why didn't any of you touch it? Only I did? Everyone thought for a moment. Bad luck. Boom. However, for the rest of the journey, there were still sparks and explosions. This series of explosions caused the Golden Palace to shake violently. Fortunately, this palace was created by a god, and its quality was high. Even after several eras, it was still standing. Even after being bombarded like this, it didn't collapse or crack. From this, one could see how high its quality was. However, everyone's faces darkened. The area within 1 zhang of Yin Nuoxing was an absolute defense. Not even a speck of dust could touch it. That area was naturally occupied by the girls. No one dared to snatch it. However, what they did not understand was, why did none of them step on it? No matter how careful they were, they would still accidentally touch it. Along the way, almost everyone had touched it, except for the few of them. Are you stupid? Can't you float? When everyone asked this question, Yin Nuoxing replied disdainfully. Only then did everyone react. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others. Indeed, their feet were more than an inch off the ground. No wonder there was no sound when they walked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nightmare was annoyed. He was the only one who was being bombarded here and there. He had been bombarded at least 10 times along the way. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. It's quite fun to see you guys being bombarded here and there. Everyone's faces twitched. This guy had changed completely in the state of chaos. He was not so bad in the past. Really, after tidying up their sorry figures, the group floated up into the air. Their feet were an inch off the ground. The group floated in the air like ghosts, walking without making a sound. The the starry sky corridor seemed to be endless. The starry sky had changed many times. Perhaps it was just a change of perspective. After all, the starry sky was boundless. Looking at it from a different point of view would lead to different scenes. Everyone present, including Yin Nuoshing, could not tell where these visual fields led to. However, after walking for a while, a giant door appeared at the end of the corridor. It was also made from the star domain. Before this, they did not see any other forks in the road, nor did they see any other doors. The door that had just appeared here was still the first door. Clang! Yin Nuoshing walked forward and let the swirling zither float beside her. Then, she pushed the door open without any hesitation. The ancient loneliness completely dissipated with the dull sound of a collision. Then, the thing that appeared behind the door made everyone tremble. Their eyes widened in shock. What appeared in front of everyone was a sealed room. The door had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the room. The four walls completely sealed off the room. The six walls were all filled with the starry sky. Everyone was at a loss when they saw this. "Oh, don't close the door yet. Find someone to hold it up. Otherwise, the door will close by itself," said Yin Nuoshing as she looked at the star domain doors on both sides. "Are all of these vision domains?" Yuanshi took a deep breath. His voice was filled with shock. What was the deity trying to do? What was his goal after condensing so many starry skies? No, at least these three walls aren't. Yin Nuoshing shook her head. She pointed at the wall facing the door, as well as the two walls to the left and right. She said, "No one can use these three places as visual fields. No one." His firm and absolute words caused everyone to be stunned as they hurriedly looked at the three walls. In the wall in front of them, there was an extremely obvious transparent ball of light floating in the starry sky. It looked about 3 meters large. When they walked up to the wall, they could clearly see what was inside the ball of light. It was a world that looked like a huge floating island. Everyone was stunned. Nightmare frowned and could not help but mutter, "Why do I feel that this thing is so familiar?" Yuanshi also nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he cried out involuntarily, "This can't be the realm of the gods, right?" Yin Nuoshing nodded. "Yes, this is the realm of the gods. It's the world we live in. It's known as the largest world in the 8 elements realm. It's now hidden, and outsiders have no way of knowing what's inside." Everyone stared blankly at the body of the realm of the gods. This was the first time they had seen the realm of the gods like this. It was a very magical feeling. They had clearly been to the starry sky and the 5 elements realm, but they could still exclaim, "Ah, this is our world. It's so beautiful." What about the other two? Yuanshi suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly pointed at the wall on the left. There was also a ball of light there. In the ball of light, there was a pyramid-like structure. There were layers upon layers. The planar continent at the bottom was incomparably huge, and the higher you went, the smaller it became. I've been to the Saint Spirit realm a few times. The planar continent at the bottom is called the realm of living beings. It's mostly where mortals and people with low cultivation live. The second planar continent is called the seat of earth. The people there have higher cultivation. Above that is the sacred heavenly plane and the spirit summit. As Yin Nuoshing spoke, some reminiscence flashed past her eyes. However, this glimmer of brilliance only flashed by, and no one saw it. The Saint Spirit realm is one of the 3 top continents of the 8 elements realm. Its area is comparable to the realm of the gods. Many of its customs and habits are very different from the realm of the gods. The people there mainly cultivate their souls and their source of life. The people in the Saint Spirit realm are long-lived. Even mortals have no problem living for tens of thousands of years. It's just next to the realm of the gods, separated by 2 or 3 worlds. It's not too far away, Yin Nuoshing said. The Saint Spirit realm is also a world that still has god-level people or methods of that level. What about the other one? Nightmare flicked his thumb and pointed at the wall behind him. What's that island that looks like a 4-person rotation? 4-person rotation. Yin Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. She let out a dry cough and said, "That's the Chanyuan realm. one of the three top continents of the Eight Elements realm. The entire realm is made up of a huge central continent, the Chanyuan continent, and four huge companion islands around it. The four companion islands are Dragonmark Island, Glazed Island, Dawn Island, and Sky Attraction Island. The four islands float around the Chanyuan continent and have their own landmarks. The appearance of the landmarks themselves is also very important. The people of that world mainly cultivate their spiritual power and physical strength. Just these two aspects alone are not comparable to them, unless we also cultivate these two aspects. What about the realm of the gods? What are we supposed to cultivate? Yao Hua asked. Yin Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. Everything. Everything is possible, and everything is under our control. You can major in anything you want. There may be elements in other worlds as well, but they shouldn't be as complete as the God realm. The realm of the gods, the Saint Spirit realm, and the Chanyuan realm aren't the only worlds with God-level methods and God-level experts. It's just that these three worlds are the top of the Eight Elements realm. There are many reasons why the realm of the gods is ranked first. The Saint Spirit realm and the Chanyuan realm have always been on par with each other. I wonder how they're doing now. Yin Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. But of all the worlds with God-level experts, only the realm of the gods has heavenly gods, and the God-level experts of other worlds aren't as strong as the realm of the gods. Everyone looked forward to the realm of the gods. Their eyes were filled with faint pride. They didn't know that the world they came from was so powerful. Chapter 9:14. Even so, the realm of the gods had its share of troubles. During the primordial era, some other unique worlds, such as the Saint Spirit realm and the Chanyuan realm, had their own unique methods to fend off the celestial gods of the realm of the gods. Near the middle of the primordial era, a place known as the 3,000-star ruins appeared in space. It was a ruin left behind by an ancient life form, and it was said that the ancient life form had left something behind in that place. The 3,000-star ruins contained clues to that thing, and the final clue, or rather, all of the clues found in the ruins pointed to the realm of the gods. At that time, the realm of the gods had yet to be sealed off, and that was why countless people had set foot on this land. What was that thing? Nightmare could not help but ask. Yin Nuoxing frowned and pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. No one knew what that thing was, but that thing had the power to change the world and was extremely attractive to celestial gods as well. However, we were not interested in it and did not pursue that thing. At that time, we were already celestial gods, and even if it was something that was attractive to ordinary celestial gods, we would not necessarily be interested in it. However, we were a little surprised when we learned that the destination was the realm of the gods. Later on, those who had their eyes on that mysterious thing invaded the realm of the gods. They did not come as guests, but as invaders. The dozens of neighboring worlds all declared war on the realm of the gods. Even the other planets in the realm of the gods that were not related to the realm of the gods also declared war. Perhaps it was because the realm of the gods was too infamous, but it could not be helped. Yin Nuoxing sighed and gently stroked the huge wall with her palm. Looking at the huge floating island, a trace of reminiscence flashed across her eyes. It was a very long war, lasting for 16,959,423,000 years, right at the end of the 68th era. Even though the realm of the gods had many elites, such a long war with so many participants had exhausted the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods suffered greatly after 16 trillion years of war. Every inch of the land was searched, and every inch of the land was dug up. However, there was still no clue left behind by that ancient life form. Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, there was some indifference in her eyes. On the day of the 69th era of the primordial realm, Old Shan, I, and the others lured all the elites who participated in the war to the realm of the gods. We spread false information in every corner of the realm of the gods. In a month, 20 trillion outsiders appeared in the realm of the gods, including the 1,000 trillion people who had occupied the realm of the gods, or rather, the 1,020 trillion lives. Yin Nuashing raised her right hand and brought it down. I used the pillar of creation to set up a chain formation that covered the entire realm of the gods. It was also on that day that I fully activated the formation. In half a day, the 1,020 trillion lives were all reduced to ashes. When those 4 words fell, everyone shuddered violently. Even their teeth were chattering. 1,000 trillion lives were wiped out just like that. You could say that it was to restore peace to the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing sighed. At that time, most of the people in the god world were already dead. 9 deities, temple, and a few ancient sects saved those who could be saved, and those who couldn't were ignored. It took a long time to activate the formation, and once it was discovered, everything would be for naught. We activated it early, and not a single person managed to escape. The entire god world was cleansed, and after that, it took a long time to recover. After that incident, the other worlds also gave up on the idea of searching for something in the god world. That time, when the entire army advanced, the vitality of the dozens of worlds was greatly damaged, and some were even directly wiped out. Many of the worlds were wiped out. However, I also destroyed a type of divine flame because of that. I used it as a sacrifice and consumed it. Yin Nuashing scratched her head a little regretfully. Which type? Yuanshi curiously asked. The divine flame was something that was nurtured by the heavens and earth, yet it could actually be destroyed. This made her feel a little incredulous. She had never heard of a divine flame being destroyed. You've seen it before. Oh, I should say you've heard it from me. Yin Nuashing smiled. Now that I've seen it grow again, I'm a little relieved. After all, destroying a divine item of heaven and earth is harmful to the harmony of the world. Even if the divine item of heaven and earth caused harm to the world, destroying it is harmful to the harmony of the world. The red lotus karmic fire in the northeastern part of the Source Peak region. But to be honest, karmic fire isn't really a fire. It's just a manifestation of the power of precepts. Back then, I spent a long time looking for it. Now that I've used it up, my heart aches. My heart aches so much. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook her head. However, at that time, there was no other way. I could only do this, so I did it. However, later on, the chain formation broke down. It was useless after one use. Later on, I wanted to restart it, but no matter what I did, I couldn't restart it. I wanted to weave a new chain formation. That formation gathered the power of laws of the realm of the gods. If it was destroyed, it would cause a slight disturbance to the laws and order of the realm of the gods. Don't underestimate this slight disturbance. The slightest disturbance to the laws and order of the realm of the gods will cause irreversible changes to the original inhabitants of this world. Moreover, there's an 80% chance that it will go in a bad direction. Looking at Yin Nuashing's solemn expression, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did she have to do something so dangerous? However, later on, Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She rummaged through the pendant with a strange expression and then pulled out a piece of paper. On it were a few words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Divine land. Kuin Qianji Tai. Divine land. Oh, this thing, Ming suddenly exclaimed. She was the only one present who knew what this small piece of paper was. This is? Xian looked at it curiously, but couldn't see any mystery. He could only ask. When my brother and I first met Sister Serene, the heaven-defying ultimate god from the divine secret pavilion gave it to my brother. At that time, my brother was planning his life path and looking for his origins. In the end, he just went to Divine Land and came back to the Taiyuan territory, Ming said softly as she stroked her wings. Everyone looked at Yin Nuashing with some surprise. They had more or less heard of the divine secret pavilion's name. However, Yin Nuashing was only deep in thought and ignored everyone's gazes. After a long time, she suddenly laughed, causing everyone to be confused. I understand now. This thing is not for me to find my own origins. That old fellow has already calculated so far ahead. Yin Nuashing suddenly covered his forehead and laughed. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. After laughing for a while, Yin Nuashing coughed softly and waved the piece of paper in her hand to everyone. She said, I got this thing more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was still in the Red Star Academy and was a little lost. Especially when I met Serene at that time, I was even more lost. Later, the old man came to the academy to find me and left me this. He made me think that it was the direction of my actions. Isn't it? Yuan, she said. Yin Nuashing shook her head. The information on this piece of paper is for the current me. In other words, it's for the me who has recovered the identity of Quarter Moon. It's for me to use this identity to do what I have not done in the past. After saying that, Yin Nuashing slapped the starry sky wall. The huge floating island in the divine realm suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's gaze, it slowly shook and turned over. The top was facing them as if they were looking down from the sky. Yin Nuashing pressed her palm on Divine Land. Divine Land, Chaos Formation, Kuan Yuan Region, Holy Spirit Formation, Gan Yuan Region, Divine Sky Formation, Ji Yuan Region, Chaotic Formation, Tai Yuan Region, Indefinite Formation. Every time he chanted a formation, he would press his palm on that huge area. His high-pitched voice affected everyone's minds. Finally, he slapped his palm heavily on the center of Divine Land. Little Divine Land is the closing point of the entire chain formation. I think I know how to fix it. I'll find some time to fix it and reactivate the formation. It could be considered a trump card, but this trump card has a lot of implications. What does it have to do with me? Everyone was calm. They had been scared by Yin Nuashing so many times that they had unknowingly become numb to it. Although their backs were already cold, when they heard Yin Nuashing's even colder words, they didn't feel anything special. Yes, they were used to it, used to this guy not taking life seriously. Ahem, well, it has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with us. Yuan, she coughed loudly and rolled his eyes at Yin Nuashing. You're having a great time showing off your trump card. It involves the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm. We might die. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll just let you guys hide in the 9 divine palaces. The 9 divine palaces' defenses can withstand a full power attack from a heavenly god without suffering any damage. They can also withstand the great Samsara, Yin Nuashing said calmly. Yuanshi was speechless. Yuanshi was distressed. Yuanshi tugged at his long hair. All right. Actually, he had already expected this sentence, but when it really came out, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This guy was really a little cold in his chaotic state. It was quite stressful for him to say such words that treated human lives like dirt. Little Moon and Ur stuck out their little tongues. They also felt that their big brother was a little strange in this state, although they could still feel a sense of familiarity from him. Ever since he entered his chaotic state, he hadn't really spoken much. He shrunk his neck, as if he was a younger sister who had caused trouble and was waiting to be scolded. Big brother, let's not talk about this first. We've been standing here for half an hour. Ming looked at Yin Nuashing and said helplessly, Oh. Yin Nuashing also came back to her senses. She scratched her head, then looked at the sealed room and muttered to herself for a while. Speaking of which, there aren't any other passageways in this place. Don't tell me we have to go back the way we came or something. Nightmare and the others were also distressed. When Yin Nuashing was talking about history, they had already thoroughly understood this aspect, but they didn't discover anything. The riddles here aren't left for you guys. Yin Nuashing shook her head with a strange smile on her face. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Could it be left for you? In a sense, that's not wrong. Yin Nuashing nodded, then shook her head. But it's still not right. This place, to be precise, was left for the gods of the ancient era to visit. This is a door. A door? Everyone was puzzled. There wasn't even a crack in this place. So, how could there be a door? Yin Nuashing patted the wall with the world of the gods hanging on it and said, The starry sky here is the starry sky of the ancient era. To be more specific, it's the starry sky of the beginning of the 69th era, which is the starry sky of the awakened starry sky after my great cleansing. Perhaps the owner of this ruin made a copy of it. There are a few small mistakes here, so small that it's enough to make me wonder if there's something wrong with my memory. After all, so many years have passed, so it's normal for me to remember something inconspicuous wrongly. However, this inconspicuous thing should be the switch. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. As she spoke, she went forward and leaned half of her body against the wall. She stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her hand. Then, she tragically realized that she wasn't tall enough. Everyone watched as she suddenly stiffened and tried her best to hold back her laughter. She almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Hey, what the heck? Is there a requirement for height in this place? Yin Nuoxing was exasperated. You can't even fly in this place. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, according to normal standards, she was considered quite tall among this group of people. She happened to be 8 meters tall. Excluding Mountain and the other burly men, she was quite tall among this group of people. Unfortunately, she was still a little short. Yin Nuoxing was distressed. She took out the 18-million-pound hammer from her body and placed it on the ground. Everyone felt the ground tremble for a while before it stopped. Stepping on the hammer was already high enough. Yin Nuoxing carefully pinched the green starlight above her with 2 fingers. Then, she gently moved it half a meter to the side and swapped positions with a yellow starlight. Then, she flipped the realm of the gods over. As the realm of the gods was flipped, the stars in the entire starry sky also moved. It was as if there was a change in perspective. At this moment, they were facing the bottom of the realm of the gods. After working like this for a long time, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Yin Nuoxing shift the light spots around. Everyone couldn't see any difference, but Yin Nuoxing could. She couldn't help but sigh. How bored was this fellow 70 years ago? How could he remember the positions of so many stars in the boundless starry sky? Lord God was indeed Lord God. She couldn't see through his thoughts at all. Bang! After jumping up and down for a while, Yin Nuoxing suddenly kicked the wall in exasperation. She opened her mouth and cursed. F***CKU. At Yin, and which bastard made such a boring thing? I'll find your grave and F***CKU. At percent, everyone blushed with shame. This was a god who was so bored that her bones were moldy, tormenting a Lord God who was so bored that his soul was moldy. Anyway, everyone just watched as the realm of the gods was flipped over and over again. The perspective changed back and forth. They watched as Yin Nuoxing moved the stars around busily. After a long time, about 6 hours, Yin Nuoxing finally sat down with a stomach full of anger and depression. Her entire body emitted a deathly aura that warned others not to disturb her. You can't do it? Do you need help? Yuanxi asked cautiously. Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at him in annoyance. She said, if you know the positions of the stars 70 years ago, it's not impossible for you to help me. Then, Yuanxi became mute. Everyone was speechless. How bored must she be to remember these things? They couldn't even remember the positions of the stars in the current starry sky. Okay. Was this something a normal person would do? Was this something a normal god would do? All right. I can see everything from your expressions. Yin Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. She waved her hand and said, it's almost done. There's still about 100 stars left. It won't be long. Everyone sighed. Ming and Xian walked forward and stretched out their hands. In the end, they were stunned. Remembering that they couldn't touch her for the time being, they put down their hands. The latter said with some heartache, you look too tired, but we can't help you. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. It's okay. She sat on the ground and rolled around. After a while, she stood up again and continued to stand on her tiptoes on the hammer, busying herself with moving the stars. Everyone looked at her busy back and felt a little apologetic. Since she came in, she had been busy. However, when they thought about their own abilities, they could only sigh. They couldn't help it. An able person should do more work. They were just here to suck up to her. At this time, they could only quietly look away and be in a daze. Boom! After another 2 hours, a sudden roar woke everyone up. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yin Nuoxing wiping his sweat with his hands on his waist as if relieved of a heavy burden. He let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally done. Everyone stood up in surprise. Then, they saw that the walls suddenly lit up with lines of light. It was as if countless neat cracks had appeared on the wall. Many rays of light constantly penetrated through the cracks. The pattern of the starry sky turned into a complete pattern and no longer had any signs of life. Then, the wall in front of them slowly opened from the center with a rumbling sound. Then, pieces of the wall shrank into the walls on both sides. Crack, a long syllable rang out with some echoes, and finally stopped at this sound. What appeared behind the wall was a world of lush greenery. Towering ancient trees and oddly shaped plants were everywhere as far as the eye could see. It was as if this was a world occupied by plants. The scene that suddenly appeared in front of them stunned everyone. Yin Nuoxing wasn't surprised. She took the lead and walked in. Everyone quickly followed. This place was very strange. Even the walls beside them were covered with moss. They couldn't tell if they were man-made or stone walls. The yellowish-green light from the ceiling shone on this lush green world. It was somewhat strange, or rather, this world was very strange to begin with. This light added an extremely strange feeling to their senses. This place was very out of place. Chapter 9:15. It was a world of lush greenery. Towering ancient trees and strange plants were thousands of feet tall. The ceiling was brownish yellow, like the color of rocks, but it was not made of earthy rocks. However, regardless of why there was a ceiling or what was going on, Yin Nuoxing and Little Purple Soul had already seen it. The red ball of light was very dazzling in their eyes. It was so dazzling that they wanted to pounce on it immediately. However, they were in the ruins of the gods. This extremely strange forest made everyone feel a little depressed. Yin Nuoxing did not want to rush over in one breath. She waved her hand, and the swirling zither floated into her arms. She gently stroked it twice, then turned around to look at everyone and said, "Let's go. We can see the place." Only then did everyone recover from their shock and quickly follow. Only then did Yin Nuoxing take a step forward and plunge into the forest. From time to time, he would use his hand to push aside the overgrown leaves and branches. It was as if they had suddenly returned to the primitive times. They grew in the forest, and the sky and the ground were green. Huge tree roots protruded from the ground. They could not fly, so they could only climb. The tree roots looked like small hills. Along the way, they saw some unknown flowers and plants. They emitted a strange fragrance. There was no poisonous smell, but the bright colors made everyone uncomfortable. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in this place. Faint sounds of the zither floated out from the swirling zither in Yin Nuoxing's arms. The wood element was also condensed in the sound of the zither. Yin Nuoxing sensed it slightly, then turned around and said to everyone, "Don't worry. There is no danger, at least not for now. There is also no living thing here, except for these strange plants." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No matter when he opened his mouth, these words always made people feel at ease. They subconsciously comforted everyone who was uneasy. This strange forest was very large. Even with their fast walking speed, it took them nearly 4 hours to reach the center of the forest. This should be the center of this place. The serrated sword in Yin Nuoxing's hand had a faint reaction. The center seemed a little strange. Or rather, this place was already strange enough, but this place was even stranger. There was an extremely wide open space here, and there were no strange plants in a large circle. However, in the center, there was a huge ancient tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. The branches and leaves spread out like a huge umbrella. When a huge tree appeared, the sawtooth sword in Yin Nuoxing's hand trembled. He simply let go of it and let the huge sword rush out by itself. Then, he forcefully pierced the huge ancient tree. Plop! The giant sword emitted an unprecedentedly bright light and suddenly flickered. The entire ancient tree also bloomed with bright light at this moment. Then, a golden pillar of light suddenly rushed into the sky and exploded into a bright ball of light in the sky. The ball of light was like a sea urchin with many thorns. In fact, it was the energy node that everyone had seen before. It was just that this ball of light looked particularly strange. As the golden ball of light exploded, the dense forest suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, it began to dissipate. Those strangely shaped plants were all plated with a layer of golden light and slowly dissipated into golden particles, spiraling in the air and disappearing. The entire forest was like this, including the huge ancient tree. It slowly dissipated into golden particles at this moment. It was as if a golden rain of light had suddenly fallen from the sky. Endless light particles drifted and danced in the sky like little fairies. The dazzling golden light permeated this strange world. At this moment, this scene was incomparably beautiful and magnificent. Everyone stood in the center of this golden rain of light. Their eyes shone with golden light. They didn't know why, but they felt very happy when they saw this scene. Little Purple Soul jumped down from Ming's arms and chased after the light particles happily. She caught them in her hands and released them again. Her big purple gold eyes looked at the light particles excitedly. This golden rain of light, coupled with the little girl's giggles, was very cheerful. However, Yin was the only one who looked at this scene in a daze. There was a hint of undetectable sadness in her eyes. She gently closed her eyes and sighed slowly. The magical golden rain of light lasted for 10 minutes. When all the plants dissipated, the original appearance of this place was revealed. It was a strange place. It was a huge square room. Although it was called a room, it was too big. It was like a box. Mysterious golden runes were branded in all directions. These runes covered the ground and the sky in an orderly manner. Even the spacing between the runes was neat. When the golden rain of light completely ended, Yin opened her eyes and sighed softly. She waved her hand in the air as if there was someone in that direction. "Rest in peace, buddy." Huh? When everyone heard her, they were stunned. They turned their heads in confusion and saw Yin looking indifferently in front of her. They also looked over, but they didn't see anything. They were puzzled. "What's wrong?" She scratched her head. She was in a good mood just now, but for some reason, because of Yin words, she calmed down a little. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Nothing. I'm just sending off someone I don't know." Yin shook his head and let out a long sigh. The funeral of a heavenly god. Another heavenly god has passed away. Another. Everyone's cheeks trembled. They suddenly understood what she was sad about. However, they were still shocked. The funeral of a god. Was that golden rain of light the funeral of a god? A god's body is condensed with powerful rules and karma. After their death, if they don't deliberately control their bodies, they will dissipate into the purest rules and karma factors and dissipate into the world. Yin eyelids drooped slightly. The death of a god brings about a phenomenon. Everyone's expression trembled slightly as they looked at each other in dismay. Their excitement from just now had dissipated by quite a bit. None of them knew that the beautiful scene they had just seen was actually the phenomenon of a heavenly god's body dissipating. "Cough, let's not talk about this. Let's go out first." Yin seemed to sense that everyone was a little depressed. She coughed dryly and said, "Moreover, it passed away long ago in the primordial era. I don't know why it persisted and allowed its body to remain. It only dissipated now." Thinking about what had just happened, Ming pondered for a while and said softly, "Could it be related to the energy nodes? After all, this is the only thing that happened just now." Yin also thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only explanation." "Well, who cares?" Everyone nodded and turned around to walk back to where they came from. This time, the time taken was much shorter. Without the dense forest, the road was flat and nothing could be seen. Apart from the golden runes that were imprinted in all directions, which piqued their curiosity, there was really nothing in this place. Then, when everyone returned to the door after an hour, they were all stunned. Yin cheeks trembled and his expression changed as if he had thought of something. What appeared in front of them was still the same door. It was the door that led to the star domain walls on all sides. However, the door was blocked by densely packed golden runes. When they stretched out their hands and pressed on it, the golden runes seemed to have a physical body. Moreover, They felt a strange pressure from their hands that was blocking them. What's this? Yuanshi scratched his head and turned to look at Yin Nuoxing. However, he saw that Yin Nuoxing's cheeks were trembling as if they were cramping. He was stunned, and a bad feeling spread from the bottom of his feet to his head. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. Cough, cough. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and attracted everyone's attention. Then he muttered to himself for a while, as if he was organizing his words. After a while, he slowly said, "Now, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Everyone's hearts thumped, and they looked at each other. Jining quickly said, "The bad news first." "The bad news is that we can't get out." Everyone's faces trembled. "Ah!" Yin Nuoxing shrugged and walked forward. With a flash of light in his right hand, the Netherruin's sword appeared in his hand. Then he shouted softly, and the Netherruin's sword lit up with a bright purple-black light. He forcefully slashed the golden runes blocking the door. Clang! The sound of metal clanging resounded in everyone's ears. It was like the ringing of an iron bell, causing everyone's ears to tremble slightly. It took them a while to return to their senses and hurriedly look towards the door. The tip of the Nethervoid sword was pressed against the golden rune, erupting with waves of terrifying power. However, such an attack was unable to damage the golden rune at all, causing everyone's faces to pale slightly. Then what's the good news? Nightmare's eyes widened. He knew Yin Nuoxing's character. The good news was definitely the key. The good news is... Yin Nuoxing paused, pointed at the golden seal characters on the ground, and said, "This room, let's call it a room for now. The golden seal characters in this place are all the life's cultivation experience that disappeared God left behind. There might be something else inside. This should be the key to opening the door." Everyone was stunned again. They all scratched their ears and cheeks. Lin Sheng hurriedly said, "Then, what should we do?" "It's fine as long as you can comprehend it. Let's see who has a better comprehension ability and what they can comprehend. Also, don't try anything funny. The Whirlpool Zither can't break this thing. Just treat it as an extremely rare cultivation opportunity. Others can't even get their hands on a god's lifetime of cultivation experience," Yin Nuoxing said. "Brother, what about you?" Ming asked worriedly. No matter how good one's comprehension ability was, it would take a long time to comprehend the things left behind by a god. How could it be comprehended just like that? However, Yin Nuoxing didn't have that much time. Chaos elements and whatnot, me? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. After a while, he realized what she was talking about. He pondered for a while and waved his hand. "I'm fine for now. This place seems to be able to calm down the chaos elements. So I'm fine." Only then did everyone realize that Yin Nuoxing didn't seem as cold as before. His voice was also very gentle. "Find a place to sit down and cultivate. Whoever comprehends the things he left behind. That's right, it's only comprehension, not comprehension. Then you can leave. If you want to leave earlier, hurry up and cultivate." Sigh, bastard. Why did this guy leave behind things that are even stranger than mine? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter as he spoke. Everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So he knew that he was very strange. About this, how long will it take? Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. "I don't want to comprehend for 1,000 years. I'm still young. I don't want to be locked up in this depressing place for thousands of years. I don't know." As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he found a place by the door and knelt down. Every god's lifetime of learning and cultivation is different. Even if gods comprehend something, it will take a long time. Anyway, if you don't comprehend anything, you won't be able to leave. It might take a day for someone to comprehend something. If it takes a long time, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while. Once he stopped talking, everyone became anxious. If it's a long time, just say it. It's very annoying to keep people in suspense like this. If it's a long time, there's no end to it. When this sentence was said, everyone wished that he hadn't said it. Many people's faces turned pale. What did he mean by no end? Were they going to be locked up here until they died? This is an opportunity left behind by God. Didn't you come to the mystic realm to seek opportunities that can make you stronger? Now, the most precious opportunity in the entire mystic realm is in front of you. Why? Are you thinking of retreating? Yin Nuoxing raised his head, glanced at them, and said calmly. Lin Sheng and the others smiled bitterly. Although that was what he said, they really weren't mentally prepared for this trial to be endless. They wanted to say something, but Yin Nuoxing had already closed his eyes. His soul power spread out in all directions. His mind seemed to have sunk into this strange space. Seeing that he had entered a state of cultivation so quickly, everyone could only smile bitterly. They found a place to sit down, release their soul and mental power, and sent it into the golden runes in all directions. Ming and Xian sat down on Yin Nuoxing's left and right sides, less than a foot apart. Seeing that everyone had settled down to cultivate, the former looked at Yin Nuoxing and said in his soul, "Brother, you didn't say anything, right?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He opened his eyes in astonishment and looked at her. He said in confusion, "I think I hit it very well this time. I acted very naturally. How could you tell?" Xian also looked at him from the side. Although she didn't say anything, her expression clearly said that she knew. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shaking his head helplessly, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and said, "It's not a big deal that you didn't say. Letting you comprehend the Tao here can indeed open that door. However, you also know that this is the lifetime cultivation experience of a god. It's helpful to anyone's cultivation. Even other gods can use it to gain insights. It's very easy to comprehend this kind of imprint that dissipates after death, but how can it be so easy to completely comprehend it? Even if you roughly scan it and just memorize it in your mind, you won't be able to do it without hundreds of years of effort. The owner of this ruin, the god who used to be, must be an old urchin. From the large field of vision that he set up in the starry sky decryption just now, I'm very sure that he must be an old urchin. He's more playful than I am. Therefore, he also left some shortcut here. As long as you can find it, there won't be a problem. You can get out very quickly," Yin Nuoxing said. "Okay, that's all. I didn't hide anything else." Looking at the two girls, Yin Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. He really explained everything clearly. There was nothing to hide. Then, will that shortcut have any special characteristics? Bing Er walked behind Yin Nuoxing, bent down, and looked at him condescendingly. Yin Nuoxing didn't dare to raise his head. If he did, he would probably see something incredible. Therefore, he continued to look ahead and said, "I don't know for now, but there should be some pattern." After saying that, Yin Nuoxing sighed again. "It would be great if we could fly. There's a very serious angle problem here." "Angle?" The three girls were stunned. They looked at each other and asked, "What angle?" "Let me ask you." Yin Nuoxing twisted his neck and stretched out his right hand. It was as if he was pressing the ground in front of him and said, "How do the gods see this world? This is a simple question. Don't think too much about it." Ming and the other two girls looked at each other and shook their heads. This simple question was a little complicated. They didn't know what he was trying to say at all. The gods stand in the clouds and look down on all living things, Yin Nuoxing said faintly. At this moment, the three girls understood. Bing Er suddenly said, "Daddy, are you saying that we have to look down from the sky?" "Something like that. These runes are definitely not placed randomly. When you enter the state of enlightenment later, try to use your soul's perspective to look down from above. See if you can see anything special. If you see the same runes or something, connect them or split them. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You just have to find the hidden pattern. At the same time, you have to comprehend it. Who knows, maybe you'll really achieve enlightenment in a day." Yin Nuoxing suddenly said the last sentence in a teasing tone. Ming smiled bitterly. How could it be so easy to achieve enlightenment? Although it was said that enlightenment would only happen in an instant, there were still a lot of preparations and preconditions to achieve that instant enlightenment. "This place is a little big. I probably won't be able to handle alone. Since you mentioned it, come and help me," Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. Ming nodded. For this kind of thing, even if he didn't ask, they would still help. Whether they could do it or not, they would help without hesitation. Then, Yin Nuoxing turned his finger and tilted his head. He looked at everyone who was seriously comprehending the runes. He couldn't help but smile faintly. He looked at Ming and the other two girls and said, "Let's set a small goal first." Chapter 9:16 Time fleeted by like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came. Winter came and snow fell. Summer came and the scorching sun came. Time was like a wheel of reincarnation, spinning round after round without tiredness. Unknowingly, a few decades had passed. Decades my ass. Can't you say something nice? It's only been half a month. Hearing Yao Hua's pitiful mumbling, everyone couldn't help but fly into a rage. They rolled up their sleeves and took out their weapons, waiting to teach that guy a lesson about silence. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the greatest sin of mankind. Oh. Save me. Little star, save me. Cough, cough. Wah. Seeing Yao Hua jumping up and down and crying while rolling around, Yin Nuoxing's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. When she saw Yao Hua's bruised and swollen face, she thought for a while and didn't say anything. She just listened to his cries and couldn't help but sigh. As if sensing Yin Nuoxing's unhappiness, Ding Mingyu hurriedly advised, "All right, stop fooling around. If you have time to beat people up, why don't you spend more time comprehending? Look at little Junior and the others. They haven't stopped for half a month." After saying that, she used her silver Mei Mao to point at Yin Nuoxing, Ming, and the others who had been sitting quietly together. Everyone sighed and slowly stopped what they were doing. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others with complicated gazes. Yuanshi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Star hasn't stopped for half a month, but we can't take it anymore. We've comprehended too much, and our heads are bloated. After all, it's the Kami's lifetime of cultivation experience. Everyone sighed. They weren't like Yin Nuoxing and the others. Yin Nuoxing had a spiritual, godly body. Xian had a five-elements body. Ming had directly turned into an angel, and Bing Er was a young mythical beast. These four people had their own unique characteristics and talents. Although Yuan Shi and Nightmare also had extraordinary physiques, they weren't as powerful as the other four. After comprehending for 3 days, they felt dizzy and stopped to sort out the messy things in their heads. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and the others who were different from ordinary people persisted for a while, but they couldn't take it anymore and stopped on the 7th day. However, Yin Nuoxing and the others persisted until now and never stopped. The experience of a god is indeed very precious. Not only is it helpful for cultivation, it also has a lot of insights about life. There are many things that are worth comprehending. The so-called comprehension of the Tao, it can speed up our cultivation by a lot. Some things that we couldn't understand in the past can also be understood through this. Chu Yingzhan clenched her jade-like hands. She had gained a lot from comprehending in the past half a month. The Kami's understanding of all things in the world's origin energy, and the origin power was not something that little people like them could easily catch up with. Even a little bit of comprehension had benefited them a lot. It's quite precious, but there are too many. Yuanshi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pointed to where he was and said, "Just the 10 runes beside me alone took me half a month. Moreover, I heard Little Star say that I didn't fully comprehend it in one go. Just recording it took me half a month. In such a large space, how many runes are there?" Everyone silently calculated and then broke out in a cold sweat. It was better not to talk about this. The more they talked about it, the more frightened they felt. Just thinking about it made them feel like they would never be able to get out. With your speed of 10 runes in half a month, you can get out in tens of thousands of years. At this time, a faint voice sounded, causing everyone to shiver. They quickly turned their heads, only to see Yin Nuoxing looking at them expressionlessly. They couldn't help but laugh dryly. After hearing what he said, their dry laughs turned into bitter smiles, and their faces turned ashen. 10,000 years. When everyone thought of this huge number, they even had the thought of dying. Being locked up here for 10,000 years, they would probably go crazy. It was fine for people with calm temperaments, but Yao Hua and the others couldn't stand it. The divine sons and divine daughters of the 9 divine temples were all elegant and free like the wind. They would usually feel their buttocks itch if they were locked up for a few days. Now that they were locked up for tens of thousands of years, it was tantamount to taking their lives. 10,000 years. Is it too late to commit suicide now? Yaohua's face was deathly pale. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground dejectedly. The ashen atmosphere affected everyone. Yuanshi was also shocked by this huge number. It wasn't days or hours, but years. He couldn't stand it, so he looked at Yin Nuoxing with hope. Little star, how many golden runes did you finish in half a month? Not many. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. His fingers stroked a strand of hair that hung down, and he silently counted for a while. Then, under everyone's hopeful gazes, he said, about 9,000. Then, the air became silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at him with astonishment and disbelief. However, before Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, he pointed to the place where he was sitting, then pointed to a horizontal position, and then pointed into the distance. It's probably in this area. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Seeing everyone's astonished, and horrified gazes, and even the three girls beside him had strange expressions, Yin Nuoxing was also shocked. He waved his hand and said, I used to be an enlightened master. I don't need so much time to comprehend these things, right? Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Perhaps Yin Nuoxing was usually too calm, and enlightened masters were extremely mysterious super experts in their hearts. That was why it was difficult for them to connect the two situations together. However, if they thought about it the other way around, enlightened masters could also behave very much like humans. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and there would also be times when they were tainted by the mortal world. Among the golden runes left here, many of them are insights from cultivation, and some of them are insights from cultivation of mystic arts and secret techniques. If you go and comprehend these, you can increase the speed and quality of your cultivation, and it will be much easier for you to cultivate mystic arts and secret techniques in the future. Some things can be linked together, and you'll understand with just a little bit. However, there are also memories of a period of his life in these runes, which is to say the insights of a period of his life. You shouldn't touch those. Yin Nuoxing's voice was a little solemn when he said the last part. He seemed to feel that it wasn't very safe, so he added, Oh, if you want to become crazy, it doesn't matter if you take a look. Then, everyone shook their heads decisively. What kind of joke was this? They were still young, and they didn't want to go crazy just because of the insights of a period of life. As for the insights of a person's life, you still can't. I don't recommend you to touch it now. It's still too early. If you directly comprehend those real memories, you might not be able to tell who you are. If you want to try, Yin Nuoxing pointed at his own head and joked, I have the memories of hundreds of millions of lifetimes here. If you want to try and comprehend what the life of another person is like, I can let you try. With my guidance, I can still pull you back in the end. You won't go crazy, but you'll be unconscious for 8 to 10 days. Forget it. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Yin Nuoxing also laughed. He was just joking just now. If you really want to comprehend the life of an expert, at least wait until you've safely passed the demigod realm. It's still too early for you to do that now. Everyone had no other expression other than mocking smiles. Little star, it's not very appropriate to ask this now, but I'm just asking. Yuanshi scratched his head and said, We're not really going to be locked up here for 100 years, are we? Why? Are you not happy? Yin Nuoxing raised his eyes and looked at him. He said calmly, After 100 years of loneliness, you'll be able to see all the splendor of the world when your God spirit body is completed. Cultivating here is equivalent to having a God preaching to you. If you can cultivate here for 100 years, even if you don't become a God spirit, it won't be a problem for you to become an emperor god. Moreover, you're not the only one here, so you won't be lonely. If you have nothing to do, you can practice a few moves. Isn't that great? Yuanshi was speechless. After all, if something like the lifetime cultivation experience of a god spirit was spread out, it would make any emperor god powerhouse scramble like a flock of ducks. It would be a small matter for them to go crazy over it. Who knew? They might even ascend to the position of a god spirit after comprehending it. This thing was as attractive as a poppy to any powerhouse below the god spirit realm. I can't say that. I know that this kind of experience is hard to come by, but I still don't want to be locked up here for 100 years. Besides, you see, there's still 7 years, maybe 8 years. Anyway, in 8 years, the demon world will appear. That's another kind of golden age. How can it be possible without us, right? Yuan Shi looked at Yun Nuoxing with a flattering expression. Yun Nuoxing looked at him speechlessly, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Just when everyone thought that he had no other way, he said calmly, "You guys can cultivate at ease. At most, in a year, no more than that, this place will open." Really? Yuan Shi's eyes lit up. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at a certain someone whose hope had been reignited. He pointed to the side and said, "Go and cultivate." Everyone laughed and ran to the side and sat down. No matter what, this kind of experience was very, very rare. Since they had a year's time, they should cultivate well and do their best to improve themselves. Lin Sheng's idea was simple. He set a goal to become a demigod. Lin Sheng's idea was very simple. He set a goal and tried to reach the demigod rank within a year. This was not impossible. With the strange speed of cultivation in the Arcana land and the assistance of the gods preaching, if he could not reach the demigod rank within a year, he would despise himself. Moreover, he had personally tried it in the past half a month. This kind of extremely fast cultivation speed did not have any side effects. Perhaps he could really reach the demigod rank. Some of the demigods, such as Xian and the others, were thinking about breaking through to the beginner god spirit realm. As for Yun Nuoxing, while the others were busy cultivating, countless golden runes flashed in his mind, deciphering the information contained in them. He had found the way to open the door, but he still needed a long time to prepare for it. This period of time was a little long for the others, but for Yun Nuoxing, it was probably just the blink of an eye. Deities, in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Time had become meaningless. As everything became quiet, space and time seemed to have frozen. In the Jiesu's secret territory, many people stopped in front of the deity relic. The rotating space door had disappeared, and the space was no longer as distorted as before. However, those who wanted to enter could not find any way. That day, after the explosion of a golden light above the deity relic was sealed. No one had been able to enter. Perhaps that was not the case. Other than the group of people who caused the explosion, no one else could enter. In just half a month, the golden light had spread across half of the Jiesu's secret territory. The blue energy veins in the sky of the Jiesu's secret territory turned golden. The energy veins in the sky of the Jiesu's secret territory were half golden and half red. Moreover, the red was slowly turning golden. That kind of encroachment was very slow, but it was something that really happened. And every time it changed, it would change from red to gold. It was a vertical change, and every time it changed, it would only change by a few centimeters. It wasn't until one day that everyone realized that a part of the red veins in the sky seemed to have disappeared. Only then did they realize that the golden energy was flowing so quickly. The news about the saint of the Celestial Godly Academy and the other mysterious forces had already spread throughout the Jiesu's secret territory. The former group of people was probably hopeless. They had not been seen for a long time. They were probably all dead. Not even a speck of dust was left. The cleansing that happened in the secret territory did not happen again, which seemed to indicate that those people had died. Maybe it was really over. Maybe they had all died in the fall of the sun. The explosion that affected the entire Jiesu's secret territory was still fresh in the minds of many people. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Half a year. It has been 7 months already. Holy items, 16 holy items. Other than the one in the void region, the other 15 have all appeared, but no one has obtained them. I have died a few hundred times. I am so tired. I don't want to get any holy items. I should just sit down and cultivate. The cultivation speed in this secret territory is quite good. What a pity. I feel like I have missed the greatest opportunity of my life. When will this trip to the secret territory end? I heard the seniors say that the past half a year should have ended. The longest was a year. A year? Isn't there still 5 months? No rush. I will set a small goal. I will reach demigod rank 5 in 5 months. The Jiasu secret realm was still the same as before. It was not wrong to say that it was lively, but there was a faint oppressive atmosphere. In the past 7 months, many people had recovered to their peak strength and explored the Jiasu secret realm. However, the sacred object that led them to the second stage had not been obtained yet. This caused many people to feel a faint oppressive feeling in their hearts. They were somewhat at a loss. Other than focusing on cultivation, they could not think of anything else to do. Yin Nuoxing felt that he had woken up too quickly this time. In fact, he had not had many opportunities to enter a deep state of comprehension in the past half a year. As he said, he was not the only one here. When he woke up, it was because he was woken up. He was not afraid of the backlash. He was a formation master. He had set up a formation to prevent backlash from cultivating. It could protect everyone's mind and soul to the greatest extent. There was no need to worry about the backlash for being woken up. As a result, the crowd did as they pleased without any scruples when making a ruckus. Rumble, bang. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Nightmare and Yuan Shi fighting for the 300th round in the distance. Billowing demonic aura and divine origin energy were circulating, energy splashing everywhere. It was extremely exciting. Those who were tired of cultivating or had to stop were also watching this good show. Yuan Shi has reached demigod rank 9. Cultivating in this place is really fast for them. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Xian. He blinked and said, "Girl, are you also trying to break through to demigod rank?" Xian opened Mei Mao's eyes. A glimmer of light flashed across his deep purple eyes. He nodded and said, "I failed once half a month ago. This time, I am prepared. There should be no problem." In half a year, Ming and the others had recovered their strength to demigod rank. Xian had also successfully reached demigod rank 9. He was much faster than Yuan Shi and the others. It was just that he was a little anxious when he tried to break through to demigod rank half a month ago. At that time, Yin Nuoxing was still in a state of deep comprehension. Nobody woke him up. Naturally, he missed such an important moment. As a result, Xian failed to break through to demigod rank. However, this time, he was fully prepared. Yin Nuoxing was also beside him. There was absolutely no problem. It would be surprising if something went wrong. After the failure of the breakthrough, Yin Nuoxing was startled awake. When she saw Xian, she was stunned. In half a year, she had jumped from demigod rank 2 to demigod rank 9. Her body had been cleansed by divinity 9 times, and her physical body had changed a few times. When she first opened her eyes, she thought that she had mistaken Xian for someone else. After a while, she finally recognized Xian based on the color of her hair. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. After Xian reached demigod rank 9, she really changed so much that even Yin Nuoxing could not recognize her. Just as she had guessed before, the fairy aura that she had obtained from the Empress had begun to take shape in her body. It made her look like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Not only her appearance, but her temperament had also changed greatly. That was why he could not recognize her. Don't worry. This time, if I can't help you reach demigod rank, I would have lived for dozens of years in vain. Yin Nuoxing shrugged her shoulders and said half-jokingly, "This time, even if you don't want to break through to demigod rank, I can still help you." Xian smiled, stroked her long hair, and nodded. After saying that, Yin Nuoxing looked at the others. Lin Sheng had not reached demigod rank yet. At this moment, he still looked like a demon rank 7 seal. Compared to others who had advanced 8 to 9 big realms, he was considered the slowest. However, it was not a good thing to cultivate too fast. Others had other ways to stabilize their realm and condense their energy. Lin Sheng used the stupidest, simplest, and most primitive method, which was to suppress his realm. Moreover, even if he tried his best to suppress his realm, a year was enough for him to reach demigod rank. As for the others, the biggest gains were probably Ming and Bing Air. They were demigod rank experts. Ming jumped from godly master to godly emperor, which was 2 big realms. Moreover, she was lucky that she did not encounter the seal. Perhaps it had something to do with the divine runes here, which prevented the seal from descending. As for Bing Air, She had also advanced from Divine Son to Divine King rank. As for Yin Nuashing, as usual, he did not show any expression on his face. No matter how the others sensed, he was still a demon rank 2 seal for 10,000 years. Seeing that everyone was about to reach demigod rank, and some were even trying to reach demigod rank, he was not anxious at all. Everyone also knew that this guy was not as simple as the so-called demon rank 2 seal. Half a month ago, he had fought everyone here alone. Under the situation where he did not use any divine weapons, he still crushed everyone here. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others lay on the ground to express their calmness. This was because they were already used to it. No matter how strong they became, it seemed like they would never be able to defeat this big freak. They could not defeat this super freak in the past. Now that he had recovered part of himself and had mastered the mutated form of the 10th element, the element of chaos, it was even more impossible to defeat him. Lin Sheng's heroic demeanor as he fought against a group of heroes was forever imprinted in Lin Sheng's heart. That was the kind of expert he yearned for. He was fearless of everyone. He also believed that this scene would forever be remembered by others. Chapter 9:17. Kacha. In the huge room surrounded by a sea of golden runes, the brilliant golden light turned into a sea of light that drowned everything. It was very beautiful, and there was an extremely sacred energy circulating in it. In the corner of the room, a group of people gathered together calmly. They weren't surprised at all when they saw this strange phenomenon. From time to time, they would glance at the only person who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and their eyes flickered with a faint light. It wasn't until a crisp sound suddenly rang out that everyone was stunned. This sound sounded as if something had broken. They turned their gazes. The star array disk that was originally floating in front of Yin Nuashing and was surrounded by many stars suddenly burst open with a crack that ran through the entire array disk. This woke him up and also stunned everyone. Bang! The star array disk didn't last for long. Cracks spread and quickly covered the entire array disk. With a crisp explosion, it suddenly exploded into pieces. The pieces floated in front of Yun Nuashing, and the colors of the star field still illuminated his stunned face. The brilliance of the sea of light didn't weaken, but Yun Nuashing was stunned. He stared at the shattered array disk in front of him like a fool. There was a touch of disbelief in his reddish-black eyes, and everyone was a little stunned. After a while, Ming and Xian hurriedly ran over and waved their hands in front of him. Little star. Yin Nuashing shuddered. His body suddenly trembled as if an electric current had passed through it. He quickly hugged himself with his arms and shuddered, as if he was frozen. He took in a few cold breaths. I feel like I've seen something incredible. After a while, Yin Nuashing gently rubbed his hands on his forearms. His cheeks twitched, and he said something that confused everyone. What's that? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuashing stared blankly at the shattered star array disk. He sighed and put it away, then said, Well, it has nothing to do with the present. I just saw that in the near future, there suddenly appeared something that could make my life a mess and even change me. Well, I just couldn't see it clearly. In the near future? Everyone was suspicious. Based on this guy's perception of time, this not too long made them very suspicious. What's the specific time frame? Yun Nuashing calculated with her fingers and said, Probably between 100 to 10,000 years. I can't see clearly. That something is extremely disruptive. Before my power of divine right is restored and I can't use divine statue deduction, I can only see a vague approximate value. Well, it won't happen in the near future. This won't affect you guys. It seems to be only related to me. At the very least, I have to be prepared. After all, that feeling after meeting that thing, my life has undergone a drastic change. It's very strange. Seeing Yun Nuashing's strange look, everyone looked at each other and then shrugged. Although they didn't know what he was talking about, they felt that he was very powerful. Moreover, they didn't seem to be able to get involved, so they would just let him worry about it for the time being. Everyone was already used to this kind of thing. In any case, he had been like this during this period of time. Well, you can do your own thing. We'll cultivate for a while more. Yuanshi held the back of his head with both hands. In his mouth, he held a certain heavenly treasure that he had plundered from Yun Nuoxing's treasury. It was shaped like a bamboo. Just by looking at the spiritual energy on it, one could tell that it wasn't something simple. He held it in his mouth and chewed gently. Speaking of which, it's been a year. Lin Sheng suddenly sighed, causing everyone's footsteps to stop. Everyone also sighed. It's been a year. This year wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. They had been cultivating here for a year. Most of their time was spent comprehending these golden runes. The rest of their time was spent listening to Yun Nuoxing's preaching of the Tao. Moreover, it was a preaching of the Tao based on local materials. While they were at it, they would compare notes with each other. If they felt inflated after advancing, they could find that preaching Tao Grandmaster to torture themselves. In this half a year, almost all the people in the demon tier had advanced to the demigod tier. Many of the demigod tier had advanced to the beginner god tier, such as Zian, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Chu Yingxian, Ding Mingyu, and the others. Moreover, they had undergone their tribulations here. Their original bodies had been destroyed, and only their souls were left. After a difficult reconstruction, they had advanced to the beginner god tier. Congratulations, all of you are now god-level experts. Yun Nuoxing said with a smile that was like a flower. Everyone was paralyzed on the ground, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Originally, they thought that there would be no tribulations in a place filled with divine runes, but in the end, the golden runes here directly transformed into various tribulations. They didn't have to worry about not having enough tribulations. There are also various ways to go through tribulations. Yuanshi was simply struck by lightning. Nightmare was a little more advanced, and he was struck by devil thunder. When Zian was undergoing her tribulation, the 5 elements were in a riot, as if trying to disintegrate her incomplete 5 elements origin from the inside. Chu Yingxian's tribulation was accompanied by tornadoes and earth-shattering. Ordinary people's tribulation to advance to the beginner god tier was basically accompanied by rolling thunder. Those who were abnormal all had their own reasons, and there were also differences in strength. When everyone was undergoing their tribulations together, it could be said to be fancy tribulations. Heavenly thunder and whatnot were no longer common. Now, they were doing something else. Elemental riot was more difficult, while heavenly thunder was less difficult. The former was also known as the elemental tribulation. Although both were tribulations, the degree was different, and the suffering that they had to endure was not the same. When the elemental tribulation appeared, even the elemental power that one had mastered would become one's enemy, and the elemental power outside would also be full of hostility. There would be internal and external troubles, and if one was not careful, one's body and soul would be destroyed. However, Yun Nuoxing was here, and she wouldn't leave them in the lurch. It feels a little unreal. Lin Sheng scratched his head. This kind of thing, other than imagining, I didn't have any other thoughts about it. Even if we really encountered the god's relic, it probably had nothing to do with us. There are so many strong people in this world, and the god's relic is the battlefield of some high-level gods. We're just demigods. A long time ago, I thought the same. Although I'm the young master of the Yuan family, I still thought that those high-end gods' relic and whatnot were the adults' business. Yuan Shi also patted Lin Sheng's shoulder with some emotion and said, "It wasn't until I met Little Star that I realized that so many impossibilities were possible. The God's Dojo, the Forbidden Elemental Zone, the Forbidden Land, the Small World, the 5 Elemental Realm, and the God's Relic. These things sound impossible, but I've experienced them all. Meeting the boss is our biggest opportunity." Nightmare smacked his lips and couldn't help but say. Yuan Shi stared at him. "At that time, you were still fighting with Little Star." Nightmare scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "At that time, I just wanted to compare notes with the boss. It wasn't as serious as you said." The title of the spirit-receiving godly body, recognized as the number 1 person in the younger generation. Isn't it exciting just thinking about it? But how can 2 moves be enough? Nightmare said excitedly. Yeah, someone would compare notes with Little Star whenever he had time. He's been beaten so many times. Yuan Shi looked at him strangely. This guy would go and spar with little Xing Xing whenever he had the time. Every time, he would be killed by little Xing Xing effortlessly. He did not even consider his own strength. Little Xing Xing's hand had the power to kill gods. Master, Father also said that young Master Yin has the power to disturb the future. At that time, he was only a spirit receiving godly body. Only a spirit receiving godly body. Qin Yin said softly. She usually addressed the Qin family's master, who was her father, as the master in front of outsiders. However, there were no outsiders here, so she changed her way of addressing him. Oh, old Master Qin Hai thinks so too. Yuan Shi sighed and turned to look at Qin Yin. He teased. Speaking of which, you and Little Star have a wedding ceremony, right? Boom! Qin Yin was stunned. A blush appeared on her pretty face. On Yin Nuoxing's side, there was a loud boom. Something exploded. Everyone was stunned. Had he been listening to their conversation all along? Yin Nuoxing coughed twice. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing her beautiful, fair face. Yin Nuoxing widened her scarlet eyes and glared at Yuan Shi. Can you King talk about something that won't disturb my state of mind? Yuan Shi chuckled and nodded. He then said to Qin Yin, this is a future god. Moreover, there's a 99% chance that he'll become a god with super potential. What do you think? Bang! Qin Yin blinked at Mei Mao. How could she not hear the teasing in Yuan Shi's words? She immediately turned her head and said softly, we still have to see what young Master Yin thinks. My family is too small. I might not be worthy of this future god. Boom! Hurry up. Set a time quickly. Get rid of the boss. There's no time like the present. Why don't you return to the Qin family after the Mystic Realm trip and let old Master Qin Hai host it? We'll bring our stuff over to celebrate with you too. Rumble, what the CK? Yin Nuoxing finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped up and roared furiously. Go to the side where it's cool and stay there. Don't disturb me. Xian and Ming saw this and could not help but burst out laughing. Little Star is so cute when he's flustered and exasperated, like a kitten with its hair standing on end. Ming could not help but laugh as she pointed at his long hair. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. Yin Nuoxing was so angry that he jumped up from the ground. He pointed at the crowd and stammered for a long time. His face was red as he roared, fine, you win. Then he strode to the side. I'll scram. Everyone. He's throwing a tantrum. Xian and Ming turned around and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then, they jogged to catch up with Yin Nuoxing, who had not gone far. Bing'er thought for a while and also followed. When he heard the soft footsteps behind him, Yin Nuoxing could only stop helplessly. This place was so big, and this place was only so big. No matter where he ran, there would be people following him. It was the same no matter where he went. After moving a little further away, he simply sat down. A thumb-sized golden bead floated in front of him. On the bead, there were strange patterns drawn by blue lines. It looked like a golden elixir with elixir patterns. However, this bead did not emit a strange fragrance. Instead, there was a familiar energy circulating inside. The golden light flickered slightly, making the golden runes here brighter. Brother, what's that? Ming stopped beside Yin Nuoxing and looked at the golden bead floating in front of him. He blinked at Mei Mao curiously and asked. Yin Nuoxing pointed to the sky and then drew a circle in the air. He said, it's the carrier of all the golden runes in this space. After thinking for a while, he continued, I'm imprinting the information contained in these golden runes. It's almost done. Once I'm done, I can leave. Yuan Shi and the others, who were slowly following behind, heard the word leave and couldn't help but jump up. They jumped in front of Yin Nuoxing and said in surprise, we can leave. When? Yin Nuoxing looked at him speechlessly and said, we can leave now. I've already activated the golden runes according to the rules. Now, the door can be open at will. I'm just recording the information in these golden runes. After saying that, Yin Nuoxing looked at him with a strange expression. You've already experienced the effect of cultivation in this place. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Maybe there won't be such a good place for you to cultivate in the future. In the ancient times, I've seen a few gods' spiritual bodies. Others could bear the loneliness of tens of thousands of years and cultivate to become high-level gods. Once they were born, their names would shake the world. You, on the other hand, are impetuous and can't sit still. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Yuanshi's handsome face turned red. He scratched his cheek and said with a dry smile, "Hey, other people have their own cultivation methods. I have my own cultivation method. If I just cultivate and do nothing for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't I be bored to death? To put it bluntly, you have to have the mentality to live through life. You can't be anxious." Yin Nuoxing looked at him indifferently and then sighed. "As long as you like it. The door is already open. If you want to go out first. I still have something to do." A year has passed in the void mystery land. If there's anything, hey, there's no hurry. Anyway, we'll just wait. You work first. I'll cultivate for a while more. Before he could finish, Lin Xing interrupted him. Then he quickly sat down cross-legged, calmed his heart, and focused his mind. Gradually, he entered the state of cultivation. That's right. There's no hurry. Slow down. Seeing that everyone had sat down to cultivate, Yin Nuoxing glanced at Yuan Shi. The latter scratched his long hair awkwardly and didn't say anything. He could only smile and sit down to cultivate. This time, it didn't take long. In just 3 days, Yin Nuoxing recorded all the information in this huge room into the golden bead and put into the pendant. This was the lifetime cultivation experience of a heavenly god. It was very useful and had a fatal attraction to many emperor gods. Isn't the demon world about to be born? At this time, it shouldn't be a problem to make some people in the 9 gods temple stronger by a few levels. When everyone asked how he planned to use this thing, Yin Nuoxing said with a smile, "With my methods, it's quite fun to forcefully raise a dozen emperor gods to the level of gods. Well, let's see what Sister Jean and the others choose. I won't interfere." Everyone smiled bitterly. When you first said that, you already had the idea of interfering. Why did you suddenly want to mourn for the powerhouses of the demon world? Was it really the right decision to be born this time? If they encountered such a demon, would they be played to death? In these 3 days, everyone once again consolidated their rapidly increasing strength. When the group was ready, Yin Nuoxing pushed open the door blocked by the golden runes. The golden runes quietly dissipated and the light dimmed. As the runes on the door dimmed, the golden runes in the huge room also dimmed in an instant. They merged into the ground and disappeared. This place became a black room with nothing. Nothing existed. It was as if the golden runes had disappeared. After leaving, they won't appear again. This is a one-time opportunity. However, it will last forever until the people inside come out. Yin Nuoxing sighed and waved at the empty door. Goodbye. As if they were bidding farewell to the ancient god, everyone also bowed silently. They didn't know who this god powerhouse was. They followed Yin Nuoxing's words and didn't look at the memories of his life. Therefore, no one knew who he was. Perhaps Yin Nuoxing knew, but he didn't say anything. The reason was that it was useless for them to know. Although it was reasonable, they still felt a knot in their hearts. This time, the entire divine spirit palace dimmed. The field of vision also became purely decorative. Any movement made here would no longer affect the starry sky. There was nothing special about this divine spirit relic anymore. From the beginning to the end, there was only one path, a path that led to that place. They spent a year there. It was very fast, but also very long. However, the things that happened were earth-shattering. Many people from the half-demon rank entered the upper 3 seals of the demon rank. The demigod rank advanced to the beginner god rank. As for Yin Nuoxing, he was still tragically in the 2nd seal of the demon rank. He was the lowest rank here, but no one dared to underestimate him. The power of the 2nd seal of the demon rank was more than enough to deal with them. After coming out of the divine spirit relic, Yuan Shi couldn't help but stretch. He looked at the empty sky and took a deep breath of fresh air. He had an intoxicated look on his face. The air outside is still the best. Speaking of which, we didn't do much in this trip to the hidden territory. Lin Sheng wrinkled his nose and said, We went to the 5 elemental realm for almost 2 months. Half a month after we came back, we entered the divine spirit relic again. This time, it was even more exaggerated. We were in there for a year. Isn't the so-called hidden territory trip just the same? We came in to find opportunities to improve our strength. What else do you want? Or do you think this trip isn't special enough? Do you think you didn't improve enough? Do you want to reach the beginner god rank in one go? Yin Nuoxing looked at Lin Sheng and said calmly. Everyone was stunned. The change in his voice surprised them. You became so cold as soon as you came out. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just a sigh. Everyone rested on the grass outside for a while. Little Purple Soul was still hanging on Ming's wings, laughing and playing around. The latter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl kept playing with her wings. She couldn't scold or say anything, so she could only let her be. Yin Nuoxing looked up and was suddenly stunned. Her eyes gradually became deep, as if she had discovered something. Everyone sighed helplessly. They couldn't help but complain in their hearts that they didn't get to rest. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing. Tell us, what's wrong? Oh, I just wanted to sigh. It seems that the hidden territory trip has come to an end. Yin Nuoxing pointed at the sky. She was gliding around in the sky, and then she stopped in one direction. Little Purple Soul looked up excitedly. Her giggling voice surprised everyone. Brother, the blue light in the sky has all turned golden. There's only one red spot left. Chapter 9:18. Under the distorted starry sky, there was a golden grid of energy veins. A year ago, after Yin Nuoxing and the others reversed the energy nodes in the god's relic, it gradually became what it was now. Wherever the golden energy flowed, the blue energy veins turned golden. Even the red energy veins automatically turned golden. According to Yuan Shi's words, it was like a master key. If one accidentally touched it, the entire mystery land would start to turn. Well, although I know that after a year, there is no change in the mystery land, but the energy veins have almost changed by themselves. It is a good thing, but after leaving the god's relic, after a year, no one came to the outside of the god's relic. The space in this place was chaotic, and there were no signs of entering the god's relic. No one would guard a seemingly worthless palace for nothing. A year was enough to wear out most people's patience. In the chaotic area, the number of God's relic and the number of God's palaces was much less than in other areas. The most important one was the God's relic, which caused this area to be particularly deserted. Very few people were there. The huge pit left by the big explosion a year ago still surrounded the chaotic area. It was very spectacular and also very scary. Someone had gone into this huge pit before. It was said that they had to fly down for 2 hours before they saw the bottom of the huge pit. It was a strange and chaotic area. If they had to describe it, it was the same as what Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen when the void was blown up. It was chaotic and chaotic, just like when order was born. To put it simply, this mystery land had been blown up. At this time, the person who caused the big explosion was calmly looking at the creature that he had created. He couldn't help but sigh. People go crazy when they come. I won't take the blame for this. It's the elements of chaos' fault. I didn't do anything wrong. It's the world's fault. They had already left the chaotic region. The energy reaction of the elemental chaos on Yin Nuoxing's body suddenly dropped to 0, and he fell to the ground. However, Ming reacted quickly and caught him. When everyone came to their senses, he was no longer as cold and domineering as when he used the elemental chaos. His current carefree manner was the familiar Yin Nuoxing that everyone was familiar with. But, Ming, you're almost strangling me to death. Yin Nuoxing's face turned green as she patted her arms that were wrapped around her stomach. Ming's pretty face reddened, and she hurriedly relaxed a little. I was afraid that Big Brother would fall, so Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Are you afraid that I will break your brother's waist if I fall? I didn't treat you badly, did I? The Void Zone and the Chaos Zone were on opposite sides of each other. The explosion had also dug out 1/3 of the Void Zone. The area outside the center of the Void Zone was not affected, but the surrounding areas had been blown to smithereens. Only a huge crater was left as a tragic reminder of what had happened. There were a total of 16 regions in the Void Mystery Land. Although it was said that there were 16 regions, Yin Nuoxing and the rest had only set foot in 9 or 8 regions. They had not been to the other regions. Lin Sheng and the rest had gone to the right half of the special elemental region, but it did not seem any different from the other regions. Originally, there was another place that was very mysterious to them, but no one dared to go there. It was the right side of the 6 regions in the middle. There was a dark region at the bottom of the special elemental region. Not many people dared to set foot there because it was really strange. Even the space and air were filled with an ominous black aura. Now, they knew what that dark region was. It was filled with chaos and made everyone feel uncomfortable. It was as if they were naturally repelled by that place. It's probably the dark element. The Void Mystery Land is more or less related to the ancient times. To the people of that era, the dark element was not a very secret thing. It was just a dangerous thing. The right level of danger was enough to make everyone fight against it. Yin Nuoxing sounded quite resentful when she said the last sentence. It seemed that even though she had left the chaotic state and no longer put herself in Quarter Moon's memory, she was still full of resentment about those things. Although she would not see those extra memories from the first person's perspective, no matter how many times she emphasized it, they were more or less his past life. Seeing his past life being repelled by this world, it was already good that he did not take revenge on this world. Did he expect him to be grateful and say, "Ah, luckily, I didn't die. Thank you for being merciful"? That was only because no one dared to touch him after he became a god. Sensing that he was not in a good mood, Yuan Shi quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, do you guys feel that this space doesn't seem quite right? Yuan Shi pointed at the sky. They had already left the chaotic region and entered the void region. The sky had also changed from a starry sky to a purple-black void. Everyone had seen such a scene before. The void was the same in the 8 primordial realms, but there were differences in strength. Its representatives and existences would not be too different. When they just returned, they saw the void creature named Ji Kuan. The latter had probably run off somewhere to sleep comfortably. Yuan Shi was not pointing at the sky, but the space. Everyone paid more attention to it and found that there was a faint sense of distortion in the space. It was not like the distortion they saw in the chaotic region. The chaotic region itself was distorted due to the influence of the elements of chaos. However, there was no longer any elements of chaos in this place. The dark elements were also condensed in that region and the 16 sacred objects. It was impossible for them to appear in these places. Moreover, the power of the dark elements only changed the rules. There was no discomfort brought by the powerful force here. The space has begun to fluctuate weekly. It has been going on for a long time. We are definitely not the first to notice it. Yin Nuoxing looked up for a moment, then lowered her head again. She squeezed her palm as if she sensed something. The space factor is vibrating weakly. This feels like, after pondering for a while, Yin Nuoxing frowned suspiciously. It's like the premonition that the innermost space is about to be exposed. At that time, when I saw the small collapsed world in the eye of the storm, it gave me such a feeling at the last moment. Is this arcane realm also a small world? Hearing her words getting more and more complicated, everyone shook their heads in distress. They did not quite understand what she was talking about. Even Ming, who had been in that world before, did not feel the feeling of the inner space being exposed. He did not understand what she meant, but it was not easy to know. In short, this world was very strange. After all, this void arcane realm was destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight in the late stage of the Primordial Age. Logically speaking, not even a speck of it should be left. What is the arcane realm? Lin Shen could not help but ask. Is it a small world, or is it a hidden space? There are many types. The arcane realm could be a space created by some powerful treasure of heaven and earth. After countless years of growth, it would become a sacred place filled with natural treasures. It could also be a small world, a complete small world, or a small world that failed to evolve. There are also spiritual worlds, and other worlds that dissipate with the passing of their owners without control. If the owner had modified the spiritual world and spiritual world while they were alive to contain a little bit of the power of the natural order, their existence would slowly be exposed to the world and become an ownerless object. It would become a natural area that retains its original appearance. If it is not destroyed by a powerful force, it would never dissipate, Yin Nuashing said. In short, these hidden secret areas that are not on a map of the realm of the gods are all arcane realms. The difference between arcane realms and small worlds is that most arcane realms do not have life. There are some small worlds that have failed to evolve, and the life in them may have been annihilated. Similarly, there are still some things left behind that can be treated as arcane realms. It is easy to mistake the two, but once a small world is born with a small world core, it will be very different. There are tens of millions of arcane realms left behind in the realm of the gods, and some of them might be small worlds that were once destroyed. She scratched his head and asked, You just said that this arcane realm has many layers of space, right? What is in the innermost layer of space? The things that this world wants to hide. Yin Nuashing raised his chin, looked down at this world, and said, The deepest secrets of this secret realm are all buried in the innermost space. This is also the case for small worlds. If this secret realm is not naturally formed, then there must be something hidden in the innermost space. And in fact, this Jiesu secret realm is also not naturally formed. From what I can see, this should be a small world created by a powerful race in the far old era, a world of its own. When I entered this Jiesu realm, I found many traces left behind by people. The scars of war that covered the entire arcane realm, the cracks in the earth, the things left behind by the high-ranking gods were all hidden in the second layer of space. The two different symbols left in the cave and the ritual square. Yin Nuashing muttered. After a while, her eyes flickered slightly, and she raised her head and said, It should be like this. In the later stages of the primordial age, this small world was destroyed by the combined efforts of the Shadow Emperor and Violet Knight. Originally, this place should have been filled with many high-level gods, and these scars might have been left behind from that destructive battle. As for what Violet Knight said about this place being completely destroyed, either she remembered it wrong, or this world was not destroyed, and a part of it was used to block the attacks of the two gods, but the price was that part of the surface area of the land was sacrificed. Then, what happened after that should have happened many years later. In this deserted small world, the order and rules of heaven and earth were still the same as they were in the later stages of the primordial age, and the energy inside was enough to slowly restore the vitality of this world. After who knows how many years, another kind of life form was born from the fragments of this broken small world, which were the natives of this place. Those might have been the ruins of the demonic and immortal tears that we first saw. As for how they disappeared, whether they perished or left, I am not sure. After a long time, until now, this place has become the Jiesu mystic realm that we know of. Maybe this is what really happened in this world, but I still feel that there is something I can't quite put my finger on. Yin Nuashing frowned, rubbed her bangs, and murmured in a low voice. Is there something wrong? Xian asked. Yin Nuashing nodded hesitantly. The Shadow Emperor's memory is not very complete. I don't really remember why the Shadow Emperor destroyed this place. But at that time, he was already an Empyrean god, and he fought with the Empyrean god here and defeated him. After that, he used all his strength to completely tear apart the space, time, and all elements of this small world. Logically speaking, this world should no longer exist. If you can't figure it out, then don't waste your time thinking about it. She shrugged and pointed into the distance. Look, there are people up ahead. There's also a strange black building. That place should be the Void Fortress. I also see that red thing. This must be the location of the final energy node. What's the use of converting it here? Maybe we'll open the final layer of space. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Maybe we will see the heart of the world. Everyone raised their heads. The black building that she was talking about was very eye-catching. They could see it at a glance. Was that a huge city floating in midair? A palace? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it castle. It was flowing with a purple-black color, like the color of the void domain. A purple river and a black river flowed above and below it. They spiraled and intertwined in midair like silk ribbons, but they did not merge into the same color. If one looked at the source of a long river, they would be surprised to find that the source of the long river had appeared out of thin air. The purple river in the sky, if one looked up, felt like it was falling from the void domain in the sky. If one looked down at the black river, they would feel like it was connected to the black land. But if one chased the source of the long river to the source, they would realize that both rivers had appeared out of thin air. In the end, they spiraled 3 times around the castle-like palace before falling into the black land or the purple-black sky. Many people had already gathered in the sky. Most of them had rushed over because they knew of the existence of such a place. Many of them still felt regretful about the gods' relics and wanted to come here to try their luck. The Void Fortress was mentioned in many places in the Secret Realm. It was mentioned in many palace relics. Regardless of whether it was Yin Nuashing, the old generation, or the new generation, they all mentioned the Void Fortress. This kind of widespread fame gave a glimmer of hope to many people who did not gain much in the Secret Realm. However, when they thought about who had the key to open the Void Fortress, their hope turned into a faint sadness. At this moment, the owner of the key was swaggering over. Many people turned to look at him. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Most of them were shocked and terrified, while some were still holding on to a little hope. Most of them had such a reaction because they knew that Yin Nuashing was the owner of the key. They also knew that he had caused a huge explosion a year ago that blasted several groups of people into smithereens. Some of them were even present at the scene and were lucky enough to escape without being affected. Now, when they saw the Terror Maker with the hope that they were looking forward to, their expressions were so conflicted that they looked like people who had difficulty choosing whether to go left or right. Suddenly, the world, which originally had some noise, quieted down. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. It was as if a ghost was haunted. Everyone's face turned green as they retreated a great distance. The air became deathly still again. It seems that the big news you caused a year ago is still fresh in people's minds. Chu Yingzhan whispered into Yin Nuashing's ear and joked, "What does it have to do with me? That's the fault of the primal chaos elements. I'm not taking the blame. I'm really not taking the blame. You might not believe it, but they started first." Yin Nuashing shrank his neck and mumbled. When he said this, he felt a little guilty. The primal chaos elements were more or less the representative of the dark side in his heart. It would be a lie to say that it had nothing to do with him. He just didn't want to admit it. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Hurry up and open the door. You don't want to be watched like a monkey, right? Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and used her smooth chin to point at the Void Fortress in the distance. There was a layer of transparent purple-black barrier that contained the power of the void. Although they didn't know what would happen if they casually touched it, they could more or less guess how dangerous it was when they saw how obedient the people around them were. Yin Nuashing looked at her bitterly and shook his head helplessly. However, after a while, he narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while before saying, "Lin Sheng, there's still a group of people who aren't here, right?" Lin Sheng, who had been cozying up to Chu Yingzhan the whole time, was stunned. "Ah, yes. They're not following us. They're wandering around in the mystic realm." Yin Nuashing nodded and looked around. Then, she laughed evilly in her soul and said, "Hurry up and contact them now. Tell them to head to various areas and make preparations. No matter what, let's give it a try. It would be great if we succeed. If we don't, we'll see." After saying this, Yin Nuashing ignored Lin Sheng, who had a strange expression on his face, and touched the pendant. What looked like a key was actually a long spear. Furthermore, it was about 10 feet thick and 40 to 50 feet long. If it wasn't for the spearhead, one wouldn't be able to tell that it was a spear. What kind of person would have to be able to lift this spear? The moment the huge spear appeared, the people around them retreated in a circle. They looked as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This long spear was purple-black in the Void Fortress. It was the key to the Void Fortress. As for how to open it, it seemed very simple. Just throw it out, Buzz. Yin Nuoxing held the end of the spear with one hand and lifted it up a little with the other. Then, she shouted softly and threw the 10-meter-long spear out. The speed was so fast that it didn't seem like it was from a person who didn't have the strength to catch a chicken. In fact, Yin Nuoxing only assisted a little. The long spear was sucked into the transparent barrier of the fortress. There was a clear, buzzing sound. Then, a medium-sized hole appeared in the transparent barrier. Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands and raised her chin at everyone. She said, "Follow me closely. Let's go. I think this is the last part of our journey in the mystic realm." Chapter 919. The Black Castle gave off an ancient aura as it floated in midair. The purple sky and the black earth flowed endlessly on both sides of the castle. The solemn castle had an extremely clean structure. There were many windows that looked like the city walls. It gave off a retro feeling. That might not be right. After all, this was indeed a product from ancient times. It was so ancient that it even resembled the primitive times when humans could only use simple stone weapons and shallow vitality to resist wild beasts. In the entire God's realm, there were not many products as ancient as this black castle. A large hole was pierced through the transparent purple-black barrier. The savage aura descended from the sky, causing countless people to hold their breaths. Those who could not withstand the aura were forced to descend from the sky onto the black ground. They had to half-kneel to barely withstand the omnipresent pressure. The pressure directly affected their souls, causing them to have no choice but to submit. Buzz, buzz, buzz! An intense buzzing sound resounded in the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing, so ear-piercing that it caused a group of people to involuntarily grimace in pain. At this moment, a large part of the sky had already emptied out. Most of the people were unable to withstand this barbaric pressure. They either retreated far away or knelt on the ground. Only a group of people were still standing firmly in the sky. However, looking at their unnatural appearance, it seemed that they had also been somewhat affected. The reason why they did not behave like the others was because of the person at the very front. The rumbling sound of thunder came from Yin Nuoxing's body. The speed of the golden-red blood flowing in his veins sped up countless times. In his soul, several imprints flashed. The imprint of a god and the bloodline of an ancient god circulated loudly, causing his body to emit a circle of bright light. It resisted the terrifying fluctuations coming from the Void Castle and protected the people around him at the same time. This has nothing to do with me. They acted spontaneously because they felt pressured. Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd, Yin Nuoxing spread his hands innocently. The imprint of a god and the bloodline of a god were equivalent to a god. Now that they encountered the fluctuations of a god's authority of the same level, how could they be willing to be oppressed? How could these mystical creatures, who were boundlessly powerful beyond the rules, allow others to rule over them? Everyone looked at each other and spread out their hands, not saying anything. In any case, this kind of situation was not the first or second time. This fellow was a protective talisman, a mascot. No matter where he was, he would be able to protect everyone. If his portrait was hung on the door, it would definitely be able to exorcise evil spirits. Clang, while everyone was conversing, the large door in the middle of the huge, ancient castle suddenly rumbled open in front of everyone's eyes. The ripples from the ancient castle became even more ferocious. At the same time, the rolling thunder on Yin Nuoxing's body became even more violent. As the ripples from the ancient castle became stronger, the strange aura on Yin Nuoxing's body became even more solid. In the end, many blurry shadows even condensed behind him. Immediately, an earth-shaking ripple with a terrifying power that could make thousands of Daos submit spread out in the sky with a rumble. Bang! Several extremely resplendent divine, right ripples erupted from Yin Nuoxing's body. They spread out in all directions like a shockwave, affecting everything in the surroundings indiscriminately. Even Ming Ming and the others beside him felt an irresistible power, almost causing them to lose control of themselves. Fortunately, the eruption of absolute power only lasted for an instant, causing their power to stagnate for a moment. However, the ancient castle had taken on almost 90% of the divine right impact, causing its light to dim significantly. The large door completely opened with a bang. In the end, it completely stabilized with a loud bang. The ripples that had been emitted earlier were like a mouse that had encountered a cat, repelled by an even more powerful force. Rumble. When the door of the castle was completely opened, the void domain in the sky suddenly surged with huge waves. The entire void domain became chaotic and tumbled like a raging sea. Even the sky was trembling. Countless huge abyssal cracks that were hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared on the black ground. The people in the sky and on the ground had been pushed far away by this force. Those who were still standing, there were some beginner god-level experts. Other than them, only Yin Nuoxing and the others were still standing. Those who had been pushed away could only sigh. They looked at the void fortress from afar and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. It seemed that the last void fortress had nothing to do with them. Just the opening of the door had caused such a huge commotion. When they entered, they would not even know how they died. After the door opened, the entire void fortress was filled with golden lines that shuttled across the entire fortress. The strange ripples calmed down the divine authority power. Then, a golden light suddenly shot out from the door and enveloped Yin Nuoxing and the others. "Let's go." The golden light enveloped the group of people. Yin Nuoxing said to Ming Ming. Then, the group of people rushed out almost at the same time. They followed the golden light and rushed into the Black Castle. When the other people who were still standing in this area saw this, their minds moved as they rushed towards the golden light at lightning speed. Bang! However, what shocked them was that the person who moved first crashed into the illusory golden light screen. The dull sound made the people who heard it grimace. It was really painful. Damn it, why can't I go in? That person was dizzy from the crash. He rubbed his head and looked at the golden light channel in confusion. Yin Nuoxing and the others had already rushed in. Why couldn't they go in? Are you out of your mind? The holder of the Void Fortress key can enter 2 hours in advance. The others can only wait for 2 hours if they want to enter. Oh, damn it. 2 hours? Everything must have been eaten clean, right? That person roared in exasperation. The others looked at him as if he was an idiot. They couldn't help but sigh. But if they don't open the door, you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Instantly, the sky quietened down. Everyone looked at the Void Fortress unwillingly. The golden light tunnel had already dissipated. The group of people from Yin Nuo planet had also successfully charged into the Void Fortress, leaving the group of people outside to stare and sigh. If they did not open the door, they would never be able to enter. However, the person who opened the door would have the right to enter and explore for 2 hours first. This debt could be considered settled, but it would cause them to feel stifled. So what now? Let's wait. What do we do if we don't wait? Look at those who haven't reached beginner god level. They're all kneeling in the distance and can't even say a word. You should be glad that you can still stand here after reaching beginner god level. Maybe they didn't gain anything in these 2 hours. After entering, we can still gain something. Even if they have gained a lot, it's impossible for them to search everything clean. We can still pick up some leftovers. Let's see what they can do. This sentence made everyone feel uncomfortable. However, there was nothing they could do. They had already entered. They could only stare blankly from outside. Moreover, with Yin Nuoxing and the other's strength, no one had the courage to reason with them. If anyone went up, they would be lucky if the other party didn't give them a punch each. What reason could there be? It didn't exist. In this world, the bigger fist was the truth. If they forced that lunatic to use sun again, they wouldn't even be able to escape in the Void Fortress. Rich starlight shone in this place from all directions. The starlight cast by the distant stars hundreds of millions of years ago finally reached this place and shrouded this very strange space. At a certain moment, the starlight began to gather at a point. Looking back at the place where the starlight was projected from, one could see an extremely bright sea of light. The entire space became abnormally bright, and this light continued to become brighter and brighter. Puff! In an instant, there was a puff sound like a balloon leaking air. The light that filled the entire space dissipated in an instant. The starlight, the star field, and the stars all disappeared. The bright sea of light also calmed down at this moment. What appeared here again was a void of darkness. There was nothing but a thin layer of light curtain that shrouded a large area. In this dark place, there was a huge floating island floating in the light curtain. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a stone corridor, because this floating island was a stone corridor from the beginning to the end. It floated in the void, lonely and endless. The darkness and loneliness that had lasted for several dozen epochs was suddenly shattered by a dazzling ray of light. A golden space gate suddenly appeared at the very front of the stone corridor. Space suddenly twisted, and the space gate turned into a huge tunnel. Afterwards, figures suddenly shot out from it and landed on the stone corridor. The inside of this void fortress. Wow, it really is the void. As soon as Chu Yingxian landed, she impatiently looked around, but when she discovered that she was in a pitch-black void domain, she couldn't help but hang her head dejectedly. She inexplicably let out a disheartened sigh, causing everyone to be baffled. What did you think this place was like? Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and also looked around. This stone corridor was very spacious. If they stood directly on it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had arrived on a huge floating island. However, if they looked down from above, they would discover that this was a stone corridor. It was unknown how long it was, but it was at least 10,000 feet wide. Between the stone corridor and the transparent barrier, there were many huge rock fragments floating. But the Void Fortress, this is something that has been repeatedly mentioned in the Jiesu Mystery Land. It is said to be the last little mystery land. Now that it has been confirmed to be another god's relic, it should be more high-end and grand. Why does it look like this? Chu Yingxian wrinkled her nose and pointed her finger at the surroundings. There are only smelly rocks in the void. There is nothing here. As soon as she said, "There's nothing," Yuan Shi and the others looked at Chu Yingxian mockingly and said, "You think there's nothing here, but that doesn't mean there's nothing here. Even if there is something here, it's not something that we mortals can discover. This is something left behind by the gods, and it's not worth it. That's why it's faster to leave this kind of high-level secret to the professionals. Don't you think so, little Xingxing? Why don't you tell us what's here?" Yin Nuoxing looked at him strangely, scratched her head, and signaled Ming to let her go. Then, she walked forward to take a look. She turned to the others and spread her hands. "Sorry, there is really nothing here." Yuan Shi and Nightmare twitched on the ground. After a while, they struggled to get up. Little Star, you're joking, right? I can joke about small things, but do you think I have ever joked about big things?" Yin Nuoxing sighed and looked at them quietly. Everyone laughed dryly. She was right. He never joked about big things. Even when it came to the mythological era, the ancient era, secret stories, and ancient things, he would become very serious and careful with his words. It was as if he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He was very careful and cautious. He was not as carefree as he usually was. This time, it was Chu Yingxian's turn to laugh. She covered her mouth with her hand and could not stop laughing. "You see, I told you that there is nothing here." Yuan Shi's cheeks twitched. "If there is nothing here, wouldn't it be a waste to come here?" Chu Yingxian was stunned. After a while, she shut her mouth. "All right, let's take a look first. This place is not meant to be a joke to others. The gods have their reasons for doing things, and the heavenly gods will not be careless. Saying that there is nothing here might mean that we have not found a way to open it. Have you forgotten about the divine relic that we stayed there for a year? Maybe it is the same here." Yin Nuoxing shrugged, raised her chin at the others, and said, "Anyway, let's take a look first." Everyone shrugged. At this moment, they were just here to suck up to the big boss. What else could they do other than follow? The group of people walked side by side, or in a pile on the wide stone corridor. Some parts of the corridor were not tightly closed. They might not be able to see anything from a high altitude, but when they walked on the corridor, they could see many similar faults and potholes. From time to time, they had to jump over some cracks that were a few meters wide. In this strange place, their strength was suppressed to the point that it was almost non-existent. However, it was not a problem for them to jump over these cracks. It was just that poor Yin Nuashing had to be carried, jumped, or thrown over every time they passed by a crack. Tisk, precious goods should be handled with care. Don't you know that? Yin Nuashing rubbed her waist in pain and glared at Chu Yingzhan angrily. This girl actually kicked her over. What else? Do you want this fairy to carry you over? Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest and glanced at her. Then, she turned her head away with a snort. Yin Nuashing had tears in her eyes. She ran over to Ming pitifully and said in a sobbing voice, Ming. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could these two fellows get into a fight at this time? Yuanshi even had the thought of jumping into the crack. However, under everyone's gazes, he calmly gave up on this extremely dangerous action. After all, they had passed through a transparent barrier under the crack. This was the void domain. With his current weak appearance, wouldn't he be killed by the void domain? They walked aimlessly for a long time. It felt like a very long time. When they looked back, they could no longer see where they came from. When they looked forward, they could only see nothing. There was only a broken stone path, broken stone walls, and debris all over the ground. Some of the huge meteorites floating outside the walls were as big as planets and gave off a very oppressive feeling. It's not like there's nothing here. Yin Nuashing suddenly opened her mouth and said something that everyone wanted to hear the most. Instantly, the group of people looked like hungry ghosts who had been starving for decades and saw a table of immortal banquets appear in front of them. Their eyes lit up as they turned their gazes. They saw Yin Nuashing waving his hand at the rock corridor outside. A wave of energy flashed and disappeared. Then a huge rock that was hundreds of feet in size suddenly floated over. Boom! The irregular rock landed on the rock corridor with a loud boom. Everyone felt that this place had sunk a few meters in the void domain. Bang! However, Yin Nuashing was obviously not someone who was interested in rocks. He only glanced at it and then slapped it into pieces. A large pile of rock fragments rumbled and erupted like a volcanic eruption. Dust and rock fragments splashed all over the ground. After a while, when the dust settled, everyone saw that there was a golden object in Yin Nuashing's hand that they had not seen before. It looked like a golden rock. It was oval-shaped and exuded a powerful energy. It looked like a rock, but it also felt soft like a piece of meat. It was about the size of 2 fists. Holding this soft, rock-like object in his hand, Yin Nuashing looked at it. Then, he turned to Bing Er and said, Bing Er, open your mouth. Bing Er was stunned for a moment. While she was screaming, Yin Nuashing shoved the meat into Bing Er's mouth at lightning speed. The latter was so shocked that she didn't even have time to react before she swallowed the golden rock into her stomach. Everyone was stunned. She ate it? Oh, you want it too? Looking at everyone's strange gazes, Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand. Humans can't afford this thing. It belongs to the shifter race. As for its specific function, before Yin Nuashing could finish speaking, Bing Er's pretty face suddenly turned red. Even her ears were red. A layer of pink appeared on her white skin. She opened her mouth and burped. Her blue-gold eyes were a little dazed. After a while, with a bang, she suddenly turned from a great beauty into a palm-sized, 4-winged blue dragon. Then, she fell softly from midair. Yin Nuashing reached out and caught it. After thinking for a while, he placed it on his head. The little dragon was still rolling around on his head. Its 4 claws grabbed his long, colorful hair and rolled around. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing helplessly spread his hands. It's like it's drunk. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, they didn't think that this thing was used to make shifter race experts drunk. It was just that Yin Nuashing couldn't be bothered to explain the specifics. They also couldn't be bothered to ask. However, after this incident, everyone paid more attention to their surroundings. They were afraid that they would miss something. However, even if they paid more attention, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Not everyone was like Yin Nuashing, who had that kind of unscientific perception. Just as everyone was paying attention to their surroundings, 2 huge walls quietly appeared in front of them. Chapter 9:20. The giant walls that appeared on both sides were huge walls with the color of the star field. Dots of starlight twinkled, and it was no different from the real starry sky. Everyone could even feel the rich power of the stars, just like the field of vision they saw in the god's ruin. However, there were no shrunken stars here, and all the starlight was twinkling in the distance. The two walls were very tall, as if they reached straight into the void domain. No one stopped because of the appearance of the two walls. It was purely because the big boss in front of them was still walking forward slowly, without stopping. He had been using his weak sensing power to sense the surroundings. Since he didn't stop, the others had no reason to stop either. The group walked step by step on the rock corridor that was unknown how long it was like taking a stroll. By the way, in the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Why do the gods like to hang the starry sky in their palaces?" The god's ruin had the whole palace filled with field of vision that pointed to the starry sky. This seems to be a god's ruin too. When I saw the void domain, I thought it would be a little different until I saw these two giant starry sky walls. This is very starry sky. This is very godly. Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. Everyone was also very curious. They had looked at the starry sky above their heads countless times, but they couldn't see anything strange about it. When the weather was clear at night, they would look up at the sky when they were bored. The bright stars and the bright eternity. They didn't think much of it before, but when they returned from the 5 elemental realms, they felt that the starry sky was a little deeper. Perhaps it was because they saw a miracle in the starry sky, but even so, they still didn't understand why the gods paid so much attention to the starry sky above their heads. Some people just like it because they like it, like me. Yin Noashing pointed at herself, then pondered for a while. She looked at the giant starry sky wall beside them and said, "Some people can feel something by looking up at the starry sky." The Celestial Master also likes to study the stars. The Celestial Master can shift the stars. There are many more, but they all point to the same clue. There are secrets in the starry sky. Whether they are known or unknown, there must be something in the starry sky that attracts the gods to explore. On the other hand, these gods who have poured their life's work into the starry sky also like to hide some things in the places they have poured their life's work into. Yin Nuashing paused and walked towards a huge wall. Then, his expression suddenly changed. It became a little fierce and serious, and an aura that could make even the heavens and earth submit to him slowly emerged from his body. If you want to open it, you'll need some special methods. For example, this. The appearance of the godly power caused everyone's cheeks to tremble slightly. They hurriedly retreated a little. Who said that this fellow was powerless after being suppressed to the emptiness realm? Didn't they see that he had been using his sensing ability all this while? Now, he actually used the godly power in such an exaggerated manner. Was there any way to judge him in this world? Yin Nuashing did not know what they were thinking. She walked to the wall and placed her hand on the wall. She took a deep breath and sent her divine right into the wall. "Please show yourself." Buzz. The 4 words she muttered in a low voice caused the huge wall to suddenly tremble. A golden color appeared at the bottom of the huge wall. The golden color doubled in size within a few breaths. Then it suddenly trembled and swept out in all directions of the huge wall. It was like countless threads that were rapidly shuttling through the star field. Moreover, it quickly spread forward. In just a short moment, an incomparably huge picture was woven on the huge wall of stars. It was a picture drawn with the entire starry sky and countless stars. A picture? No, this is more like a deduction. There were some faint traces in the huge picture that flowed with a strange power. Yin Nuashing murmured and rubbed her fingers together. It did not take her much effort to identify the real situation of the picture. Then, she turned around and looked at everyone. Seeing that they were somewhat confused, she could not help but be stunned. She hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted, "Wake up!" Her shout contained a soul attack and a godly power. It directly collided with everyone's souls, causing their faces to suddenly turn pale. The confusion in their eyes immediately disappeared. Everyone was stunned. A moment later, a neat row of sweat flowed down their faces. They panted slightly, and only after a while did they tremble and wipe away the sweat on their faces. The group of people packed up in a slight panic. They patted their chests and took deep breaths as if they had been greatly stimulated. However, the scene just now was indeed quite stimulating for them. What just happened? I seem to have seen something incredible. Was it an illusion? Yuanshi panted as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and asked. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. She thought for a moment, but did not answer first. Instead, she asked, "What did you see?" "A grand sacrifice. Countless gods from all over the universe kneeling and worshipping. The power of all living beings." "Oh, the sun, the moon, and the stars? I don't really remember. I remember just now." Yuanshi tried to recall in a daze for a while. After a moment, he shook his head. He could not remember. Yin Nuoxing also asked the others, and the answers she received were similar. She vaguely pieced it together and obtained the same thing: a grand sacrifice. The sky god stood on a high platform and gathered the power of all living beings from all over the universe. As for what he wanted to do, no one could remember. They only seemed to remember just now, but they could not remember it after being shaken awake by Yin Nuoxing. "You guys are quite bold. This is one of the sky god's divine statue deduction. The profoundness in each stroke is enough for all non-gods to comprehend for a lifetime. You guys entered a passive state of enlightenment so naturally. Do you want to disappear from this world?" Yin Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You guys were almost wiped out just now. The enlightenment left behind by the sky god is fine, but this is a primitive deduction. It's very easy for you to fall into it and never come back. From now on, seal your senses. You can't touch this yet." Looking at Yin Nuoxing's unprecedentedly serious expression, everyone could only smile awkwardly. The strange state they fell into just now did not make them feel enlightened. Instead, they felt dizzy, as if a part of their soul was empty. What is it saying? After sealing their senses, the golden picture did not feel as strange as before when they looked at it again. It was as if the golden picture that appeared on the wall of stars was just a very ordinary picture. Even so, they could see some very profound traces on it. However, they did not dare to sense it. They were afraid that they would fall into it and never come back. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and retreated. When the wall appeared in front of them, she stopped. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the golden picture of stars and said, "What you guys saw should be the end. This is just the beginning. Take your time and look at it." This was a series of very simple pictures. It was just that every stroke was different. The others could not see anything, but Yin Nuoxing could see many traces of deduction. It was a very simple picture. It recorded a small family that once existed in the divine world. There was a person in the family. The gender of this person was not recorded. That person's appearance was also very vague. What was recorded was only bits and pieces of the person's cultivation path. Some were dry, and some were hot-blooded. Occasionally, they would encounter setbacks and also escape from death. It seemed like every bit of their life was recorded. They crossed the mortal rank, immortal rank, demigod rank, initial divine rank, and all the way until they reached the post-divine rank. At the post-divine rank, another very special life form appeared on this golden picture. It had a pair of demonic wings on its back and long horns on both sides of its forehead. This was a demon, a post-divine expert of the demon race. It was a powerful demon god that looked down on the world. In the picture, it was fighting a great battle with this demon god. Moreover, the battlefield seemed to be in the demon world. The battle between the two of them destroyed half of the demon world. That demon god faced the sky and roared. The scarlet sky collapsed and the earth shattered. In the end, the two of them fought in the void, causing the void to sink bit by bit. The demon god seized the opportunity and used an extremely powerful attack to destroy the void along with that demon god. Not even a trace of its divine soul was left behind. When they saw that kind of great battle, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their breathing became hurried. It was another great battle between gods. Even if they had seen it in the mausoleum world, this battle seemed to be even more thorough. It was as if they were fighting to the death. After the battle ended, it seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. According to the picture, it stayed in the destroyed void for many years to recover from its injuries. After passing through this picture, it once again returned to the divine world after an unknown number of years. The battle between the divine world and the demon world was still difficult to distinguish. It was not the only god that appeared, and it was not the only god that fell. The divine world has really been plagued with disasters since ancient times. Yuanshi couldn't help but scratch his head. This battle is too tragic. It engulfed the entire divine world. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the space collapsed. I really have to sigh. It's really not easy for the divine world to still be alive. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This should be something that happened in the later period of the ancient antiquity era. As for whether it was the 70th era or so, I don't really remember. The Shadow Emperor's memory is a little blurry, but one thing is for sure. When the great battle broke out, the Shadow Emperor already existed at that time. Because of the blurry memory, he witnessed the battle but didn't participate. After all, he was still quite weak at that time. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. Looking down, its figure was still hazy and unclear. The divine world was in a mess. The flames of war had been extinguished, and there was still no victory or defeat. How many people had died in the divine world? No one knew the true meaning of this war. It had been passed down from a long time ago. The meaning was simple. Both sides wanted to live on, and both sides wanted to live more comfortably. For this, they did not hesitate to fight to the death. The realm of the gods had participated in this war. The realm of monsters and demons had been stopped, but it could not be said that the realm of the gods had won. It could only be said that both sides had suffered. However, the picture didn't stop here. It continued. The picture in the middle was quite abstract. On the giant star wall, there was an ocean and a giant wall standing on the ocean. The barrier between the sea of time and the primordial realm. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and pointed at the ocean and the giant wall. The aura of time seeped out from the picture, and it was completely transmitted. He could feel it. If he couldn't understand the meaning of this, then he would have lived in vain. Yes, the barrier between the sea of time and the primordial realm. Yuanshi nodded. Then, he turned his head and looked at him. What does it mean? I took a look at the back. It's a little abstract. It seems that after the battle, the picture at the back has become abstract. I don't quite understand it. What is the meaning of these two things displayed now? Probably. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while, then said, it's probably the first major realm of the post-god level. Only by reaching that level can one walk fearlessly on the sea of time and travel to various time periods and timeline worlds. One can even pass through the barrier of the primordial realm. Don't be fooled by how easy it was when we went to the 5 primordial realms. That was the back door. We borrowed the power of the primordial realm to pass through the barrier of the primordial realm. Once we master the power of the primordial realm, even emperor gods can cross realms. But if we don't master the power of the primordial realm, we have to reach the first major realm of the post-god level before we can use our power to penetrate the barrier of the primordial realm and cross realms. Everyone nodded. Then, they looked at the picture behind the sea of time and the barrier of the primordial realm. A scepter appeared. It was a very strange scepter. At the top of the scepter was a galaxy. Countless stars floated on the bright light disk. Everyone looked at Yin Nuoxing, indicating that they couldn't understand it all. In the end, Yin Nuoxing also spread his hands helplessly. I don't know what this thing is trying to express either. The group of people fell to the ground. They twitched for a long time and almost couldn't get up. Looking further back, the scepter began to emit a bright light. Around the scepter, there were many more people. They knelt beside the scepter devoutly. Traces of mysterious aura emanated from those people, but they didn't gather on the scepter. Instead, they dissipated and merged into the space. In the picture behind, the scepter's light was even brighter, and the supreme majesty it emitted was even more powerful. The people around it were even lined up in a circle. Some were so excited that they shed tears. Some were hugging something that looked like a book. The pen in their hands danced wildly, as if they were recording something. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands of rays of light penetrated through the void. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be a sun, a moon, and stars revolving around it. On those stars, there was also an extremely powerful aura of life. The next scene was the one they had just seen. It stood on a high platform made of stars. Its arms were open, and the scepter floated in front of it. Its body was surrounded by a strong aura of stars. The sun, the moon, and the stars appeared at the same time. It was a wonder in the sky. Below the high platform, there was an endless sea of people. The ancient sacrificial syllables seemed to have penetrated the barrier of time and entered their ears without reservation. Those voices were repeatedly reciting a name, telling them the name of a god. A grand voice that penetrated the entire void rumbled and resounded in the entire void. It symbolized the birth of a god. All living things in the heavens should welcome the arrival of this god. This was also a faint respect that the void conveyed to this supreme expert, even if the void itself wasn't friendly with anything. The declaration of the god, announcing your arrival to the entire void. From now on, another god has been born. Yin Nuashing's soft voice made everyone tremble. The birth of God. Behind this picture was the last picture. The entangled golden threads were tangled messily in this place, forming a ball of wool. Many threads could be seen weaving in and out of the ball of wool, as if they were trying to untie the ball of wool. However, the more they shook, the worse it became. In the middle of this messy ball of wool, there stood a huge question mark. Even though it was also golden, it could be seen at a glance. Everyone stopped here. The picture had already ended. Everything was contained in this huge question mark. It seemed to have unintentionally revealed everyone's state of mind. What was this question mark? They were at a loss. They were at a loss. They didn't know what it meant or what it meant. They didn't know. The road has come to an end. Yin Nuashing sighed. She gently swiped her palm in front of her. The messy ball of wool changed in front of everyone's eyes. It turned into a broken staircase. It broke vertically from the center, as if it was responding to Yin Nuashing's words. The road has come to an end. What? The road has come to an end? What road? Everyone was at a loss. Yin Nuashing stretched out her hand and pointed at the beginning in the distance. She said, at the very beginning, he was just a mortal. Slowly, over a long period of time, he passed the mortal level, the immortal level, the demon level, the demigod level, the initial divine level, the later divine level, and finally stepped onto the high platform of the god realm. What road do you think has come to an end? That god is pursuing the road after the god realm? Yuanshi was shocked. He hurriedly said, but aren't gods already the strongest? Who told you that the god realm is the strongest? Yin Nuashing glanced at him indifferently. In the ancient era, Quarter Moon and the other 10 gods were still killed. Moreover, I remember saying a few times that there are experts above the god realm. It seems that you have forgotten. Yuanshi was embarrassed. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. After all, when they were talking about this, he had also heard a lot of information. The god realm stands on the 5th step of the later divine level, which is the 5th great realm. Yin Nuashing crossed her palms in front of her. She said, since it is the later divine level, it is naturally not as simple as 1 or 2 steps. However, many people's understanding stops at the 5th step. Even Quarter Moon's understanding stopped at the 5th step. Yin Nuashing's face showed a hint of confusion. In the past, Xianyu was also pursuing the 5th step. The enemies he encountered were not as simple as heavenly gods. They should all be experts above the heavenly god realm. Xian Yin is the same. She is also an expert above the heavenly god realm. However, what is after the 5th step? Quarter Moon thought that after finding Xian Yin, he would have a way to find out. However, before he could get an answer, someone came knocking on his door. I don't know either. The path is broken, and I can't find a way to take the next step. Xian Yue didn't find in the past, so he wanted to find a way to continue this broken path. Thus I appeared. I will be the one to test this method. What comes after Sky God? This question has been passed down among the gods. Originally, we thought that reaching the god realm was the end. However, the empty feeling in our hearts tells us that it is far from over. However, how should we go forward? continue to cultivate. However, I keep feeling that something is missing. It is a very strange feeling. There should be something behind it, but I can't find it. I want to find it, but there is no way. The end of existence. What is there? Chapter 9:21. This scene was like a long time ago, so long ago that his memory was blurred, but he could not forget it because it was blurred. It was a memory that was deeply engraved in his mind. Brother, you have been in seclusion for 10,000 years. Come out and take a breather. What are you doing all day long? What are these strange images? Divine statue, derivation. What are you trying to deduce in 10,000 years? Heavenly God's path break? Oh, that sounds amazing. But I have been a heavenly God for so many years. Even if I have no path, I still have to go through the same thing. Don't waste time on this. It won't lead to any results. Maybe there is no one above heavenly God. All right, I was wrong. Don't seal me. Wah, wah, wah. Well, if we're talking about feelings, I more or less have some feelings. My heart feels empty. If you ask me, it should be because of the order of heaven and earth. This is the only reason I can think of. If it is related to the order of heaven and earth. Brother, your project is so big. Quarter Moon smiled faintly. It is just a life and death cycle. It will take a few dozen eras. Before they catch up, do your best to set it up. It will take them a lot of effort to find the realm of the gods. I know. I will die when they find me, right? The final battle or something. Sigh. Are those people really above heavenly God? Well, although I don't doubt brother you, I still find it a little inconceivable. Originally, I thought that the heavenly gods were the strongest, but in the end, they were chased by another group of people who couldn't escape even after fleeing through hundreds of thousands of worlds. Even now, I can still feel their power spreading through the void. Let us help. We still have time anyway. Everyone come in. Brother you is doing something new again. There is something fun. Call the little ones from the temple out to play. Watching the girl in the white robe running out happily, Quarter Moon could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head. In the void domain, in the stone corridor, the golden pictures that covered the entire wall had already disappeared. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were lifeless as he stared at the last picture in a daze. He did not speak for a long time and even stood there in a daze, as if he was in a daze. Little star. Xian gently pulled Yin Nuoxing's sleeve and pushed his arm. Yin Nuoxing shivered and gradually regained her senses. A moment later, she gently sighed in relief. She looked at the face that was close to her and the people around her. She was also stunned for a moment. She shook her head and tossed aside her messy thoughts. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Let's continue walking. There's nothing to see here." Everyone was stunned. He had just said those words and stood there motionlessly. They all thought that something had happened to him. Now, it seemed that nothing had happened to him. In the end, it was Yuan Shi from the death-seeking duo who asked this question. Yin Nuoxing paused and pondered for a moment. However, she smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered something. Quarter Moon once used the divine statue deduction to deduce the god's road break. This was also one of the factors that started the long plan that lasted dozens of years." As she spoke, Yin Nuoxing sighed deeply and shook her head. She was a little dispirited. Everyone did not ask further. When it came to the problem of her memory, everyone would be very careful to avoid it. If she accidentally recalled something important, then it would not be fun. Speaking of which, this god's relic is a little boring. It's even more boring than the previous one. Chu Yingxian directly changed the topic. Relic? This place is more like the god's dojo. Most of the things left behind are for people to comprehend. Didn't you guys comprehend the golden runes in the previous dojo very enthusiastically? All of your cultivations improved by leaps and bounds. Yin Nuoxing spread out her hands. Then she used her head to point at the giant wall behind them that was gradually getting farther and farther away. That counts too. It's just that you guys don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Those who are at the beginner god level can try it. As for the rest, don't look at it. If you can't withstand it, you will directly dissipate into the laws and order of heaven and earth. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget about it. They could not afford to try it. Well, since it's the God's dojo, there should be something here that you can't miss. As Yin Nuashing spoke, she raised her head to look at the sky. Everyone slowly raised their heads as well. Then they saw many strange golden small beasts hovering in the sky. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, there was a golden fish swimming slowly. There was a golden bear lying on a huge meteorite, sleeping soundly with its head buried. What's more, there was a golden dragon flying by. Of course, these small beasts did not look like physical bodies. It was as if their bodies were roughly drawn with golden lines. Then, their illusory bodies were filled with energy. They looked very illusory and somewhat transparent, very different from physical bodies. What are those? Seeing the group of small beasts swimming in the sky, Yuanshi was also stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask. The condensation of divinity. This can only be condensed by God experts. On the path of the initial God rank, the cultivation of divinity is especially important, even more important than one's own strength. The cultivation of divinity must be improved as one's own strength increases. If the cultivation of divinity cannot keep up with one's own strength, the path ahead will be very difficult. However, if the cultivation of divinity is a step ahead, the improvement of one's strength will become easier. At the later God rank, when one's divinity is complete, one can condense divinity again and bestow one's own position as a god. The higher one's divinity is, the stronger one's divine right will be. At this time, cultivating divinity is a disguised form of cultivating the power of divine right. Gods can also condense divinity outside their bodies during cultivation, just like now. Yin Nuashing pointed at the large clumps of small beasts in the sky and said, "Those are the condensation of divinity. They have extremely pure divinity. If one refines them, one's own divinity will be improved and purified. Those who have not awakened their divinity can also use these to forcibly increase their initial divinity value. For example, from 90 to 99, 100 to 101, and so on. The initial divinity value is still quite important." As soon as the last sentence came out, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Thinking about their current strength and the fact that they seemed to have awakened their divinity, they suddenly had a headache. They could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. It was as if you feel like you've lost a world, right? Yin Nuashing joked. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't say that. It was no wonder that they didn't come to the Void Fortress first, but went to the God's Ruin first. If they had come here first, they could have improved their divinity with these condensed divinity objects, and it wouldn't have been too late to awaken their divinity. Well, while initial divinity is important, it can be made up for later. Let's put it this way. Initial divinity is the starting line, and the higher the starting line, the better it is. But there are other factors as well. Life is a super long race, and having a starting line alone is not enough. Yin Nuashing could not help laughing when she saw everyone's dispirited appearance and offered words of comfort. These things can make up for your lack of initial divinity. While there is no need for that number now that you've awakened your divinity, cultivating divinity is still the most important thing in the initial divine tier. These things can also speed up your cultivation of divinity and might even give you some more unusual abilities. Well, as for those who have not awakened their divinity, Yin Nuashing looked at Little Moon and Yu beside her. The two girls had just stepped into the demigod tier and had not had the time to awaken their divinity. Yu, you can rest assured and improve your divinity. You're the lucky ones. Everyone promptly turned their envious, jealous, and hateful gazes towards Little Moon and Yu, who were jumping for joy. Those two were the only ones who had not awakened their divinity. The others had all awakened their divinity in that year of cultivation. Lin Sheng could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. They're the ones with great opportunities. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at the small beast wandering in the sky. She suddenly teased, but these divinity agglomerations are not that easy to get. Troublesome? Very powerful? Yuanshi scratched his head and asked in surprise. Divinity agglomerations are filled with the purest divine energy, and there might even be the power of the gods themselves in them. They have intelligence, a very weak one, but they would not use that power for anything. It's just like how treasures of heaven and earth have the ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. Now, the things in front of you are the top 10 treasures of heaven and earth. Do you dare to rush over and take them? Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. Once the energy contained in those things burst out, they would not be able to withstand it. Although their intelligence was weak, treasures of heaven and earth would still fight back on their own. Well, they will escape, and their talents are all focused on escaping. They're very slippery. Divinity agglomerations that are not controlled by anyone are as slippery as loaches. You don't have to worry about going for wool and coming home shorn. You just have to use your brains to think about how to catch these little guys. When Yun Nuashing said the word little guy, he bit it especially hard, causing everyone to be stunned. Instinctively, they felt that something was not right. Seeing that everyone was looking at her in surprise, Yun Nuashing just smiled mysteriously. She looked up at the sky, and the power of godly right quietly spread out. Then, with a wave of her hand, it spread out in the air. Yun Nuashing could not completely control the power of godly right now, so she could not use it against the enemy. However, it was still very easy to just spread it out. To put it bluntly, it could only be used to scare people. It looked good, but it was useless. As soon as the power of godly right spread out, the leisurely small beast in the sky suddenly paused. There was a flash of light in their big, bright eyes. The crouching little bear also slowly opened its eyes and looked down. Then, it suddenly jumped down from the meteorite and landed on the crowd. Then, everyone saw the little golden bear grow bigger and bigger in their eyes, and bigger and bigger, and bigger and bigger. Huff! Yuanshi was stunned. Something was wrong with its size? Was it the so-called near, big, far, small? It was so small just now. How could it? Everyone turned pale with fright. The huge pressure that was like Mount Tai pressing down on them drove them to retreat desperately. And then, boom! Like a meteorite hitting the ground heavily. The huge vibration caused the entire corridor to rumble. Smoke and dust billowed as if there was an earthquake. Fortunately, the quality of the stone corridor here was excellent. Even after being hit by Mount Tai, there was not a single crack. Everyone turned their heads, dumbfounded. Yin Nuashing was the only one who didn't run away. Even Ming Ming and Zi Yin took a step back in horror when they saw the huge body falling down. Until the huge thing fell, no one would have thought that such a cute little bear in the sky would be. Its body was actually a huge bear that was thousands of feet long. The huge bear that was thousands of feet long crawled on the ground and rubbed its head against Yun Nuashing's palm intimately. No one knew what was going on, but Yun Nuashing knew. Because of the godly power, these divine small beasts felt very intimate. After all, the person who condensed them was also a god. The godly power on the person's body would more or less integrate into these small beasts. Now that they had become ownerless objects, the godly power could easily attract them over. She rubbed the huge bear's head for a while. There was a cool touch and surging energy. It was not the soft feeling of fur. After all, this was also a kind of energy body. She carefully put the huge bear away and turned it into a ball of light only the size of a fist. Yun Nuashing shook it in front of everyone and said, "Look, it's that simple. F*CKU. Yuanshi couldn't help but raise his middle finger. Don't think that I don't know what you're doing." Everyone was stunned. They didn't feel anything. They looked at Yin Nuashing in surprise. The latter was accidentally exposed. She couldn't help but smack her lips and turn her head. "TSK, you found out. You really did do something?" Everyone was shocked. Ahem, in short, this thing is not as easy to get as you think. If you want to catch it, I won't help you. Playing with the ball of light in her hand, Yin Nuashing glanced at everyone and said arrogantly. Then she smiled at Little Moon and said, Come here. This is for you." Seeing that Yin Nuashing pressed the ball of light that the huge bear had turned into between Little Moon's eyebrows, everyone looked at each other silently and took a deep breath. Then they recalled what he said just now and couldn't help but sigh. This was his test. After all, they couldn't rely on others for everything. This was the time to test them. That's right. Although they comforted themselves like this, why did they feel stifled in their hearts? Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Stupid Siscon. Yin Nuoxing threw a look that said, Anyway, you're not my sister. If you want it, go do it yourself. Do you want me to take care of you for the rest of your life? As for why he could tell so much from just one look, no one knew. They only knew that there was a lot of information in that look. Everyone looked at each other. Yuanxi shrugged, then took the lead and rushed into the sky. There was energy suppression here, but flying wasn't a problem. It was just a little strenuous. Everyone followed suit and rushed into the sky. Yu, who couldn't sit still, also pulled Xian and the other girls and rushed into the sky. Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally planned to make arrangements for the girls himself, but seeing that they were in high spirits, he let them go and play. As for himself, who couldn't fly, he could only sit quietly at the side and watch Little Moon refine that ball of divine light. In the sky above the transparent barrier, those giant beasts were leisurely flying around a large group of meteorites as if they were playing hide-and-seek. At a certain moment, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They all turned around and saw a group of people rushing into the sky like wolves and tigers. As if they were startled, they roared and fled in all directions like birds and beasts scattering. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only see rays of light flashing in front of them, and then all that was left in front of them was a group of meteorites. Damn it, they ran so fast. Yuanxi couldn't help but curse. Then, he signaled to everyone and said, "Spread out." Everyone nodded. Then, each of them moved and chased after one of the giant beasts. Everyone chased after them, while the giant beasts flew in front. Those small beasts all displayed an extremely shocking speed. They were so fast that they almost left afterimages. Everyone couldn't help but blush with shame. The suppression here was very strong. To let them fly at such a fast speed, they had to at least use all of their strength. However, everyone wasn't someone who would give up easily. They immediately roared and moved as if their lives depended on it. Their figures turned into rays of light and chased after the giant beasts. The sky suddenly became a mess. Among them, Yaohua was probably the most miserable one. He originally thought that he was the fastest with the light element, and that even the giant beasts wouldn't be able to escape. However, he had his eyes set on the golden dragon and chased after it with all his might. The light element brought him behind the golden dragon in a flash. Just as he was about to grab its tail, the golden dragon suddenly swung its tail and sent him flying. This idiot, doesn't he know that a dragon's head and tail can't stand on each other? Yin Nuoxing was speechless as she watched Yaohua being sent flying by the tail. She couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Apart from that, there were a few times when Yaohua clearly caught up. Then, the giant dragon's body, which was flying rapidly in the air, suddenly stopped. It flapped its wings and quickly bypassed a huge meteorite in front of it, increasing its speed again. As for Yaohua, who was behind the giant dragon at his maximum speed, he crashed into the meteorite. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the sky. Yaohua directly smashed through the meteorite, and then a large amount of earth and stone splashed. The scattered fragments exploded in the sky, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they rushed in all directions. Some of them hit others, causing them to stagger. Some of them hit other meteorites, and then meteorites hit meteorites. It was like a chain reaction. Countless gravel flew everywhere. It was a very spectacular scene. "Yaohua, you bastard! Don't make trouble." The duck in our hand flew away. "Yaohua, I'll fight you to the death." They didn't catch up with the divine beasts, but they almost had an internal strife. As for the first one to gain something, it was actually Qin Yin, who was silent. Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. The giant golden bird that Qin Yin had caught was struggling wildly in the sky. The wild power kept colliding with Qin Yan's palm, and a muffled sound broke out in the sky. Yin Nuoxing's pretty face turned slightly pale. After experiencing that power personally, she understood how difficult it was to catch these so-called condensed divinity objects. The divine energy in her jade hand continued to strengthen. As the power layered on top of each other, the giant golden bird's struggle slowly weakened, and its body gradually shrank. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Qin Yin had almost exhausted all the power in her body. The golden bird finally turned into a golden ball of light the size of a fist. The divine energy contained in the ball of light was very rich and pure, and there was an even more wonderful power in it. It seemed to be the faint power of the divine right. However, the latter power would not cause any adverse effects to the person who absorbed it, nor would it allow the person who absorbed it to master it in advance. When the ball of light was absorbed, it would dissipate into pure energy and be absorbed by the person who absorbed it. Seeing Qin Yin land from the sky and stand in front of her, Yin Nuoxing asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "It's quite difficult to deal with." Qin Yin nodded. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, then handed the ball of light in her hand to Yin Nuoxing. She asked, "How do I use this thing?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She then smiled helplessly and stood up. She took the ball of light and gently stuffed it between Qin Yan's eyebrows. She said, "Circulate your divinity and soul naturally and absorb it. With the current capacity of your bodies, one is enough. You won't be able to handle more." Qin Yan nodded. Mei Mao glanced at her, then slowly sat down beside Little Moon. She formed a seal with her hands and entered a state of cultivation. After looking at her for a while and not sensing anything wrong, Yin Nuoxing turned her gaze away. She looked at the chaotic sky and could not help but chuckle. Chapter 922. Time passed quietly. For cultivators, time was the cheapest thing because a lot of it could be used up in the blink of an eye. The time that passed in the void was even more vague and meaningless. This was the depths of the void. The endless void wrapped around this long stone corridor, isolating all the elements of the present world. Here, there was only the endless void which devoured all the elements of the world. How long had passed after that? Perhaps not long after. Yin Nuoxing could feel that there were people coming in from the other side of the gate. They were all masters who had just stepped into the initial god level, so they should be people from the secret realm. However, 90% of those people were blocked in front of the 2-star walls, while the remaining 10% were blocked in the middle of the star walls. Except for him and the people he brought with him, no one else could cross the 2-star walls. It was like a natural moat. Those people were all attracted by the various mysteries contained in the golden picture and passively entered a state of enlightenment. No one knew whether it was a disaster or a blessing, but Yin Nuoxing saw with her own eyes that a person's body suddenly turned into a brilliant rain of light and dissipated extremely quickly. Then, he merged into the void and completely disappeared. That was a sign of Tao assimilation. In the primordial age, people sought and comprehended Tao. In this age, there is no need to use Tao to prove one's own cultivation, but they will still be affected by the Tao left behind in the past and transform into Tao. Yin Nuoxing murmured and looked in the direction of the star walls. He shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he cast his gaze to the side. At this time, Xian, Ming, and Yuan, she were all sitting on the ground and forming hand seals to cultivate. Huge waves of divinity rolled out from their bodies. Looking up at the sky again, Qin Yin had already gone up to capture the divinity behemoths for the 3rd time. That kind of divinity condensation, after transforming back into its original form, wouldn't exist for long without special means. It had to be absorbed immediately. With their current strength, one divinity condensation at a time was already the limit. Therefore, occasionally, they would rush up after cultivating and capture one divinity condensation back to slowly cultivate. However, one divinity condensation would take many days for them to completely absorb. Although he could control the divinity behemoths to come down directly, after one time, Little Moon and Ewer said that it was more fun for him to capture them himself. Therefore, he became the most idle person here. Every time he saw everyone having so much fun, he would sigh and want to sneak out. However, he had to watch them cultivate and guard against any accidents. However, after 2 or 3 times, he realized that it was almost the same whether he was there or not. Therefore, He left a warning array and then helplessly raised the serrated great sword and wandered around blindly. From time to time, he would use the great sword to poke and draw on the ground, as if he was setting up something. This time, he found this place. He had been sitting there for 10 days. He activated the serrated greatsword and guided strands of golden threads from the greatsword into a palm-sized array on the ground. As the golden threads continued to be guided, the azure array gradually turned golden. He turned around and looked behind him. There were dozens of palm-sized golden arrays along the way. The others did not take that long, but he had been sitting there for a long time. Moreover, the array was quiet and did not seem to be affected much by the golden color. It seemed that it would take some time for it to be done. Weak footsteps came from behind, causing Yun Nuoxing to slowly open her eyes. However, she did not turn her head. She was still looking at the serrated greatsword that was floating half a foot above the array and rotating slowly. When the footsteps stopped behind her and the person stopped behind her, she straightened her body slightly. Without turning her gaze, she directly said, "Has your cultivation come to an end? Why do you have time to look for me?" She did not mean anything by this. It was just that after knowing that this place could quickly cultivate divinity, and after being warned by him that someone could come behind them at any time, everyone was in a hurry. They did not have much free time to stop and were cultivating nonstop. Other than that, they were also going up to the sky to catch divine beasts. "I'm tired, so I stopped to rest. At the same time, I wanted to see what you were up to." The owner of the sweet voice directly sat down beside Yun Nuoxing. She hugged her knees with her hands, and her long black hair fell behind her and fell to the ground. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and did not say anything. He nodded and continued to focus on the serrated greatsword, controlling it to slowly transmit power into the array. "What are you doing?" Seeing that he was ignoring her, Chu Yingzhan could not help but ask. As you can see, Yun Nuoxing pointed at the serrated greatsword with his chin and said faintly, "I'm trying to open the last energy node. The energy node of the Void Fortress is hidden at the back of this long stone corridor, which is the section behind the giant wall of the divine statue deduction. I've been looking for it all this time. There are quite a few hidden points. There is no pattern, and there are no energy waves. I can only try one by one. Unfortunately, I've already tried 88 of them, and I still haven't found the right one. You can't handle them either?" Chu Yingzhan tilted her head and said jokingly. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Although trying one by one is the stupidest way, there is no other way when there is no pattern. Moreover, the information contained in these energy nodes is also different. To put it bluntly, it's like a lock. It's just that some locks can be easily pried open, and some can't be pried open even after a long time. Only by eliminating these useless information can we see whether the energy node hidden underneath is a floor tile or an energy node. Then he pointed behind him and said, "I've marked the ones that I've tried. There's still a large area that I haven't tried." In the end, Yun Nuoxing sighed and pointed at the long stone corridor in front of him that was filled with gravel. He sighed helplessly. These energy nodes were only the size of a palm, and they were scattered all over this huge area. He felt a little hopeless when he saw this. He didn't know how long it would take to complete this task. He didn't know, and he didn't want to know. If he knew the time limit, he would probably be so angry that he would destroy this place with his sword. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Let him continue being fearless. Although he really wanted to destroy this place now, he remembered that there were many people behind him, so he silently suppressed this thought. It was so stifling that his forehead was a little dark. "Your face is dark," Chu Yingzhan said. Veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He really wanted to say, "Not only is my face dark, but I'm also stifling my anger. I'm in the middle of something. Please don't disturb me. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in and do something irritable." Chu Yingzhan sighed and said in a helpless tone, "You're so busy. Others are enjoying their cultivation, but you're silently shouldering everything by yourself." Chu Yingzhan sighed and said in a voice that was hard to tell whether she was laughing or feeling helpless, "You've said this before." Yun Nuoxing sighed and said, "Only I can do these things." Moreover, I can't cultivate, right? If I don't do it, who else is going to do it? Do I ask you to do it? You're not going to cultivate when you have the best cultivation conditions and the best cultivation opportunities. But you're going to come and help me, this miserable fellow? Yes, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help you. Chu Yingxian rested her head on her arm and looked at Yun Nuoxing quietly. The obsidian Mei Mao didn't seem to be joking, which stunned Yun Nuoxing. Quietly looking at the pair of gem-like eyes, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He forgot that he was still maintaining the movement of the greatsword in his hand. For a long time, the two of them looked at each other without moving their gazes. It was only when the sound of insufficient energy coming from the greatsword that Yun Nuoxing hurriedly came back to his senses. He was a little flustered as he held the greatsword. Seeing him panic for a moment, Chu Yingxian was also stunned. She couldn't help but chuckle, causing Yun Nuoxing's face to turn red. He turned his head and pretended to glare fiercely at her. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yingxian interrupted him and said, "If you tell me to go back and cultivate, I'll throw you down from here. Do you believe me?" Chu Yingxian rolled her eyes at him fiercely. She looked at this idiot who was busy working alone. She finally mustered up the courage to come over and help. If she was persuaded to go back because of one sentence, she might not be able to muster up the courage again. She couldn't let him say that sentence no matter what. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and looked at her blankly. He sighed and said, "I said, since you want to help, then help me mark the energy points in front of me, Chu Yingxian. Didn't you want to persuade me just now?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head strangely. "Why should I persuade you? It just so happens that I'll be busy with this work for a long time. I'm quite happy that you're willing to help. Moreover, the sooner we finish this, the sooner we can finish." Chu Yingxian's face turned red. She suddenly jumped up. But if it was in the past, you would definitely persuade me to go back and cultivate. Didn't you force me to change?" Yun Nuoxing also understood why she was suddenly conflicted. He couldn't help but look at her again. He smiled and said, "Since you're here, stay and accompany me." Chu Yingxian's cheeks twitched. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt as if she was a lamb in a tiger's mouth. Moreover, she was the one who came here. Although she originally wanted to help, she didn't know why such a feeling rose in her heart. She also didn't know why, but an inexplicable chill ran from her back to her head. Those energy points aren't hidden too much. With your outstanding soul power and the current strength of your divinity, it's very easy to find them. Just mark them out. As for the array to mark them out, use this. Yun Nuoxing poked her forehead and passed a piece of array to her. You're also an array master. It's very easy to set up this kind of simple energy locking array. Moreover, it's not a high-grade array. It's also more obscure when using it, so it'll be very easy for you to master it. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, he gave her a thumbs up. Then he pointed into the distance and said, "Start from that stone pillar over there. Slowly mark it out in my direction. If you can, other than marking it out, try to eliminate the information contained in it. If you find an energy point, let me know." "What kind of energy point?" Chu Yingxian asked blankly. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. Then he said very vividly, "If you feel that you've dug up a fountain, just let me know." Chu Yingxian's mouth twitched, and she almost fell to the ground. Before Chu Yingxian left, Yun Nuoxing added, "Do your best. Don't be impatient. If you're tired, go back and cultivate. Get as many as you can. Leave the rest to me." This sentence directly poked at Chu Yingxian's sore spot. She immediately stomped her feet and turned to glare at Yun Nuoxing. He angrily shouted, "I'll definitely complete it. I'll find the energy point before you. Watch carefully. Ah, harem siscon." After leaving Yun Nuoxing with a dumbfounded expression, he left. That roar woke everyone up from their stupor. They opened their eyes and looked at their surroundings. When they saw the embarrassed and angry Chu Yingxian and the confused and helpless Yun Nuoxing, they couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Then they went back to cultivating. They were already used to this kind of situation. Anyway, these two enemies were fighting again. They wouldn't find it strange if they saw Chu Yingxian press Yun Nuoxing to the ground one day, or vice versa. What did I do to her? Yun Nuoxing had a strange expression on his face. Why did he get scolded for no reason? However, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on this matter. He calmed down again and glanced at Chu Yingjian, who was already prepared and sitting down to start work. He watched as she clumsily tried to open the array in front of her. After repeatedly trying a few times, she finally carved the first array on the ground. When he saw that she didn't have any problems, Yin Nuoxing gradually closed his mind and continued with his previous work. He reckoned that there was a problem with the energy point that Yin Nuoxing found. He originally estimated that he would be able to settle this point within 10 days. However, on the 6th day, Chu Yingjian appeared out of nowhere and broke his cultivation, causing his progress to fall back a little. Now, with the speed of his analysis, it didn't take long. Perhaps only a day had passed, but someone else came at him at supersonic speed. Yin Nuoxing, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt a great threat. That sense of threat came from the instincts of an array master and also from his thoughts of life and death. He turned around abruptly and saw a purple figure enlarging in front of him. There was a dull sound of a collision, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. They quickly raised their heads and saw that Yin Nuoxing had been sent flying. They heaved a sigh of relief and silently told themselves to calm down. Then they continued to cultivate calmly. They were already used to this scene. "Girl, you're going to break my cultivation if you do this," looking at Ziyin, who directly pounced on him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. With half of her body hanging on him, Yin Nuoxing coughed lightly. He felt that his lungs were not light. In a flurry, he took off the octopus from his body and pressed her to his side. After looking her up and down, he smiled and said, "Well, you've become more beautiful. It seems that your progress is not bad." "Bah, no, girl, what are you doing?" "I'm here to help you." Ziyin grinned, revealing a row of shiny silver teeth. She hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm and shook it gently as she said, "My cultivation has come to an end. I was going to wait for you to ask for our help, but it seems like it's going to be a long time before that day comes. That's why I'm here." Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You know what I'm doing? You're looking for the last energy node. Little Purple Soul is already working on it." Ziyin nodded and pointed at a place with her slender finger. Yin Nuoxing was startled. He quickly turned around and saw the little girl with long purple blonde hair running across the rocky ground. She suddenly stopped when she reached a spot and clapped her hands. A blue formation appeared between her hands, and she pressed it gently on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the formation was the same as Yin Nuoxing's energy lock-on formation. After that, the little girl ran happily to another spot and repeated her actions. Judging from the blue formation on the ground, it seemed like she had been working on it for a long time. There were many blue formations on the ground that were automatically analyzing the complex information in the energy nodes. Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. When did the little girl appear there? Why didn't he notice her at all? Little Purple Soul is very elusive. Even you can't catch her. Have you forgotten when you first went to China? You were looking for Little Purple Soul back then. Ziyin couldn't help but laugh as she watched Little Purple Soul running around making marks. "Yes, I have to work harder too. I can't let the little girl lose to me." Ziyin laughed to herself. She let go of Yin Nuoxing and scurried out to follow Little Purple Soul to work on the blue formations. Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. Yin Nuoxing was puzzled. Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. In the end, he let out a long sigh and sat down to continue working on the formations that he had been working on for 7 days. He was dumbfounded as soon as he immersed his mind into it. Damn it, what am I doing now? Not long after, Ming Ming's cultivation also came to an end. Furthermore, she was sitting beside him. Ming Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. However, this last didn't seem to have any intention of disturbing him. She just took Bing, from his head and Xiao Xian from his neck. She just sat there quietly, as if she was secretly cheering him on. Ming 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 didn't make a sound, which made him heave a sigh of relief. The stubborn Ming 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 only wanted to chew on this tough bone that he had found so far. He never thought that there would be so many external factors interfering with his plan. However, as if it was a joke, the point that he found still could not be opened. A few days later, The energy point that little purple soul found suddenly erupted like a fountain of energy. Before he could react, the gigantic sawtooth sword that was hanging beside Yin Nuo planet charged into the energy fountain and went in head first. Thump! As usual, there was a sound that sounded like a heartbeat. A colorful beam of light shot up into the sky for where the spring was. Then it exploded in the void. Colorful veins extended in all directions, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. The energy density in this space was rapidly increasing. As the energy nodes were opened, the marked energy points on the ground suddenly flickered with multicolored light. The multicolored energy was like a fountain, forming a huge fountain. The energy was so dense that it condensed into a multicolored liquid that flowed on the ground. The energy mist drifted in the air, making the place somewhat hazy. Yin Nuoxing stood up and stared at the ground blankly. She took a deep breath and said, "So, what am I doing?" Chapter 923. In the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly exploded, and the last blurry scarlet energy node also faded under the colorful beam of light. Slowly, it was dyed with some colors and gradually merged with the golden energy veins. When the last of the red light faded, the sky suddenly shook. Boom! A muffled sound came from the sky like rolling thunder, causing countless people to raise their heads in astonishment. They instinctively felt that something seemed to be changing. In the sky, in the sky. The people in the Jesu's secret realm suddenly raised their heads because of a scream. When they saw the thing that appeared in the sky, they couldn't help but be shocked. Some people even ran away on the spot. Although they didn't know what was going on, it was always right to run away first. Those who saw that thing falling down were all idiots. Why do I feel like we are either running away or running away in the Jesu's secret realm? Last time, the god Relic. Shut up. You are not the only one who is running away. It suddenly appeared in the sky, and what shocked everyone was that it was a gigantic phantom. It might not be right to call it phantom, because it seemed to have a physical shadow, and judging from its outline and general appearance, it seemed to be a floating island, and it was a floating island that was about the same size as the Jesu's secret realm. Of course, the appearance of a floating island alone wouldn't make anyone panic. After the transparent floating island appeared, it rapidly descended from the sky with a rumbling sound. Its speed seemed to have broken the sound barrier, and it shocked countless people to the point that their hair stood on end. If that thing fell at supersonic speed, they wouldn't even know how they died. Not to mention being smashed into meat paste, it was already a blessing for their seniors to leave behind something that was still intact. A huge amount of space power crazily gathered in the sky, and the space in the Jesu's secret realm became very unstable. The rich space power made everything around them appear to be a strange silver blue color. During this period of time, their eyes couldn't even distinguish other colors. They could only see a rich silver blue color, as if their bodies had been eroded by the space power. The rich space power that couldn't be released drifted in all directions, leaving a mark of the space power on everything it touched. The green forest and trees turned silver blue for a moment, then quickly returned to their original color. However, the life force in that place was no longer there. The huge amount of space power attracted by the overlapping space caused the illusion to gradually solidify. At this moment, the people who were still looking up at the sky could finally see clearly that it was indeed a huge floating island. However, that floating island was in a state of disintegration. Huge cracks spread out from the center of the island like a spider web, dividing the huge island into thousands and hundreds of pieces. However, they didn't scatter because of the external forces. They were still gathered together, maintaining an extremely fragile state of balance that could be easily broken. The illusion became more and more solid. It fell from extremely high altitude, and its size and shadow became crazily bigger in front of countless people's eyes. The air was screaming and screaming. As it became more and more solid, everyone could even see the huge wind marks in the sky caused by its high speed and size. A deafening roar came from the sky, and the silver blue space power gathered at the bottom of the floating island. It was like an even bigger space storm was blowing in the chaotic space. This shaky space had almost completely collapsed, and only a weak space rule power was left to bind the space here, so that it wouldn't collapse directly. Gradually, everyone stopped running away. Looking at the rapidly approaching shadow, they couldn't help but sigh. Logically speaking, this huge floating island that was on the verge of collapse seemed to be bigger than the Jesu's secret realm. Where could they run to? If they had the strength to run, they might as well turn around and face it head-on, or gather everyone's strength and attack together. Maybe they could push it back? Chila. Suddenly, a huge silver dragon that was thousands of feet long soared into the sky. The wild thunder power tore open huge cracks in the space, and it rushed towards the huge floating island that was falling down. That dazzling light made many people turn their eyes and look at that lightning nervously. That was the god sun's full strength attack, and the moment it came into contact with a floating island, it directly passed through the latter. That god sun was also stunned. In his senses, his attack didn't even touch a hair of the floating island. However, from the energy feedback, he felt an extremely huge space rule power coming from the floating island that was gradually solidifying. That space rule power was so huge that it was enough to clean the entire Jesu secret realm. That thunderbolt didn't work, and several novice god-level experts launched their all-out attacks, but the result was the same. Their attacks passed through the half-solid floating island, and they didn't touch anything. The floating island didn't seem to have a solid body, and it didn't even seem to be in the form of energy. Let's do it. The fact that their attacks didn't work made them feel a little desperate. After they reacted, their eyes turned red, and they gathered all the strength in their body to condense a layer of extremely solid energy barrier around them. Then, they looked into the distance. It seemed that many people made the same choice. Since their attacks didn't work, and they couldn't escape, then they would just have to face it head-on. They might still have a chance to survive if they resisted a little. The space rule that came from above already made everyone feel a fatal threat, but they didn't have any other choice. That huge floating island had already arrived. When a shadow floating island came into contact with the Jesu secret realm continent, the huge spatial storm that had gathered at the bottom of the island burst like a balloon. The spatial energy that had gathered was completely released in a short 0.1 seconds, turning into two huge shockwaves that swept across the entire Jesu secret realm. The silver-blue light was the last thing that countless people saw. They seemed to vaguely see the two continents fusing together, but they didn't have the time to care about that anymore. The violent spatial shockwaves had already swept across the entire Jesu secret realm. Rumble, a violent tremor passed through the barrier of the secret realm. This was the space shaking. Even the people in the god's relic could feel this huge tremor. In the rock corridor, Yin Nuashing and the others who had just activated their energy nodes didn't move in that area. At this time, the violent tremor made them stagger, and they quickly helped the people beside them squat down. Yin Nuashing didn't have any strength. His body shook, and he was about to fall. A few jade hands quickly pulled him up, and then pressed him to sit on the ground. Soft bodies were pressed against his front and back, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was there need to be so nervous? The rumbling sound became more and more intense, and the rock corridor was shaking. However, the void domain was still dead silent, and there was no change. The divine giant beasts in the sky flew around the meteorite area in a panic, and one of them pushed the meteorite in the sky a few thousand meters away. This rock corridor experienced such a violent tremor, but it still didn't suffer any damage. It was obvious that its quality was high. It was just that they didn't know what material the divine god used to have such a strong earthquake resistance. Can you stop talking? Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard what Yao Hua was mumbling about. The space was filled with extremely violent spatial fluctuations. It felt as if they were in the center of an impact storm, and there was violent energy in all directions that could completely destroy them. The huge killing intent that originated from the space made many people turn pale. Even if they had advanced to the beginner god level, They felt that their bodies were very small under the raging power of this power. This kind of spatial riot could only be created by at least an Emperor God level expert. The power of space is rioting. Yun Nuashing felt the abnormal spatial fluctuations, and her expression also became serious. Space replacement? Large-scale spatial fluctuations. This is the inner space is about to be exposed. Inner space. Everyone was also stunned. They seemed to have heard him mention it before, but they didn't know what it was exactly. However, it was obviously not the time to ask for an explanation. Everyone squatted down and held their heads. Although they knew that holding their heads couldn't block anything, the flying meteorites in the sky looked really scary. The speed of those meteorites was more than 10 times the speed of sound, and there was even one that was more than 100 meters above their heads. That huge size was simply as if it was flying close to their heads, and it was really frightening. That is to say, our previous guesses were all correct. These energy nodes have been arranged. Is there some kind of mechanism? Yuanshi also squatted in the corner, trembling. He covered his ears to prevent himself from hearing the noisy, spatial vibrations around him, and roared loudly. Then what should we do now? The power of space outside is so strong that it has penetrated into this place. Can we still stay in this place? Yin Nuashing's eyes flashed rapidly. She looked at the spatial vibrations in this area, then looked into the distance, and then looked at the fountain that was constantly spewing out colorful energy. She hesitated for a while, and then shouted against the spatial vibrations. Let's go out. No, not now. Seeing that everyone took the lead and wanted to stand up, Yin Nuashing also became anxious. She hurriedly jumped up, but she lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. In the end, she fell into a soft embrace. She didn't care about anything else and roared, "At least wait until the spatial vibrations stop." The situation now is the space within a 10-meter radius has been reset hundreds of times. Don't move. The slightest movement will make the spatial vibrations more intense. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you if your hands and feet are upside down. Wah. Before Yin Nuashing finished speaking, he was still in a half-lying position on the ground. Suddenly, the rock corridor trembled, causing him and the person who was holding him to flip over. They rolled on the ground dozens of times like a stuffy gourd. Everyone quickly turned their gazes when they heard the scream. Then they saw Yin Nuashing and Xian hugging each other and rolling dozens of meters away. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the two of them seemed to be fine. But after a while, they couldn't relax anymore, because they saw that the floor of the stone corridor seemed to be tilting up slightly. As mentioned before, some parts of the stone corridor weren't completely inlaid. They seemed to be floating in the void and stuck closely together. There were floating platforms a few meters in the middle. The energy node they were at was a separate floating platform. When they were looking for the energy node earlier, everyone came over to help. After they found it, they gathered together to join in the fun. At this time, the floating platform shook and tilted up like a tilted plate. However, the tilted end was facing the endless void. At this time, it was inconvenient for everyone to move. The spatial vibrations were very strong, and the space within a 10-meter radius had been divided into hundreds of parts. If they moved casually, they might change positions with the space. It would be fun if their hands and feet were swapped and their heads were left behind. But if they didn't move now, it seemed like they would fall into the endless void. Walala! The sound of metal chains suddenly rang out, startling everyone. At this time, their hands and feet were all locked into the ground. When they heard this strange sound, they were all stunned. They quickly turned their gazes and saw a golden chain as thick as an arm extending towards them like dozens of pythons. With a slight tremble, it wrapped around their waists and abdomens. Looking along the golden chain, they could see many segments of the chain tangling chaotically in the space. Some of the chains couldn't even find the source. The source of the chains had been shifted to another location. If it weren't for the fact that the divine artifact was very strong, this spatial shift would have been enough to shatter it. Now that the divine artifact was still intact, it could only be said that the quality of the chain itself was very strong. However, It didn't matter if they couldn't find the source. There was only one person who could use a divine artifact here, and it was a divine artifact that they were familiar with. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw Yin Nuashing lying at the front of the floating platform that was tilted up high. His right hand was wrapped in circles of golden chains. One end was tied to another floating platform, while the other end was tightly wrapped around the group of people. At the same time, the platform they were on was also tied together. Xian, who was in his arms, was also helping to tighten the chains with both hands, tying the two platforms tightly together. Even though the platform they were on was already vertical, hold on tight. We won't be able to find it if we fall. Yin Nuashing's face was flushed red. With his current strength, it was too much for him to lift the weight of dozens of people. Emptiness Realm cultivators weren't much stronger than mortals. Some mortals who knew martial arts or knew how to play tricks could even throw an Emptiness Realm cultivator to the ground. Fortunately, Xian was helping him bear most of the weight of the chains, so he didn't tear his arm apart first. Yuanshi risked his life to look down. The platform they were on was already tilted up at a 90-degree angle. They stuck their bodies firmly to the floor. When they turned their heads, they could see the dark void domain directly below them. It was like a black hole that had an extremely mysterious magic power, attracting them over. Rumble. The tremors lasted for a long time. During this time, everyone could even hear the screams of the tightened chains. Every time there was a loud bang, it would make their hearts beat wildly. This was the life bond that was currently maintaining their safety. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't move around in this space, they would have flown up long ago. This place only suppressed their strength, but it was still possible to fly. It was just that the space was in turmoil now. So, Yin Nuashing warned them not to move around recklessly. The rumbling tremors were accompanied by two violent explosions of energy storms. It was as if the storms were detonated by something. Then, everything returned to silence. It came quickly, but it didn't leave quickly. It was better to say that it lasted for a long time. During that time, everyone's hearts were hanging. Now that they felt that the space was gradually stabilizing, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wait for another 5 minutes. The fluctuations in the space are gradually returning to normal. When it completely returns to normal, we will be able to move again. Right now, most of the space is still in a state of chaos. Yin Nuashing's face was covered in sweat. He was holding the chain so tightly that he couldn't feel his arms. Fortunately, this is the void domain. Although it is a void domain created by a god, it is not inferior to a purely natural void domain. This place has isolated a large portion of the spatial shockwaves. At least the last wave of spatial shockwaves didn't affect us. Otherwise, we would be hanging in the void domain later. Xian looked at him nervously. Her deep purple eyes flashed with heartache. Her lily-white hand that was holding the chain hugged him. She pulled out her other hand and used her sleeve to gently wipe away the sweat on his face. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing lowered his head and looked at her. He grinned foolishly and shook his head to show that he was fine. After waiting for a while, they felt that the space had completely returned to normal. Only then did everyone resume their movements. They pulled themselves from the ground and the golden chain. Then they gradually flew up. Looking at the floating platform that was in a vertical state, they all flew towards the normal platform. Xian took the lead and rushed out with Yin Nuashing in her arms. Ming and the other girls hurriedly followed behind her. When they landed on the ground, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked up at the path back and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems that it wasn't completely unaffected, Yuanshi said as he wiped away his sweat. On the way back, the floating platforms were all over the place. Two of them even crashed into each other and shattered into pieces. The only ones that remained intact were the two huge star walls. They were still standing on the floating platforms without any damage. As for the people who were passively comprehending Tao under the huge walls, most of them had fainted. There was also a portion of them who were still comprehending Tao peacefully. No one knew what had happened to the Dharmakaya just now. Everyone looked at each other. Yin Nuashing also raised her chin to signal them. The group of people quickly flew towards the exit. Right now, there should be earth-shattering changes outside. Not to mention anything else, most of the space would definitely be completely torn apart by the violent spatial impact just now. It didn't take much time to get out of the rock corridor. In less than 20 minutes, everyone who flew at full speed flew out of the dark castle. They stood in the sky and looked around vigilantly. Then, they widened their eyes in horror. The sky was pitch black, and the ground was desolate. It was as gray as death. Silver-blue storms swept out from the shattered space and raged on the ground, rolling up layers of skin on the fragile gray ground. On the ground, there were huge cracks that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were also as quiet as death. There was nothing in the range of their senses. There was nothing at all. The aura of death swept across the entire world. Just by looking at it, they could feel the desolation here. There was also a faint sense of sadness mixed in it. It was as if the world had been destroyed. The tyrannical power still remains on this broken land, destroying this place forever. The raging lonely wind has extinguished all the sources of life. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene in Xian's arms. This is the Jiesu arcane realm. This is the original appearance of this world, the innermost space. This is the broken small world that was destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Zai. Chapter 924. The sky was torn apart, the earth was falling apart, and the spatial storms that swept out from the spatial cracks continued to destroy this fragile world. The sky was gray and gloomy, and there were no longer 16 bright colors. There was only a deathly gray. In the hazy sky, there were several remnants of power from the primordial age that did not dissipate and became the echoes of destruction here. In front of the scene of heaven and earth falling apart, everyone was silent and speechless. Looking at this scene of destruction, they did not know what to say or what kind of expression to show. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and pointed to the ground, indicating for Xian to land. The group of people also landed on the ground. Yin Nuashing squatted down and pinched the sand on the ground with her fingers. She rubbed it a few times and nodded. That's right, this is the remains of a world that was destroyed in the primordial age. Without the protection of the gods, the aura of the great samsara has spread throughout the entire secret realm. The power left behind by the Shadow Emperor has been entangled with the remaining power of the rules of heaven and earth here, unable to dissipate. This is the dark side of this world, and it will never be able to give birth to new life. It will forever be fixed in this scene of the death of the world. There were many huge fragments floating in the sky, as if they were huge fragments that had been peeled off from the earth and floating islands. They floated in the sky, quietly and alone, and had always been like this since ancient times. It was incredible that such huge volumes did not fall to the ground due to gravity. The devastating spatial shock waves had already dissipated and did not affect this broken world. The enormous power of space had also been exhausted by the appearance of the innermost space. However, the remaining power of space still made the space between heaven and earth somewhat chaotic. From time to time, silver-blue light could be seen flashing in the sky, and then the space quietly twisted into a vortex. Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and coughed violently, as if she had inhaled sand and stones. She coughed so hard that she felt like she was going to puke out her lungs. After a long time, she rubbed her burning throat. A teardrop appeared on Mei Mao's face. She said unhappily, "The air is so dirty. It's hard to breathe." I inhaled sand. The laws and order here are infinitely leaning towards chaos. Before the creation of heaven and earth, before the laws and order were born, the chaos before the descent of the void, the powers of the three heavenly gods have always been entangled here. The laws of heaven and earth will never be able to return to normal. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said, "Being able to stand here without feeling uncomfortable from the chaotic power of laws is already a pretty good result. What's up with that world? Those two surface worlds?" Yuan Shi asked, puzzled. This was the innermost space, the secret realm of Jiesu that was completely destroyed. Then what about the place that appeared in front of them? It was filled with the ruins of high-ranking gods, various palaces, and the ruins of powerful immortals and demons. The silhouette of time, Nuashing raised her head to look at the sky. She paced a few times on the ground before she turned back to look at Zhongyu and said, "Those are the traces of the past that were recorded by the Order here, the illusory reality that appeared because of the chaos caused by the powers of the three heavenly gods. Everything that happened in those two spaces was real. The powers of the three heavenly gods have been constantly evolving over the long years, creating two fake spaces that covered the inner space, which were the two different secret realms of Jiesu that we saw before. Well, although they were fake, they were still real. Everything that we gained from them was real. However, their existence itself was only recorded by the Order here, a silhouette of a long time ago. They were just reflections of the past. If any of the three heavenly gods were proficient in the power of life, perhaps we could see that there would be a large number of lives in the secret realm, even if they were fake. I had thought that the secret realm of the ancient era had been completely destroyed, and then new lives were born in the ruins. But now, it seems like that is not the case. The replacement of the old and the new happened in the same era, before the secret realm of Jiesu was destroyed. This is the original appearance of the secret realm of Jiesu. Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. Now, the flow of the energy that connected the Order and the law of heaven and earth has been reversed, and the inner space is naturally exposed. Those two spaces no longer exist, as the surface layer has been stripped away. What is restored in front of you now is the truth of this world. Everyone was a little confused as they listened to her. However, they could still understand it. They could only understand it in a simple way. Things that were too profound, even if some of them had successfully ascended to the elementary god tier, they still could not understand such profound things. Speaking of which, Yuanshi suddenly thought of a very important question. Little star, did you know from the beginning that reversing the flow of the energy would expose the inner space? Nuashing shook her head. I only knew what had happened at the very last moment. Before that, I didn't even know what would happen if I reversed the flow of the energy. I just thought, maybe I would trigger something by doing this. That's why I kept doing it. After saying that, she even spread her hands out at everyone. Everyone was confused. So you were just messing around blindly and accidentally exposed the inner space? Huh. Nuashing was suddenly stunned, as if she suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I wasn't completely blinded, right? Have you forgotten about the holy relic? Are these two things related? Yuanshi and the others asked suspiciously. More or less. If you can see the flow of the energy in this world, which is the flow of the energy, you will know what my initial goal was. As Nuashing spoke, he grabbed little purple soul, who was circling around his feet, and pulled her into his arms. He stroked her long purple hair and said, most of the energy in the Jiesu secret realm points in all directions and finally extends into the void. However, there are some places where the energy meridians converge. Because the energy meridians converge together, a large amount of energy is gathered at those places, and at the converging point of the energy meridians is something like a twisting point. At this point, everyone understood something. That twisting point is the holy relic? In other words, a large amount of energy in this world is gathering towards the holy relic. If you reverse the flow of the energy meridians, the holy relic's energy will flow in reverse. This way, its invincible nature will be broken, and then you should be able to get it. Nuashing scratched his head and nodded. He looked at Lin Sheng and said, "What's the situation with the rest of the Farlight Academy that I asked you to arrange?" When Lin Sheng heard this, he quickly took out the Farlight Academy's token to contact the others. However, his soul power sank into the token, and it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. Chuan Mu and the others also took out their tokens and tried to use their souls to communicate. However, there was no response for a long time. Everyone's faces darkened. Could something have happened in the huge spatial tremor just now? Even though they were inside the Void Fortress, they could still feel the huge spatial energy vibrations. If it weren't for the Void Fortress, not many of them would have been able to withstand the violent spatial shockwaves, let alone the people outside. The space is still unstable, so it's normal that we can't connect through our souls. The spatial factor is not normal, so naturally, our souls can't connect. We can still communicate through our souls because the space around us is still stable. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and comforted them. Something might not have happened. Lin Sheng and the others laughed dryly. This was the only thing they could think of now. If something really happened to the other half, they did not know how to explain it when they returned. The space is completely overlapped. This land has been torn apart. This is the appearance of the Jie Su secret realm when it last existed. It's bigger than the original, but most of the places still match. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and looked behind him. That direction was the center of the void area. Logically speaking, there should be a void holy object that had not appeared yet. However, he seemed to feel that something was not quite right. He turned his gaze again. Everyone saw him shaking his head back and forth as if he was looking at something. They followed his gaze and saw that the black ancient castle was still standing between heaven and earth. It looked especially desolate under the gray sky. The ruins of the gods had stood in the river of time for eternity. However, when they looked at the ancient castle again, the solemn and dignified feeling no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by an unconcealable sadness. It seemed to be mourning the destruction of this world. Yin Nuoxing stared at the black ancient castle in a daze. Everyone else also stared at it in a daze. After a long while, Yin Nuoxing suddenly reached out his hand and waved it at the ancient castle. The waves of divine right were released again. Bang! At the top of the castle, a hole was suddenly blasted open. Smoke, dust, and black debris swirled in the air. Soon after, everyone saw a tiny shadow flash past the place where the smoke and dust billowed. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards them, causing them to be instantly on alert. However, they were stunned just as they were on guard. This was because the shadow was the serrated greatsword that Yin Nuoxing had been using to reverse the energy nodes. After reversing the last energy node, it had disappeared. Everyone thought that the serrated greatsword had completed its mission and turned into energy and disappeared. When they saw it charge out again, they were all stunned. After the serrated greatsword appeared, it shot towards them as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths' time, it had arrived and landed safely in Yin Nuoxing's hand. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as he held this strange-looking sawtooth greatsword in his hand. He raised it up and pointed it toward the sky. He clenched his fist slightly, and a weak force surged into the greatsword. Following the transmission of this little bit of force, the greatsword began to change under everyone's gaze. First, it slowly shrank until it was only half the length of a forearm. Then, those saw teeth all retracted back into the body of the sword. The sword guard also disappeared, and the sword tip quietly melted into a ball. In short, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the serrated greatsword turned into a round scepter with a thin bottom and a thick top. There was also a spherical dent at the top. A fist-sized, purplish-black sun floated at the top of the scepter. It emitted a wave of energy that everyone was very familiar with. It was the power of the void. Moreover, there seemed to be another power mixed in with this power. It was a powerful power that could change the laws and order. The holy artifact of the void. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the scepter in his hand and was stunned for a moment. He had a little guess, a guess that had just been born not long ago. However, when this guess was immediately realized, he could not help but be stunned. He thought that this serrated greatsword had something to do with the holy artifact of the void, such as the key to open it. He did not expect it to be the holy artifact of the void itself. Then, can we also obtain the holy artifacts of the other regions now? Someone suddenly said, causing everyone's expressions to change rapidly. I suddenly have a bad idea. Suddenly, Yao Hua laughed with an inexplicable expression. What a coincidence. I also have a bad idea. Lin Xing also licked his lips and laughed evilly. Ahem, I'll wait for you in the dark elemental region. Go and come back quickly. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and glanced at everyone. He knew what the idea was without having to say it out loud. After all, he was the one who came up with the idea. It sounded very interesting to have 16 holy relics in one go. Oh, Everyone responded heroically. Then, they split into 14 groups and rushed off in different directions. In an instant, only Yun Nuoxing and the other 10 people were left. You actually let them go without saying anything? Yuanxi looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. There are still tens of millions of people in the secret realm. If they split up, will they have enough combat power? Oh, it shouldn't be a big problem. It should be. Yun Nuoxing nodded in relief and said, I just took a look. There are at least 2 or 3 regions around here. There are no people, but there are pieces of space blocks in the space. It seems like something is moving over. Could it be that when the inner space switches, the people in the original place have to wait for a while before they can come here? Nightmare said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged in silent agreement, because he was not too sure. They came out from the Void Fortress and did not know about the energy nodes, nor did they have any clues to remind them that they could obtain the holy artifact by turning the energy nodes. They had come here blindly, and they did not know what would happen when the inner space was switched. It's not like there's no one at all. Yun Nuoxing's eyes glowed with an ocean blue light. His eye of the ocean looked into the distance and suddenly saw something. He was stunned. In his line of sight, a group of people was emerging from a cave. Their faces were covered in dust, but there was still some excitement on their faces, as if they were excited when they had a bountiful harvest. However, when this group of people came out, their faces were immediately replaced by astonishment and confusion. That feeling was as if they had just woken up and found that the world had been destroyed. They stood on the ground of ashes and looked at the gray and dilapidated sky, not knowing what to do. Feelings of confusion and bewilderment surged into their hearts all at once, leaving them dumbfounded. Well, it seems that people who enter the secret realm or other places can avoid the huge spatial impact caused by the overlapping of space. The others are still in the state of spatial transfer. The people in the small secret realm can directly come here from the original secret realm. I didn't expect this. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. There's someone here, right? Yuanxi suddenly became excited. He quickly waved his hand. Then don't just stand there. Let's go to the dark elemental area and get the holy artifacts first. After he finished speaking, he ran away. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and quickly waved his hand to get everyone to follow him. There was a distance between the void area and the dark elemental area. Moreover, the most obvious sign in the sky was no longer there. They could only rely on their senses to identify the direction. The powerful energy emitted by the holy artifacts was still very easy to identify. They just had to fly in that direction. Along the way, they saw some people standing on the gray and ruined ground with blank faces. They looked around at a loss and did not notice that a group of people was flying across the sky with bad intentions. They arrived at the dark elemental area and found the location of the dark elemental holy artifact. They did not participate in the fight for the holy artifact. They only watched from afar. At this time, there was no one in this place. After arriving here, no one dared to touch it directly because of the dark elemental energy. It was mainly because Yun Nuoxing did not let them interfere. He had to catch the dark elemental holy artifact himself. It was a black object with a round base that looked like an hourglass. However, the hourglass was horizontal. They could see black mist flowing inside the hourglass, emitting a chaotic energy. Seeing that he calmly touched it directly with his hand, everyone was relieved. It seemed that it was indeed feasible. They had successfully completed their task here. Now it was up to the others. They had the advantage over the others. If there were no accidents, they should be able to complete it smoothly. After the dark elemental holy artifacts were in his hands, the chaotic energy fluctuations gradually converged. In the end, it was completely restrained. Not a single fluctuation was emitted. Yun Nuoxing finally had the time to look at the 2 holy artifacts in his hands. There was nothing much to say about their appearance. He was looking at the energy contained in them. As expected, they both contained dark elemental energy. The void holy artifact contained a huge amount of void power and dark elemental energy. As for the dark elemental holy artifact, it was just dark elemental energy. Generally speaking, if the source of dark elemental energy in the divine realm is not removed, the dark elemental energy flowing into the secret realm will not stop. However, a secret realm can contain a huge amount of dark elemental energy. It will not be full even after hundreds of millions of years. There's no need to worry about an explosion when the dark elemental energy in the secret realm overflows. Yin Nuoxing tossed the two holy artifacts in his hands. Suddenly, a jade-like hand reached out from the side and snatched the holy artifact from his hands. He was speechless when he saw the holy artifacts. However, we should think of a way to solve it when we have the time. The Shadow Gate is ultimately just a stopgap measure. The main point is to remove the source of dark elemental energy in the divine realm. However, this is probably very difficult to achieve. It will disturb the foundation of the divine realm. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. I don't know the exact situation, but nothing has happened for so many years. If this continues, it will be fine as long as nothing happens, right? Yuanshi looked at him and advised, even you think it is a big project. If there is no other way, then don't torment yourself. That is not wrong. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Nothing has happened for so many years. Nothing should happen in the future, right?